Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I was 17 when I finally got my license. It felt like freedom for the first time in my life. No more asking my mom or older brother to drop me off or pick me up from work. I worked at a small pizza place in town, just a few hours after school and on weekends, saving up for random stuff I wanted. Every day on my way home, I passed by this half-built house on a quiet back road. It sat far from the main road, with gravel leading up to it. The outside walls were up, windows framed but no glass, roof partly done, no driveway or landscaping, just weeds and dirt everywhere. It always looked dead silent, like no one had touched it in years. The first time I noticed it, I thought it would be a perfect place for a party. It was hidden, huge, and away from any neighbors. Back in high school, my friends and I were obsessed with finding abandoned houses to hang out in, take photos, or throw parties away from parents and cops. The thrill of sneaking into a place where we weren't supposed to be was like nothing else. One afternoon after work, I told my friend Cody about it. We were planning to see a late movie that day. I picked him up from his place around 7 in the evening. It was still bright out, but the sun was dipping low, that golden summer light before dusk. I remember feeling a bit anxious as I drove down the road towards the house to show him. Cody was hyping it up, saying how sick it would be to have a party there. I turned onto the gravel path leading to the house, my car rumbling as loose stones kicked up behind us. I switched my headlights on because the shadows were long and the sun was almost down. We drove up to the front of the place. The yard was filled with tall weeds and wild grass reaching up to the car windows. The house stood like a giant skeleton, gray and quiet, with wooden beams exposed through the unfinished windows. I slowed down to a crawl, and we just stared at it for a few seconds. The air felt still, like even the bugs and birds went quiet. I didn't turn off the engine. We sat there, headlights glowing on the chipped siding. The place felt eerie, but we weren't really scared, just amazed. I told him we'd come back another time to explore it properly, maybe with some of the other guys. After about 10 seconds, I pulled back onto the gravel, reversing a little to turn the car around. As soon as I rolled onto the main road again, we forgot about the house. We were just thinking about popcorn and the movie we were about to watch. But then, about a minute later, I noticed bright lights in my mirror. A truck had pulled out behind us. Its high beams were on, blinding through my back windshield. At first, we didn't think much of it. It was a quiet road, but sometimes trucks came by from the farms further out. But this one was riding so close it felt like it was attached to my bumper. My friend turned around in his seat to look. He said nothing, but his face looked tense. I kept my eyes forward, trying to ignore it, just wanting to get to the main road quickly. My hands were tight on the wheel, and I could feel my heartbeat in my throat. As we neared the intersection, the truck stayed right behind me. I flicked my blinker to turn right, thinking once we were on the busier road it would back off or pass us. But as I turned right at the light, the truck suddenly veered off to the left into the gas station on the corner. I thought that was the end of it, but within seconds, it shot out from the other side of the gas station, cutting directly in front of my car. I slammed the brakes so hard my friend's backpack slid off the seat onto the floor. The truck stopped at an angle, blocking both lanes. Its headlights blazed through the windshield, making it hard to see. For a second, neither of us said anything. My chest felt like it was caving in. Everything was silent except the hum of my engine and the loud idle of the truck in front of us. Then the driver's side door swung open. A man stepped out. He was huge, broad shoulders filling the doorway of the truck. He wore a dirty gray tank top and old jeans, and even from inside my car I could see his arms were thick and tanned. He walked towards my window with heavy steps. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I kept thinking he was going to pull out a gun or something, and we'd be dead right there. The road was normally busy at that time, but I glanced around and there was no one in sight. No cars, no people, just my headlights on his chest and the last bit of sunset fading behind him. He knocked on my window hard, almost like punching it. My friend mumbled under his breath, telling me not to roll it down, but I did anyway, just a few inches. I couldn't hear much over the sound of both engines. He leaned down and stared at me through the gap. His eyes were dark and his hair was messy, half bald on top. For a second he just looked at me, Then his gaze shifted to Cody. His face was expressionless, just blank and cold. I felt like a small animal stuck under a hawk's shadow. He said something, but I could barely hear. I leaned a bit closer to the window gap, my heart hammering so loud it felt like it would burst. I realized he was asking what we were doing back at that house. The words came out of my mouth before I even thought them. I told him we were just turning around, that I'd missed the street I needed to take to get to the main road. My voice sounded squeaky and thin. He didn't move or react. He just kept staring at me, his jaw clenched. It felt like forever. I could hear the metal ticking noises of my car, cooling down, even though the engine was on. I could feel sweat running down my back into the waistband of my jeans. Finally, after what felt like an hour, he stepped back a little. A smile stretched across his face, but it wasn't a kind smile. It was tight and small, like he was trying to hold in something. He nodded once, then turned and walked back to his truck without another word. He climbed up into the cab, and for a second he just sat there, looking straight ahead. Then he started the engine again, revved it hard, and peeled off down the opposite side of the road, tires screeching against the asphalt. We sat there frozen. I didn't move for a long time. My friend was staring down at his shoes, shaking a little. My hands were trembling on the steering wheel. Finally, I pulled away slowly, checking the mirrors over and over. We didn't talk the entire way to the movie theater. My chest felt tight, like something was pressing on it. Even as we sat in the seats with popcorn and sodas in our hands, we barely said a word. Every time a truck drove past the theater outside, I felt my stomach drop. That night after I dropped Cody home, I drove back the same way to get to my house. I passed the half-finished house again. It sat dark and silent, weeds swaying in the breeze. But now it felt different. Before it was just an abandoned building, a place to explore. Now it felt like it was guarding something, hiding something inside. I never went back there again, not even during the day. Over the next few months, I would drive past it on my way home from work, and sometimes I'd see the same truck parked on the side, half hidden by tall grass. It never moved as I passed, but I could never see clearly if someone was inside. Years later, I drove past it again on a visit back home. The house was still unfinished, just sitting there, windows still empty, no driveway. A few boards on the roof were missing, and weeds had grown taller than me. I remember thinking how strange it was that no one ever finished building it, how it was left there to rot like that. My old friends used to joke that it was a drug house or something shady like that. Back then I thought they were just saying it to sound cool, but now I think they might have been right. It's been a long time since that night, but even now, whenever I see an abandoned house or an empty lot with a half-built home, I feel my chest tighten. I think about that man's eyes staring at me through the window gap. I think about how alone we were, despite being on a public road. And I think about how easily he could have pulled us out of that car and made us disappear forever, and no one would have known what happened to us. Every time I remember it, I get chills down my arms. I never told my parents about it. I don't think they would have let me drive anywhere alone again if they knew. To this day, I avoid that road whenever I'm back in town. I take the long way around, even if it adds 15 minutes to my drive. I just don't want to see that place again. I don't want to see that truck. I don't want to find out what's really inside that house. And I don't want to find out what that man would have done if I had said the wrong thing. Some places aren't abandoned. Some places are just hidden. And some people don't want to be seen. Back in 2004, I was just a 17-year-old girl from the country, stepping into the city for the first time. I grew up on a quiet road where the loudest thing at night was the crickets, or maybe the neighbor's dog barking at a possum. I was the youngest kid in my family, the one everyone thought would never leave home. But there I was in the city for college, feeling grown up and free even though I didn't really know what I was doing. I remember that night so clearly, even now. It was late, around 1:30 in the morning. I had been hanging out with some girls from my dorm in someone's room, watching movies and talking about classes and boys. At some point, people started drifting off to bed. I didn't want to be the last one there, sitting awkwardly on the floor while they started brushing their teeth or changing, so I decided I could just walk back to my dorm alone. It wasn't far, I thought. I had only been in the city for a few weeks and didn't know the streets well yet, but I told myself I'd be fine. When I stepped outside, the air felt heavy and still. The street was quiet except for a few cars parked along the curb, and the distant hum of traffic far away. I started walking, pulling my hoodie tight around me even though it wasn't cold. As I moved past each block, the streetlights got dimmer. Some were completely dead. I remember thinking about how where I grew up, the roads were dark at night too, but it was a different kind of dark. Back home it felt peaceful. This felt like something hiding. I kept walking, feeling a little more uneasy with each step. The buildings were old row houses, brick walls crumbling in places, windows covered with old curtains or cardboard. Some of them had broken front steps. There were bags of trash piled on the curbs, spilling out onto the cracked sidewalks. I heard a woman shouting from inside one house, then a man shouting back, their voices echoing out through broken glass windows. Somewhere close by, a dog barked, and then I heard something crash to the floor. I told myself to just keep walking. My dorm had to be close. I tried to look confident, like I belonged there, like I knew exactly where I was going. But my heart was beating hard in my chest. My breath felt thin. I tried not to look scared because I knew if someone saw how scared I felt, they'd know I was an easy target. Then I heard it. A car behind me. At first I didn't think anything of it, just a car driving down the street, but it slowed down as it got close to me. I kept walking, hoping they would pass, but they didn't. They slowed down more until they were moving at the same speed as me, just behind my left shoulder. I could hear their tires rolling over broken glass on the road. I didn't want to look, but I did. I turned my head just slightly and saw it was an old dark-colored sedan. The windows were rolled down halfway. There were 5 men inside. Their faces were half in shadow, half lit by the dim streetlights. They didn't say anything. They just looked at me as they kept pace. I felt a wave of fear run through my whole body. My knees went weak. I tried to keep walking, but I felt like my legs weren't working properly anymore. My brain felt like it was buzzing. I didn't know what to do. Should I run? Should I scream? There was no one around to hear me if I screamed. The houses looked empty or locked up. The men in the car just kept driving next to me, slowly, rolling along as I walked. One of them leaned his head out the window a bit and just stared at me. I looked away quickly, trying not to let them see how terrified I was. Then the car sped up a little and pulled ahead of me. I thought maybe they were leaving, but they didn't leave. They turned left at the intersection up ahead, just a few houses down from where I was, and then stopped in the middle of the street, right in front of where I was walking. Their car blocked the whole street. I stopped walking. I didn't know what else to do. I just stood there, frozen. My hands were shaking. My chest felt tight, like there was a rope around it. My eyes started to water. I felt like I was going to throw up. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at their car, my mind completely blank except for one thought that kept repeating over and over. This is it, this is it, this is it. I didn't even think about running away because it felt pointless. Even if I ran back the way I came, they would just drive after me. Even if I screamed, no one would come out here at this hour. I felt so stupid. I thought about my mom back home, probably asleep in her room, thinking I was safe in my dorm bed. I thought about my dad getting up for work before dawn, making coffee in the dark, thinking his youngest daughter was grown and smart and careful. I felt like the dumbest person in the world. I was staring at the car, waiting to see if they would get out, waiting to see what they were going to do, when suddenly I saw a light come on. It wasn't a street light. It was the porch light on the house, just past where their car was stopped. The porch door creaked open, and a man came out, wearing sweatpants and a faded t-shirt. He was carrying a white plastic trash bag in one hand. He walked out onto the porch and down the steps, heading towards the trash cans at the edge of his yard. As soon as he stepped outside, the car engine roared, and the car took off, speeding down the street and disappearing around the corner. I just stood there, still frozen, my whole body shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. The man walked to the trash cans and threw his bag away. He looked over at me for a moment and then went back inside. I stayed standing there for a minute longer, just staring at the spot where the car had been. My eyes were blurry with tears. My legs felt like they weren't there at all. Eventually, I forced myself to keep walking. I felt like I was going to collapse with every step, but I kept going. I passed the house where the porch light was still on. The man came back outside, probably to get some fresh air. He noticed me again and saw how messed up I looked. I was crying, my hoodie sleeves soaked from wiping my face over and over. He asked if I was okay, but I couldn't get any words out. I was just making noises, shaking so hard my knees kept knocking together. He gestured for me to come up on his porch. I walked up, still shaking, my breath coming out in these short, ragged gasps. He went inside and brought out a can of soda and handed it to me. I sat down on the porch steps and tried to drink, but my hands were trembling so bad I could barely hold the can to my mouth. Another guy came out from inside the house, wearing jeans and no shirt. He had tattoos all down his arms. They both sat with me for a while until I could breathe properly again. I was still shaking, but the worst of it had passed. I told them what happened, or tried to, but my words were jumbled up. I kept wiping my face on my sleeves, feeling embarrassed, feeling like a stupid little kid who didn't know anything about the world. After a while, they offered to walk me back to my dorm. I didn't want to say yes, but I knew there was no way I could walk alone after what just happened. We started walking. The guy with tattoos walked ahead a bit, keeping an eye on the street, while the other guy walked next to me, asking me what classes I was taking and where I was from. I answered in little whispers, still feeling like my voice didn't work properly. Every time a car passed us, I felt my whole body tense up, ready to run or scream or collapse on the ground. We reached my dorm eventually. It felt like the longest walk of my life. When we got there, they both said goodbye and told me I should come to one of their stand-up shows sometime. I just nodded and thanked them over and over. They told me their names, but I don't remember them. I went into my dorm and up to my room. I locked the door and crawled into bed fully dressed. I couldn't sleep. I lay there staring at the ceiling until the sun started coming up. In the morning, I felt like a completely different person. I felt small. I felt stupid. I felt lucky. I kept thinking about what would have happened if that man hadn't decided to take out his trash at 1 a.m. on a Saturday. I kept thinking about how close I came to something that could have ruined my life or ended it. I never saw those two guys again. I never went to their stand-up shows. I didn't even go back to that part of the city. I stuck to the campus and stayed in my dorm after dark. I told my mom about it months later, but I left out the worst parts. I just said some guys scared me one night and 2 other guys walked me home. She told me to be careful, that the city wasn't like home. I think about that night sometimes, usually when I'm lying in bed and can't sleep. I remember the way the street looked, the broken lights, the smell of rotting trash, the sound of glass crunching under the car tires. I remember how it felt to stand there frozen, knowing there was nothing I could do to save myself. I remember thinking I was so grown up and realizing in that moment how small I really was. I know it was my fault. I was young and dumb. I thought I was invincible, but I wasn't. I was just lucky. Lucky that a man decided to take out his trash in the middle of the night. Lucky that his porch light came on. Lucky that the universe gave me another chance to keep being young and dumb and alive. Ever since that night, I've never forgotten how fast things can go from normal to terrifying. How darkness can hide danger that's only waiting for the right moment. How fear can freeze your body even though every part of you is screaming to move. I learned that no matter how brave you think you are, the world doesn't care. And sometimes, the only thing standing between you and the end of your life is a man taking out his trash at the right time. I had always told myself I'd never be the type to fall asleep at the wheel, or even let myself get close to that point. But that night proved I was just like anyone else, human, tired, and not as invincible as I sometimes felt. It was about 2 years ago, in early autumn, when days were warm, but nights turned cold fast. I'd gone to a family reunion at my cousin's farmhouse, about 2 hours out of town, and I didn't plan on staying overnight because I had work early the next morning. I didn't drink that night because I had to drive back, and I kept thinking about how I needed to sleep as soon as I got home. The evening dragged on longer than I'd hoped. People kept wanting to take photos, there was cake, old aunties wanted to talk about life and health, and the kids kept running around screaming. I left at around 10:30 p.m., hugging my mom and dad goodbye, feeling that tight heaviness in my chest that always came when leaving them alone late at night. I set off down the country roads in my small silver sedan. At first I had music on, a calm playlist I always used on late drives. It helped keep my mind from drifting to dark thoughts. But about 30 minutes in, I turned it off because it was making me sleepy. I opened the windows slightly to let the cold air slap my face. That worked for about 15 minutes until my eyes started that heavy flutter. Half closed, then forced open, then closing again, every few seconds. The worst part was that it hit me out of nowhere. One moment I felt tired but alert enough to keep driving. The next it felt like someone had poured cement in my veins. My body felt too heavy to move properly, and my eyelids burned. I remember thinking, I need to pull over. I kept scanning the roadside for a gas station or rest stop, but this was a forest route, lined with dense bushes and tall dark trees packed, so close you couldn't see past their trunks. Every few minutes a car would pass me from the other direction, their headlights blinding me before darkness swallowed the road again. It was unsettling, seeing those beams in the pitch black, knowing I was alone between each passing vehicle. There were no streetlights, only the glow of my own headlights carving a narrow tunnel ahead through the darkness. My tiredness got so bad that it felt like I was driving with my eyes closed half the time. I knew I couldn't keep going. It was dangerous, stupid, but I didn't care anymore. I pulled over onto the grass, far enough off the road that no one would hit me. There was a break in the bushes, so I edged the car slightly behind them, thinking if a police car or random weirdo drove by, they wouldn't see me immediately. I turned off the engine, left the parking lights on just in case, and checked the clock. 11:22 p.m. I remember that number clearly because I told myself I would just sleep for 30 minutes, get up at midnight, splash some water on my face, and keep driving home. The seat was cold but comfortable enough, and once I let my eyes close fully, it felt like slipping into warm darkness. I was half dreaming, thinking about work, bills, my car needing an oil change. But then something woke me up. A soft scratching noise. I didn't react at first, just sat there with my eyes closed, wondering if it was part of my dream. The sound stopped, so I opened my eyes and checked the clock. 11:50 p.m. Only 28 minutes had passed. I was too tired to care, so I closed my eyes again. That sleep was deeper, heavier, the kind where your body feels pinned down by your own weight. But then I woke up again. This time the scratching was louder, sharper. It wasn't like tree branches scraping the roof in wind. It was more like something was moving along the door, near the handle, then across the window. Visitation. I checked the clock. 12:40 nachts. Almost an hour later. The sound didn't stop this time. My mind kept telling me it was an animal. Maybe a raccoon or a stray dog sniffing around. But why would it come back an hour later? Why was it scratching instead of just sniffing or pawing lightly? I didn't move. My hands were shaking and my chest felt tight. Slowly I turned my head and looked into the rear-view mirror. For a moment, I saw nothing but darkness and the faint reflection of my pale face. But then, right at the edge of the bushes, something moved. It was quick, like a shadow pulling itself back into the trees. My heart slammed against my ribs. The first thought that came into my head was that story about the hook killer, the one who scratched the young couple's car and killed them. It sounds stupid now, thinking about an urban legend at a time like that, but in the darkness, your mind jumps to the worst explanations. My breathing got shallow and fast. I didn't even think about checking outside. I turned on the engine as fast as I could. My headlights flicked on and lit up the bushes in front of me. For a split second, I thought I saw something between the trees, but it was gone before my brain could even process what it was. I reversed carefully onto the road. My hands were trembling on the wheel. I told myself I'd find a gas station up ahead and get some coffee, maybe wash my face, and keep going until sunrise. My chest was buzzing with fear, that electricity you feel when your life feels threatened. I drove slowly at first because I didn't want to crash in my panic. After about 30 seconds of driving, I came up to a bend. It wasn't a sharp turn, just a wide curve to the right, and as my headlights swept across the bend, I saw a car parked off to the left side of the road. The driver's side door was open. I slowed down as I passed. The car was dark inside, no lights, no movement. I glanced quickly through the open door as I rolled by, expecting to see someone slumped over the wheel or leaning out of the door. But there was no one. My stomach dropped. I passed the car fully, and my mind screamed at me to check my rear-view mirror. I looked. At first, I saw nothing but the empty road curving behind me. Then out of nowhere, someone ran into view, sprinting down the middle of the road straight towards my car. My whole body turned cold. He was fast, his arms pumping hard, legs moving in wide, long strides. I could see he was wearing dark pants and a faded hoodie. His hood was down and his hair was short. His mouth was open wide like he was screaming, but at first I couldn't hear him over the sound of my tires on the asphalt. Then, through the closed windows, I heard his voice, muffled and warped by my fear. He was shouting something over and over, raising his arms as if to flag me down. My eyes were glued to the rear-view mirror, watching him getting closer and closer. His face was twisted with rage or panic. I couldn't tell which. I pressed the gas pedal hard, and my car lurched forward. I didn't care if I got pulled over for speeding. I just needed to get away. My breathing was ragged, my pulse slamming so hard I could feel it in my throat. The road ahead felt like it stretched on forever. My hands kept gripping the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles burned. After about 10 minutes of driving, I pulled into a small gas station with bright white lights flickering above the pumps. I parked near the entrance and just sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel, trying to stop my hands from shaking. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see him running down the street towards me. But there was nothing except the quiet hum of the streetlights and the distant chirping of night insects. Inside the gas station, it smelled like burnt coffee and old bread. I washed my face with cold water in the bathroom sink and looked at myself in the mirror. My face looked pale, eyes bloodshot, lips dry and cracked. I bought an energy drink and sipped it while sitting in my car, engine running, doors locked. I kept scanning the dark highway, waiting to see headlights or a figure walking under the lights. But no one came. Eventually, I gathered up the courage to finish my drive home, sticking to main roads with other cars and gas stations along the way. When I finally got home, it was almost 3 a.m. I sat on my couch with the TV on low volume, not really watching it, just listening to the sound of voices so I wouldn't feel alone. My body felt heavy and sore from the fear and the exhaustion. I never told my family about it because I knew they would just tell me not to sleep on deserted roads again. I still think about that night sometimes, especially when I drive that route for work or to visit family. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't woken up from that scratching sound. Or what would have happened if I had opened my window to check outside? Or if I had stopped for that man sprinting down the road after me? Maybe he needed help. Maybe his car broke down and he was panicking. Or maybe he had been the one scratching my car, waiting for me to get out so he could do God knows what. I'll never know. But every time I feel tired driving home at night, I remember that feeling, the cold terror in my chest, my heart pounding so hard it hurt, my hands shaking on the wheel. I never pull over on deserted roads anymore. No matter how tired I get, I keep driving until I find a gas station, a lit-up shop, or a busy parking lot. Because I learned that night that the real danger isn't ghosts or killers with hooks. The real danger is people, waiting in the dark, hidden just out of sight, moving between the trees while you sleep in your car thinking you're alone. I still see his face in my mind sometimes, that twisted, desperate expression under the harsh glow of my red taillights, and it always makes my chest tighten and my skin crawl. I know I was lucky that night. Lucky I woke up, lucky I didn't open my door, lucky I drove away. I never want to find out what would have happened if I hadn't. I remember it was early autumn when this happened. The trees were just starting to lose their leaves, so the ground was covered in patches of brown and yellow. I liked walking in the woods behind my house, but that day I decided to go off the normal path. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to feel like I was alone in the world for a bit. I had been feeling stressed from work, and my girlfriend at the time had been arguing with me about money. I remember thinking I needed to clear my head, so I walked deeper into the trees, stepping over fallen branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. There was no real trail, just patches of flattened grass where deer or foxes had moved through. I followed one of those and kept walking, not really paying attention to where I was going. It was quiet out there, just birds calling in the distance and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At some point I started to notice this smell. At first it was faint, but the further I walked, the stronger it got. It wasn't like anything I'd smelt before. It was thick and sweet, almost like rotting fruit left too long in the sun, but heavier and more sickly. It was so strong it made me gag a bit. I pulled my t-shirt up over my nose and kept walking forward, curiosity pushing me on even though my stomach twisted with each breath. I remember thinking maybe a deer had died there. I'd come across dead animals before in the woods, usually small ones like rabbits or squirrels, sometimes birds. Once I found half a deer carcass, the ribs picked clean by coyotes or vultures, but this smell was worse than anything like that. It felt heavier in my nose, like I could taste it. I pushed through some thick undergrowth, a bunch of prickly bushes that scratched at my shins. I remember looking down and seeing the small cuts start to bleed. It didn't hurt much, but I wiped the blood away with my other hand and kept pushing forward. When I pulled back one of the big bushes in front of me, that's when I saw him. At first my brain didn't really understand what I was seeing. It was like my eyes refused to believe it was a person. He was slumped against a tree, sort of sideways, with his head tilted down into his chest. His skin didn't look like normal skin anymore. It was greenish-black in places, bloated, almost shiny, with patches of dark purple. His stomach was swollen out in a way that didn't look real. I could see flies crawling all over him, their buzzing so loud in the quiet woods that it made my ears feel hot. There were streaks of something dark and dried down his forearms and legs. His clothes were sticking to his skin, wet and stained in patches. I remember just standing there staring at him, my mind blank. My first clear thought was that I needed to call someone, so I backed up a little, almost falling over one of the roots behind me, and I pulled out my phone. My hands were shaking so bad that I almost dropped it. I dialed 911 and told them what I had found. The operator kept asking me questions. Where exactly was I? Was he breathing? Was there anyone else around? I remember telling her, no, he's dead, he's really dead. I couldn't think straight. I gave her directions as best as I could, trying to explain which path I'd walked off and how far I'd gone. She told me to stay where I was and wait for the police to arrive. So that's what I did. I stood there for a bit, then realized I couldn't stand up the whole time. So I sat down against another tree, a little distance away from him. The smell was still strong, but sitting back a bit made it slightly easier to breathe. I remember the ground was cold and damp under me. I could feel the wetness soaking through my jeans. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I tried to distract myself by watching the flies moving over his skin. They would crawl in and out of his open mouth and nostrils and land on his eyelids, which were half open and clouded over. His hair was matted to his forehead, and there were these thin dark streaks running down the side of his face. I didn't want to look at him, but I couldn't look away either. I kept thinking about who he was, what his name was, why he was there. It started to get dark while I waited. The sun went down behind the trees, and all the shadows stretched out until everything turned gray, then black. I sat there in the dark, listening to the forest around me. Every little sound made me jump. Twigs breaking, leaves rustling, an owl hooting somewhere far off. I felt like something was watching me. I kept thinking that he was going to move, that he was going to stand up and walk over to me. I knew it wasn't possible, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My chest felt tight, and I kept rubbing my hands over my knees to keep them warm. The police took almost 2 hours to find me. When I saw their flashlights bobbing through the trees, I felt like I could finally breathe again. They asked me questions, told me not to come any closer to the body. I stood back while they put tape around the area and took photos. Later they told me he had committed suicide. They didn't give me many details, just that he'd been reported missing a couple weeks earlier. He had left a note at his apartment saying he didn't want to live anymore, and I guess he came out here to do it. They wouldn't say exactly how he did it, but from the way they acted, I could guess it hadn't been quick or peaceful. After that day, I couldn't stop thinking about him. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, the flies on his skin, the way his hands were curled up against his stomach. I started having dreams about him, too. They were always the same. I would be back in the woods, looking for him. I would push through the bushes, and he would be sitting there, just like before, but this time he would look up at me. His face would move, but not like normal. It was slow and wrong, like his skin was too heavy for his bones. In the dreams, he would stare at me and open his mouth like he was going to say something, but no sound would come out. I'd wake up covered in sweat, heart racing so fast I thought it might burst out of my chest. Sometimes, in the dreams, he would stand up and follow me through the woods. I'd be running, branches whipping my arms and legs, and he would be behind me, always just out of sight, but I could hear him moving. I could hear his feet dragging through the leaves, the flies buzzing around him. I would wake up before he caught me, but the fear stayed with me the whole day. I started avoiding going outside at all. Even walking to my car felt dangerous, like he was hiding in the shadows waiting for me. The worst dreams were the ones where he would talk. His voice sounded dry and cracked, like leaves crunching underfoot. He never said anything nice. He would tell me that I shouldn't have found him, that I had disturbed his resting place, that he was finally at peace until I came along, and now he was angry. He would tell me to join him, to kill myself so I could understand how he felt. I knew it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but it didn't matter. It felt real. Every word felt like it was being carved into my brain. I started seeing a therapist after a while. I wasn't sleeping, wasn't eating properly. I lost my job because I couldn't focus on anything. My girlfriend left me too. She said she couldn't handle it anymore, that I was becoming a different person. I didn't blame her. I felt like a different person. The therapist said it was trauma, that my brain was trying to process what I'd seen. She gave me some medication to help me sleep. It worked for a bit, but the dreams always came back eventually. Not every night, but often enough that I started to dread going to bed. I stopped going into the woods. I couldn't even look at trees without feeling my chest tighten up. I'd avoid parks, avoid roads with lots of trees along them. Even now, years later, I still avoid those places. I moved to a different city for a fresh start. It helped a bit. I got a new job in an office, met some new friends, and started to feel normal again. But sometimes, out of nowhere, the dreams come back. I'll see him sitting there, waiting for me. I'll wake up shaking, covered in sweat, my mouth dry and tasting of fear. Every time it happens, I wonder if I'll ever be free of him. If I'll ever be able to close my eyes at night without seeing his bloated, rotting face staring back at me. I don't know. I guess some things just stay with you forever. But at least now I can function again. I can work, talk to people, go about my day without thinking about him all the time. I still get scared, though. Every time I go to sleep, I wonder if he's going to show up in my dreams that night. If I'll hear his dry, broken voice telling me to end my life. I haven't told anyone about that part. Not my friends, not my family, not even my therapist. I just tell them I have nightmares sometimes. I don't want them to think I'm crazy. Maybe I am. I don't know. All I know is that I found him that day, and for a few hours in the dark, I sat with his body in the woods, listening to the flies buzzing over him, waiting for someone to come and take him away. And ever since then, he's never really left me. No matter where I go or what I do, he's still there, somewhere in the back of my mind, waiting. Sometimes, though, when I wake up from the dreams, I sit on the edge of my bed in the dark, listening to the silence of my apartment, and I feel calm, like I'm not really alone. It's a strange feeling. I don't like it, but it's there. Maybe it's just my mind trying to make sense of what happened. Maybe it's just my fear, clinging onto me like a shadow. Either way, I get up, splash cold water on my face, and tell myself he's gone. He's dead. He can't hurt me. I say it over and over again until I start to believe it. Then I make myself a cup of coffee, open the blinds to let the morning light in, and start another day. I remember that night so clearly, even though it's been a few summers now. The kind of night that sticks with you. The kind of night you don't really tell people about because it feels like such a small story, but inside your own head, it never stops playing. It was hot that day, one of those sticky summer days where you can't even sit on the porch without sweating, and by the time the sun went down, the air felt almost cool compared to how it had been earlier. My friend texted me around 10, asking if I wanted to go for a bike ride. We did that sometimes when it was too hot in the day. Just rode around under the streetlights talking about nothing. So I grabbed my bike from the backyard and left the house quietly, not wanting to wake my mom up. She hates when I go out late, but I was old enough to make my own choices by then, and honestly, it felt safer to bike around with him at night than walk alone in daylight. We met up by the gas station a few blocks from my house. It was closed for the night, just the buzzing lights over the pumps and the dark windows inside. We sat there for a few minutes drinking water, then took off down the street. I remember the breeze felt so nice as we rode. The roads were quiet, and the only cars were parked along the sides under the orange glow of the lamps. The city looked like a different place at midnight, peaceful in a lonely way. We biked through a few neighborhoods, cutting across parking lots, weaving around the back of old apartment buildings where the dumpsters always smelled like rotting takeout. There was one block where we stopped and just stood there for a minute, looking at the stars. You don't really see them when you're biking because of the streetlights, but there was a little park with no lamps, so we stood there on the grass, holding our bikes, talking about random things. Work, school, people we knew. I remember feeling tired but relaxed, like I could just keep going forever in that quiet, warm darkness. It was probably around 1 when we finally headed back towards home. He lived a few streets over from me, so when we got near our area, we slowed down and talked for another few minutes by a stop sign. I don't even remember what we said, but it was normal, nothing deep or meaningful. Just goodnight talk. Then he turned left down his street, and I kept going straight, alone now, with just 2 blocks left until I reached my place. There was construction on my side of the street. They dug up the asphalt a few weeks earlier and put down this rough layer of gravel and dirt, with cones blocking off the area, so bikes couldn't ride there. I had to hop onto the sidewalk, which I normally hated doing because it felt like I was invading the walker's space. But at 1 in the morning, there wasn't really anyone out, or so I thought. As I pedaled along the narrow sidewalk, I saw him up ahead. Just a man walking alone. Maybe 40 or older, scruffy hair, wearing jeans and a dark t-shirt. At first I didn't think anything of it. He looked like any other person walking home from the bar or corner store. Nothing really stood out about him. He didn't look homeless, just kind of rough around the edges. My only thought was that the sidewalk was too tight to pass him without warning. I didn't want to scare him by whizzing by out of nowhere. I've startled people before and felt bad about it, so as I got about 6 feet behind him, I said, "Hey, behind you," in what I thought was a friendly voice. He turned around so fast, and I'll never forget his face. His eyes were wide, angry, almost bulging. His jaw clenched so tight that his cheek twitched, and in that split second I knew he wasn't just annoyed or startled. There was something behind his eyes that made my chest tighten. Something not right. I slowed down as I passed him, turning down my street quickly. I tried to ride casually, not wanting to look like I was scared because people like that can sense fear. I was about to reach my house. It's right off the corner, 3rd house in little white fence, rose bush near the porch. I planned to just get home, lock the door, and forget about it. But then I heard it. At first it was just a mumble, but then it turned into yelling. He was screaming behind me, his words slurred but sharp at the same time. "Fucking cunt," he shouted. "I'll fucking kill you." The rage in his voice sliced through the night like a blade. I didn't turn around. I didn't slow down. I kept pedaling as fast as I could, feeling my breath catch in my throat. My heart was pounding so hard that my vision felt fuzzy at the edges. I knew I couldn't turn into my driveway. If he saw where I lived, he'd know, and I didn't want that. I didn't want him to follow me onto the porch or see which window was mine. So instead of stopping, I kept going, riding past my house, my legs burning as I pedaled faster than I ever had before. I decided I'd do another loop around the block. It wasn't that big, just 4 streets making a square. I thought if I came back around, he'd be gone. That's what I hoped anyway. As I turned each corner, my mind was racing with thoughts. Where did he come from? Why was he so angry? Did he think I was trying to attack him? Or was he just waiting for a reason to explode at someone? Every shadow between the houses looked like him. Every parked car felt like it was hiding his body behind it, ready to jump out. I felt so exposed, riding under the streetlights with no one else around. When I finally turned the last corner to come back down my street, I slowed my bike, breathing hard, trying to listen for his voice. At first I didn't see him. The street looked empty. I remember feeling this wave of relief wash over me, thinking maybe he had just kept walking. But then I looked towards my house, and my stomach dropped so hard I almost fell off the bike. He was standing there on my front stoop, right in front of the door. The porch light was off, but I could see his silhouette under the glow of the street lamp across the road. His head was down, but I could tell he was looking out towards the street, just standing there, like he was waiting, like he knew I lived there. My chest felt tight and cold, and my hands were shaking so badly on the handlebars that I almost lost my balance. I didn't even realize I had started crying until I felt the tears on my lips. I rode past my house without stopping. I didn't even look at him as I went by, but in the corner of my eye I saw him turn his head slightly to follow me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to lead him back to my friend's place either, but I didn't feel safe anywhere near my own house. I rode back towards the gas station, parked my bike in the shadows, and sat down behind the big ice freezer. My hands were still shaking so badly I could hardly text, but I managed to type out a message to my friend, asking if I could come back over for a bit. He replied almost right away, telling me to come. I waited there for a few minutes, watching the street to make sure I wasn't being followed, then got back on my bike and rode as fast as I could to his place. When I got there, I leaned my bike against the fence and walked up the steps with my legs trembling, so hard it was difficult to climb them. He opened the door and took one look at me and knew something was wrong, but I just shook my head. I didn't want to talk about it. I sat in his living room for a while, just listening to the sound of the fan clicking back and forth as it blew warm air around. He offered me water, but I couldn't stop shaking long enough to drink it without spilling it on myself. Eventually, when the sky started turning that pale early morning blue, he walked me back home. The street was empty by then. No sign of the man. No footprints. Nothing. It was like he'd never been there, but I knew he had. I felt it deep in my bones. That feeling of being hunted. I didn't sleep that morning. I just lay on my bed with the curtains closed, staring at the ceiling and listening for any creak on the porch. 2 days later, I woke up and went outside to ride to the corner store for milk, and my bike was gone. I'd left it locked up in the alleyway behind the house, and the lock was still there, cut clean through. The bike was just gone. My mom was mad about it, telling me I should have been more careful, that bikes get stolen in this area all the time. But when I thought about it, really thought about it, I wondered if it was random, or if that man had come back and taken it. If he wanted to remind me that he knew where I lived. My mom decided not to call the police. She said it wasn't worth it. It was just a bike. But to me, it wasn't just a bike. It was a reminder that he knew where I lived, that he could come back anytime if he wanted to. That night changed the way I felt about my own street, about walking alone, about riding my bike late at night. Even now, years later, whenever I ride past a stranger on the sidewalk, I think about his face, the anger, the way he stood on my porch like he belonged there. And I wonder if he ever thinks about me, or if I was just another shadow that passed him in the night, never to be remembered, while I still see him in every dark corner I pass. When I was little, probably around 6 or 7, I used to love sleeping in the living room on Friday and Saturday nights. My parents were pretty awesome about it. They knew I liked to stay up late and watch TV, and my sister was a light sleeper, so if I was in our shared bedroom, I'd keep her up. Out there in the living room, I could lie on the couch with my blanket and my pillow and just watch Nick at night until my eyes couldn't stay open anymore. I liked the feeling of the whole house being asleep while I was awake, as if the world was mine for those quiet hours. I felt safe because my parents were right down the hall, and the dog was always asleep on the carpet by my feet. That night, I don't even remember what show I fell asleep watching. I just remember waking up at some point when the TV was still on, but the volume was low. The screen was just playing one of those black and white sitcoms with a laugh track that felt too bright for my eyes. The blanket was twisted around my body, and my neck hurt from the way I'd fallen asleep with my head propped against the armrest. I remember thinking I would just roll over and go back to sleep, but then I felt this strange, prickly feeling crawl up my arms and the back of my neck, like tiny invisible insects running across my skin. I tried to ignore it for a second, thinking it was static from the blanket, but then my body just jolted upright before I even thought about it. My eyes snapped to the front window, which had its thin white curtain drawn back just slightly. Outside, the moon was bright enough to light up the yard. The grass had that pale silver look, almost glowing. Beyond the yard was the start of the woods. We lived in rural Georgia, and our property had so many trees it felt endless to me as a kid. They loomed over the yard, black and solid, their branches stretching out against the moonlit sky. I was still half asleep, rubbing my eyes, but something caught my attention in one of the trees closest to the house, maybe about 15 feet from the window. At first I thought it was just a thick branch with some broken off pieces sticking up at odd angles. But then I realized it was a shape that didn't match the tree at all. My heart just stopped. It was the shape of a person. It was like a black cutout stuck to the tree. The moonlight shone on everything else, but that shape remained dark. I could see the curve of a head, shoulders, arms, and legs bent in an odd way to cling onto a branch. They weren't moving at all, just completely still. I stared so hard my eyes started to water, hoping it was just a broken branch or a trick of the light, but deep inside I knew it wasn't. Before I could even think of what to do, the dog woke up. He was a big old lab mix, friendly and lazy during the day but protective at night. He got up so fast, his nails clicked on the wooden floor, and he ran straight to the window, pressing his nose and paws against the glass. He started growling, deep and low at first, and then barking so hard his body was shaking. I felt my chest tighten with fear. My whole body felt cold and hot at the same time. My arms were covered in goosebumps. I jumped off the couch, my blanket falling behind me, and ran down the hallway into my parents' room. My legs were trembling, so bad I nearly tripped twice. I remember feeling like I couldn't breathe, like the hallway stretched forever before I got to their door. I pushed their door open and rushed to their bed. I tried to speak, but my voice came out broken and gasping. My dad was already half awake, sitting up, looking at me with his eyes still foggy. I remember his hair sticking up in weird directions and his chest moving up and down fast because I had scared him awake. I kept trying to say there was someone outside, pointing down the hallway towards the living room. My chest was tight, and I felt tears building up, but I was too shocked to cry yet. Dad didn't waste any time. He swung his legs off the bed and grabbed the wooden bat he kept beside his dresser. I remember he always joked that it was his insurance bat for the house. He walked out of the room quickly, calling the dog in a low, stern voice. The dog ran out first, nails clicking, barking nonstop. Mama pulled me onto the bed beside her and wrapped her arms around me. Her skin felt warm, but my body was shaking so badly I could barely feel anything. We sat there listening. I could hear the front door open, the dog barking even louder, and then the heavy steps of Dad walking across the porch and into the yard. The dog ran around in circles, sniffing and growling into the darkness. The cold breeze from the outside came into the hallway and into their bedroom, making the curtains sway just a bit. Mama rubbed my back in slow circles. My hands felt numb, and I was still staring at the open door, half expecting something to walk in. After what felt like forever, Dad came back inside. He was breathing heavily, not from running, but from how tense he was. He set the bat down by the door and told us he didn't see anyone out there. He said maybe I was dreaming. I wanted to believe him so badly, but my body still felt like I had been dipped in ice water. I knew I wasn't dreaming. I could still feel the scratchy couch fabric against my cheek, the cold air in my nose, the faint smell of the dog's fur right before he started barking. Dad stayed up after that, walking around the house with a cup of coffee in his hand, making sure everything was locked. I went to my room and crawled into my own bed next to my sister, who was fast asleep with her stuffed bear tucked under her arm. I slid under my blankets and tried to calm down, breathing slow so I wouldn't wake her. My heart still felt like it was hammering against my ribs. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape in the tree again. I don't know how long I laid there, staring at the ceiling. It felt like hours. I could hear Dad's footsteps in the kitchen and living room, the soft sounds of him checking the locks over and over again. The dog had settled down by then, but he still huffed every now and then, as if he was warning whoever was out there to stay away. At some point, I turned my head to look out the window beside my bed. The moonlight was shining on the grass outside. I tried to tell myself there was nothing out there, that Dad would have seen it, that it was safe. My eyes started to feel heavy again. I thought that finally I could sleep. That's when I saw movement outside my window. My breath got stuck in my throat. I felt my stomach drop so fast I thought I would throw up. There was a man standing right there, in the yard, just a few feet away from my window. I could see him so clearly in the moonlight this time. He was thin, wearing dark clothes. His face was turned towards me, but I couldn't see his eyes, just the outline of his features. His hand was up, his finger pressed against his lips in a shushing gesture. My whole body locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe properly. I just stared at him, my chest tight with panic. He stayed like that for a few seconds, his fingers still on his lips. Then he turned around slowly, without looking back, and started walking away. Not running, just walking in a straight line towards the woods until the trees swallowed him up and he was gone. I don't know how long I laid there after that, staring out the window, waiting to see him come back. When I finally felt my body again, the tears came hard. I buried my face in my pillow and cried silently so I wouldn't wake my sister. My tears soaked through the pillowcase and my nose got stuffy, but I didn't want to move. I cried until I felt like I couldn't breathe, and then I just laid there, staring at the ceiling, my eyes burning from the tears. That morning, Dad made pancakes like he always did on Saturdays. The sun was shining, and the yard looked normal again. The grass was bright green with little dewdrops. The dog was rolling around happily in the sunshine, and the birds were singing. Everything looked so normal it made me feel sick, like the night had been a bad dream I couldn't shake off. I never told my parents about seeing him the second time. I felt like if I said it out loud, it would make it real, and I just wanted it to disappear. But after that, I stopped sleeping in the living room. I stopped watching TV late at night. I even stopped looking out my bedroom window after dark. For years, every time I walked past that window at night, I felt that prickly feeling crawl up my arms again. I kept imagining him standing there, staring in, his finger pressed to his lips. Nothing ever happened again after that. No break-ins, no missing people in the area, nothing on the news. But that made it worse somehow. It meant he was just out there, somewhere in those woods, and no one knew except me. And to this day, I still think about the way he walked away so calmly, like he didn't have to rush, like he knew I wouldn't tell, like he knew he could come back whenever he wanted. I was sitting in the living room with my mother one evening, just talking about random family memories. It was late, and the room felt quiet. The TV was off, and we could hear the ticking of the old clock on the wall. I remember she was folding laundry as she spoke, her hands moving automatically as she told me this story that I never heard before. It happened about 10 years ago, but to her it still felt like yesterday. My cousin, who was only a few years older than me, had been in a car crash when she was 17 or 18. She was driving back home after visiting a friend late one evening, and she lost control of her small hatchback on a wet bend. The car had skidded sideways into a tree, and even though she was wearing her seatbelt, the side impact had crushed her pelvis and damaged her internal organs badly. I remember visiting her in the hospital with my parents when it happened. She was pale and sleepy, hooked up to machines, and I remember the tubes in her nose and the beeping sounds around her bed. She could still talk back then, though she was tired all the time, and her voice was so faint you had to lean close to hear her. I was too young to really understand what was happening, but I remember the smell of hospital disinfectant and her fingers feeling cold when I held her hand to say goodbye. She died 2 weeks later from internal bleeding that the doctors couldn't fully stop. She was close to everyone in the family, but especially to my dad's sister, our aunt. My aunt had 3 little kids back then, none older than 4, and my cousin used to babysit them almost every weekend. Sometimes she would take them to the park near the house or sit with them in the living room watching cartoons, helping them eat dinner when my aunt was busy. I remember my cousin would come home with drawings they made for her or stickers they gave her to put on her phone case. She used to say those kids were like her little siblings because she spent so much time with them. At the time of her death, my aunt's house was under construction. They were having an extension built at the back to add a larger kitchen and a utility room. I remember seeing the building materials scattered around her yard, big sand piles and stacks of bricks covered with blue tarps to keep off the rain. The construction work had started a month before the accident and was still going on for a couple months afterwards. The workers came in every morning around 8 and stayed until 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Sometimes, if I stayed over at my aunt's house, I would wake up to the sound of hammering and drills coming from outside. My aunt didn't mind the noise because she was at work during the day, and the kids were too small to care. One day, while she was at work, she got a phone call from one of the construction workers. He sounded annoyed, and my aunt told my mom later that at first she thought something was wrong with the construction or that they needed more supplies. But the worker told her they were having trouble with a teenage girl who kept showing up at the house. He said that she didn't say anything to them, but she would walk around the construction site, look at what they were doing, and leave. Sometimes she would come right up to the area they were working and just stand there, looking at them, then walk away again. They thought maybe she was from the neighborhood, curious about the new extension being built. But she came often, multiple times a week, always wearing the same clothes, never speaking, just walking around quietly and leaving. My aunt was confused and asked the worker for a description to see if she knew her. The worker said she had long brown hair, wore a red baseball cap, denim dungarees, and a white jacket. As soon as he described her, my aunt froze. She said her blood felt like it went cold in her veins. That was exactly what my cousin used to wear all the time. The red cap was her favorite. She wore it even indoors sometimes, and the denim dungarees with the white jacket were the outfit she wore the day of the accident. My aunt didn't say anything to the worker at first. She just thanked him for letting her know and hung up the call. When she got home that day, she went to the construction area and asked the workers again about the girl. She showed them a photo of my cousin, the last picture they had of her wearing those exact clothes. The workers looked at the photo and went silent. They nodded and said that was definitely her. That was the girl who kept coming to the site, standing quietly and leaving after a while. I remember when my mom told me this story, she said that our family was never one to believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. We grew up practical. My dad was the type to roll his eyes at ghost shows on TV, and my mom was never scared of graveyards or old buildings. Even my aunt never talked about spirits or hauntings before. But this story made everyone quiet. No one knew how to explain it. They thought maybe it was a girl who just looked like my cousin, but the exact clothes, the same hair, the same way she stood, it felt too precise to ignore. There was no logical explanation, but my family never discussed it much beyond that. They didn't want to turn it into something supernatural. My aunt never saw the girl herself, only the workers did, and after a few weeks, she stopped appearing altogether. Years later, when I think about that story, I try to understand it in a logical way. Maybe there really was a girl nearby who dressed like that, and the workers just mistook her for my cousin. Maybe their minds filled in the details when they saw the photo, or maybe they were just being polite to my aunt when she showed them the picture. But deep down, there is always a small, uncomfortable feeling in my stomach when I remember it. I picture my cousin walking through the half-built rooms, her red cap low over her eyes, her denim dungarees dusty from the construction ground. I imagine her standing there, watching the walls go up, the bricks stacking into place, the extension taking shape. Maybe it was just an illusion or a mistake of memory, or maybe it was something else entirely. After the house was completed, my aunt never saw or heard anything strange there again. The kids grew up, the house felt warm and normal, and no one ever brought up that story unless they were talking about my cousin. My mother says she thinks about it sometimes, wondering if my cousin just wanted to see the house finished, if she felt attached to it because she spent so much time there, helping with the kids, eating dinner with them, sitting on the living room floor with cartoons playing in the background. Maybe it was just her way of saying goodbye quietly, without words, without disturbing anyone. It's been years now, and my aunt still lives in that house. Whenever I visit, I sit in the kitchen extension, the room that didn't exist when my cousin was alive, and I think about her standing there while it was half finished. I imagine the concrete floor, the wooden beams overhead, and her standing in her white jacket and red cap, just watching everything being built. It's a strange feeling, sitting in that same place years later, thinking about how time moves on, how people leave us behind, but their memories stay in all these small spaces. I don't know if the workers really saw my cousin, or if they just thought they did, but whenever I think about her, I remember that story. It makes me feel sad, but also calm in a way I can't explain. Because even if there was nothing supernatural about it, even if it was just a girl who looked like her, it still felt like she was there, one last time, walking through the place she spent so much of her life in, before finally leaving for good. I always knew my house was built weird. It sits far back on the lot, farther than any other house on the street. All the other houses sit closer to the sidewalk, but mine sits back, almost tucked away like it was hiding. When I was a kid, I thought it was cool because it made the yard feel bigger, but as I grew up, it started to feel off. Like the house was set up wrong from the start. The layout never helped. The sidewalk doesn't go to the front yard like normal houses. Instead, it runs the length of the living room windows and stops right at the front porch, like someone forgot where it was supposed to go. Those big windows look straight into the living room. They let in a lot of light, especially in the morning, which my mom always loved. She would sit on the couch drinking her tea with the sun all over her face. But those windows don't open, and there are no curtains, just sheer covers that don't block anything at night when the inside lights are on. It always felt like living in a fishbowl. That week, my parents and younger brother went on a trip to visit family. I couldn't take time off work, so I stayed home alone. I worked all day Friday, and when I got home that evening, the house felt dead quiet. I never realized how much noise my family made just by existing, walking around, closing cabinets, humming in the kitchen, laughing at some show in the living room. All of it gone, just silence sitting heavy in every room. I decided to drink that night. I thought it would be fun to relax and do nothing. I ordered greasy food and sat in front of the TV. I didn't even watch what was on, just flipped channels, drinking can after can of beer until the table was covered in empties. The house felt a little less empty once I was drunk. I could hear the TV loud. I could feel my own heartbeat in my ears. Around 9 at night, I realized I was too drunk to walk back to my room. It was stupid, but I felt scared of the hallway. It was so dark, and the thought of standing up, turning around to grab my phone charger, or walking past the kitchen just made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to see the black windows reflecting nothing back. I didn't want to feel the cold linoleum under my feet. So I stayed there on the couch, right underneath the big living room windows. I laid there, half watching the TV, my eyelids getting heavier. I didn't bother turning anything off. The light from the lamp was warm against my cheek, and the blanket smelled like laundry soap. The beer buzz was gone and replaced by heavy sleep. I drifted off with the TV flashing random colors across the walls. Then I woke up. It wasn't gradual, like when you're in bed and slowly open your eyes because of the sun. This was like a snap. 1 second I was asleep, the next I was awake. My eyes opened into darkness. The TV was off, the lamp was off, and the only light was from the streetlight far down the driveway. It threw a dim glow into the room, enough to see the outlines of furniture, but not enough to see details. I laid there, not moving, trying to figure out why I was awake. My body felt cold all over, even under the blanket. My teeth weren't chattering, but I felt chills so deep they made my back hurt. My head felt foggy from the alcohol, but I knew something was wrong. My ears were ringing with silence. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. I didn't move, I just laid there, staring at the ceiling. Then the banging started. It was sudden. It came from right above me. The first bang shook the window so hard I heard the glass rattle against the frame. Then another bang. Then another. Like someone was pounding their fists against it again and again. I didn't move. I couldn't move. My eyes were open, and I was looking straight up at the window, but I couldn't see anything beyond it. Just the reflection of the room, the couch, and the edge of my blanket lit by the dim streetlight. But I knew someone was there. Someone was standing right there, pounding on the glass above my head. My chest felt tight. I couldn't feel my arms. I tried to move my fingers, and they felt numb. My ears were filled with the sound of my own breathing. I wanted to run, to jump off the couch and crawl away, but my body felt pinned down by fear. All I could do was flick my eyes sideways to look at the cable box clock. The red numbers burned into my vision. 3:08 nachts. The banging kept going. Fists slamming into the glass in fast, angry bursts. Sometimes there would be just one hard bang that shook the frame. Other times there were 3 or 4 hits in a row, like whoever was out there was losing patience. I could hear their hands slapping against the window, and I wondered if it hurt them, if their skin was bleeding from hitting it so hard. The idea made my stomach clench. Then it stopped. Silence dropped over the room again. I didn't move. My ears were ringing louder now, filled with blood rushing through my head. My mouth felt dry and sour from the beer. I felt like I was going to puke, but I couldn't even roll over. Then the banging started again, but this time it came from 2 directions. Someone was back at the window, pounding harder than before, but now there was banging on the front door too. Heavy thuds shaking the wooden door against its hinges. I could hear both sets of bangs, coming at random, overlapping. The window right above my head, and the door just 10 feet away. My body felt like it was going to burst apart from fear. My eyes watered from staring so long. I tried to keep my breathing quiet, but it came out in ragged, shaky gasps. Every time the banging came down on the window above me, I felt my stomach clench like someone punched me. It felt like it went on forever. Minutes stretched into hours in my head. I thought about trying to grab my phone, but it was on the coffee table in front of me, and I would have to sit up to reach it. That meant moving. That meant whoever was out there would see me move. My mind was spinning with what I should do. Should I run to my bedroom? Should I crawl on the floor and hope they couldn't see me? Should I stay here and pretend I wasn't real, that I wasn't here, that I was still asleep? But I didn't move. I stayed there, feeling the pounding through the couch, feeling the window shake above me, feeling the door vibrate against its hinges. Sometimes the pounding on the door got so loud, I thought the wood would split open. Other times it felt like the hits were softer, almost like knocking, like they were waiting for me to answer. That was worse. Finally, after what felt like hours but must have been 40 minutes, it stopped. Just like that. 1 second there was chaos, fists slamming into glass and wood, the rattling echoing through the silent house, and the next nothing. I didn't move. I laid there for what felt like another hour, staring at the ceiling until my eyes burned. I kept thinking I would hear footsteps outside, that they would come back, that they were waiting right outside the window, looking down at me, watching to see if I moved. At some point, the sun started to come up. I didn't sleep. I just laid there listening to the silence of the house. When the light started to brighten the room, I felt like I could breathe again. My fingers tingled with pins and needles from being clenched so tight all night. I sat up slowly, listening for any sound, but there was nothing. My neck hurt from laying stiff for so long. My head throbbed with a hangover and with fear. I stood up on shaky legs and went to the window. I pressed my face close to the glass, trying to see if there were any footprints in the dirt or smudges on the glass, but the outside was empty. Just the early morning light touching the yard. No cars, no people, no movement at all. I walked to the front door and looked out through the peephole. The porch was empty. The sidewalk was empty. Everything looked normal, but it didn't feel normal. My chest still felt tight, and my stomach was sour and clenched. I grabbed my phone off the table. I didn't even check my notifications. I just held it in my hand like it was a weapon. Later that morning, I walked outside to check around the house. The dirt under the windows had no footprints. The porch had no muddy marks or scuffs. I even checked the side yard and the driveway. Nothing. It was like no one had ever been there. That day, I couldn't stop shaking. I felt like every sound was them coming back. Every creak of the house settling, every car driving by, every branch tapping against the siding. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I didn't want to be alone in the house anymore. I called my friend, hoping he'd come over to stay, but when he said no, I felt something sink in my chest. I knew I'd be sleeping alone again. I kept thinking about it for days after. Who were they? What did they want? Why didn't they break in? Did they know I was there the whole time, frozen in fear under the window? Were they watching me before they started pounding, just standing there in the dark, waiting? That was the thought that made it hard to breathe. After my family came home, I didn't tell them right away. I felt embarrassed somehow, like it was my fault for sleeping on the couch under those big windows with no curtains. But eventually I told them. My dad checked the security cameras we had near the garage, but they didn't catch anything. The cameras only cover the driveway and back patio. The front yard is just darkness beyond their range. I've never slept on that couch again. Even during the day, I avoid sitting there. I bought thick curtains for those big windows, and I keep them closed. At night, I double-check every lock in the house, sometimes 3 or 4 times. I know it probably wasn't some random prank. No one stands outside pounding on a window and a door for 40 minutes at 3 in the morning just for fun. They wanted in. They wanted something. And I think about it every night when I turn off the lights, about how close they were to me that night. Just a thin sheet of glass between me and them. I think about how if I had moved or screamed or tried to run, they might have broken through. The fear never goes away completely. It sits inside me now, cold and heavy, reminding me that no lock or window really keeps anyone out. It just buys you a little time. I remember that day so clearly even though it's been over 10 years now. I was about 10 back then. It was one of those evenings that felt like a holiday, even though it wasn't. All my cousins and siblings were over at our house. There were about 10 of us all together. The adults had decided to go out for dinner. They left us with some frozen pizzas, snacks, and instructions not to fight or destroy the house. I remember watching them all leave, one by one, getting into their cars and driving off down the street until the house felt quiet in that strange way it does when parents are gone. We didn't care though. We were happy they left. The living room became ours. We dragged blankets and pillows from the bedrooms and made a huge nest on the floor in front of the TV. Someone put on a movie. I don't even remember what we were watching, just that it was something we'd all seen a million times before. I was sitting near the back of the pile, curled up with a blanket tucked under my chin. I kept staring at the lights flickering from the TV screen across everyone's faces, seeing the glow dance across the quiet room. I remember feeling safe. There's something about being surrounded by other kids, knowing your cousins and siblings are right there with you, that makes the world feel small and comfortable. Even the shadows in the corners of the room felt friendly that night. I don't know how long we'd been watching when it happened. I can still hear the exact sound it made in my head if I think about it long enough. There was this deep boom, not like thunder, but deeper, stronger. The entire house shook under us. I felt the floor shiver up through my legs and chest. It was like the ground itself jumped. At the exact same time, there was a flash of light that burst through the windows from the backyard. It wasn't like lightning. It was bright, but it felt closer and hotter, like the light had weight to it. Everything turned white for a second. I couldn't see anyone around me, only this blinding glow that swallowed the entire room. And then it was gone. Just as fast as it happened, it disappeared. The boom still echoed in my chest. I could feel my heart hammering, so hard it almost hurt. For a second, no one moved. No one even breathed. Then, almost together, like a pack of scared animals, we all scrambled to our feet and ran down the hallway. Our feet pounded against the wooden floors. I could hear my cousins breathing heavy around me as we crowded into the narrow hallway between the bedrooms. My older cousin, who was about 15 then, pressed his back against the wall and stared at the rest of us with wide eyes. Everyone was breathing hard, chests rising and falling, faces pale in the dim hallway light. It was like we all turned into statues for a few minutes, just standing there trying to hear anything from outside. My ears felt like they were ringing, but I could still hear little noises, like the ticking of the kitchen clock down the hall and the buzzing of the old ceiling light above us. After a while, my eldest cousin took out his phone. He kept staring down the hallway towards the living room while he scrolled through his contacts. He kept looking at the front door, as if expecting someone to kick it down any second. I knew he was thinking about calling the police. I could see it in his face. But instead, he called the parents. I watched him press the phone against his ear, his hand shaking a little, his fingers gripping the case so hard his knuckles turned white. He didn't say anything for a while, just listened, nodded, and then ended the call. He slid down to sit on the floor, pulling his knees up to his chest. We stayed in the hallway for a long time. I remember my legs starting to ache from standing so still. My youngest cousin started crying softly, trying to bury her face in her blanket to keep the sound down. After a while, I could feel the air changing. The fear was still there, but it felt heavier, like we were getting used to it. Eventually, someone whispered that we should check the living room again. The older kids nodded. They told us to wait, but no one wanted to be left alone, so we all crept out together. I remember how cold the wooden floor felt under my feet as we walked slowly down the hallway back into the living room. Everything looked normal. The movie was still playing, flickering images across the pillows and blankets scattered everywhere. It was so strange, seeing the movie playing like nothing had happened. Like that huge boom and flash of light didn't just shake the entire world a few minutes ago. The eldest cousins started looking around for something to use as weapons. One grabbed a fireplace poker, another took a wooden baseball bat that was leaning near the back door. I remember feeling stupid because I picked up a rolled-up plastic toy lightsaber. It was the only thing near me, and even though I knew it wouldn't protect me, holding it made me feel braver. I gripped it so tight my fingers hurt. We checked every window. We looked out into the backyard from the kitchen. The porch light was on, glowing across the small patch of grass and the old swing set. Everything looked still. Too still. I kept expecting to see something standing out there. Someone or something that caused the light and the boom. But there was nothing. Just the empty yard, quiet under the porch light. We ended up sitting back in the living room. This time no one sat with their back to the window. We sat in a circle, facing outward like we were guarding each other. The movie kept playing in the background, but no one was watching it anymore. We just kept listening, waiting for another boom or flash. I remember my cousin gripping the fireplace poker so tight his hands were shaking. Half an hour passed like that. Time felt so strange, stretching out like it would never end. Every second felt long and heavy. Every sound, like the creaking of the house settling or the refrigerator humming, made us jump. My heart wouldn't calm down. It felt like I could hear it beating in my ears. Finally, we heard the cars pulling into the driveway. Headlights swept through the front windows, lighting up the living room like the boom had done earlier. But this light felt different. Warmer. Safer. The parents walked in laughing, carrying boxes of leftovers and takeout bags. I remember the smell of food filling the house instantly. It was so normal, so painfully normal that I almost started crying from relief. They looked at us sitting there, holding fireplace pokers, bats, and plastic toys, and they laughed. They asked what we were doing, why we were all so pale, why everyone looked like they just saw a ghost. We tried to explain it to them. We told them about the boom and the flash, how the house shook, how it felt like a bomb went off in the backyard. But they just kept shaking their heads, laughing it off. They said maybe it was thunder or the neighbors shooting fireworks. But we knew what thunder sounded like. We knew what fireworks looked like. This was different. It was so strong, so bright, so loud. It felt real, too real to ignore. After they put away the food and turned on all the lights in the house, we went into the backyard together. I remember stepping onto the porch, my heart pounding again. The night air felt cold against my face. We looked around, expecting to see something. A burnt patch of grass, a broken tree, a hole in the ground. But there was nothing. The swing set stood where it always did, gently swaying a little in the breeze. The grass was unmarked. The fences were standing tall. Everything looked exactly the same as it always had. The parents and grandparents didn't see anything wrong. They shook their heads and told us we had too much imagination for our own good. Maybe we did, but all of us felt it. All of us saw it. All of us heard it. It wasn't something in our heads. It was real. For the rest of the night, we sat closer together. None of us wanted to sleep alone or even go to the bathroom alone. We kept watching out the windows, listening for that deep boom again. But nothing else happened. Eventually, one by one, we fell asleep on the living room floor, the TV still playing in the background, flickering shadows across our sleeping faces. It's been over 10 years now, but every time we get together, someone brings it up. We sit around at family gatherings, eating dinner or playing cards, and someone says, "Hey, remember that night with the boom and the light?" And we all nod, because we all remember. We try to come up with explanations every time. Maybe it was a transformer blowing up. Maybe it was something underground. Maybe it was something in the sky. But we never really figure it out. Even now, thinking back to that night, I can still feel it. The way the floor shook under me. The way the light swallowed everything. The way my heart slammed against my ribs so hard it felt like it would crack them. It's the scariest thing that's ever happened to me, because I still don't know what it was. And I guess that's what makes it so scary. Not knowing. Sometimes when I'm alone in my room at night, and the house is quiet, I think about it. I wonder what would have happened if we went outside right away instead of hiding in the hallway. I wonder what we would have seen. I wonder if it was something normal, something that had a simple explanation, or if it was something that wasn't meant for us to see. Something that came and went so fast, leaving only a boom and a flash behind, and the feeling that for a few seconds, the world wasn't quite right. And maybe it's better that we didn't see it. Maybe it's better that all we have is that memory, and the way it still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. Because whatever it was, it's gone now. All that's left is that night, burned into my memory forever. I never thought the first time I'd use my CPR certification would be like that. Just a week before, I was sitting in a bright classroom with clean mannequins, learning how deep to push and how fast to count. The instructor kept it calm and structured, repeating over and over that this training could save lives. I guess I imagined that if I ever used it, the person would look like those mannequins. Clean skin, clear chest, no chaos around them. But that wasn't what happened. It was a cool October afternoon. My friends and I were at a thrift store, trying to find last-minute costumes for Halloween. I remember that the dressing rooms smelled like old carpet and metal hangers. I was in there trying on a big coat, thinking it might look funny as part of a detective costume. I could hear my friends laughing outside. Then it just went quiet. Silent, like the store suddenly emptied. I pulled the curtain back and saw everyone standing near the front doors. Their faces were pale and stiff. A woman was talking fast, hands shaking. I couldn't hear her words clearly at first, but I heard passed out, outside, and not moving. My chest tightened. I stepped out of the dressing room and said in a shaky voice that I was certified and I could check, but they needed to call 911 right away. My voice sounded small and thin, like I was trying to act brave, but didn't fully believe it myself. As I walked toward the doors, I remember feeling my legs get lighter, almost numb. Outside, the parking lot stretched out under a pale sky. The air felt thin and cold on my skin. I looked around, but didn't see anyone lying on the ground. For a moment I thought maybe she had gotten up, maybe this wasn't real. Then someone behind me shouted that she was in her car, parked far out by itself. I started jogging across the lot. Each step felt hollow, like I was running on foam. Her car was an old dark sedan. It was parked crooked in the space, angled to one side. I slowed down as I got close. I could see her through the window. She was slumped against it, her head pressed to the glass. Her face was blue. Not pale, not gray, but a deep blue purple. Her lips were dark. Her eyes were half open, staring at nothing. She looked cold, empty, and already gone. My throat closed up. I just stood there for a second, staring through the glass, feeling like the air had been sucked out of my chest. I could hear my heart thudding, so hard it almost hurt. Her cheeks had the faint red rings under the eyes that I'd heard drug users sometimes get, but hers were tinted with blue because there wasn't any oxygen moving through her blood anymore. Someone ran up beside me. We pulled the door open. The smell hit me first. It smelled like sweat and old fast food wrappers, mixed with something sour and chemical. I saw the needles on the floor, some still capped, some bent. There were empty orange pill bottles scattered around her feet, along with crushed up fast food cups and straws. I noticed the toys in the back seat too. A little stuffed dinosaur, a toy car, and a car seat strapped in place. There were kids somewhere in her life. 2 names were tattooed on her forearm in big dark letters, written in a script style. The skin around them looked dry and faded. When we turned her head to check her pulse, tears were running down her face. I think that image is what stuck with me the most. Her skin was cold to touch, her lips slightly parted, but tears had rolled down her cheeks, leaving shiny tracks along the dry bluish skin. I don't know if she cried before she passed out, or if her body just let go of everything as it was shutting down. It made her look so human, so small, like a scared child. I kneeled down and pressed 2 fingers into her neck. I couldn't feel anything. I kept them there longer, hoping I was just missing it, counting slowly in my head. My fingers were shaking so badly, I wasn't sure if it was her pulse or my own. Another person tried. They looked at me and shook their head, eyes wide, like they were about to cry. I swallowed hard and started compressions. Her chest felt small under my hands. I remembered the instructor saying to push hard enough to break ribs if you had to. I pushed down fast, counting in my head, feeling her sternum sink under the heel of my palm. Her head rocked slightly each time I pressed down. Her mouth stayed half open. I could see spit and foam at the corner of her lips. I was aware of everything. The cars driving by in the distance. The cold breeze that made my arms shiver each time I paused for breaths. The smell of oil and dust rising off the pavement. The way her hair spread across the concrete like a dark stain. My friends standing further back, their faces pale and horrified. One of them was crying quietly, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie. After what felt like forever, I heard the wail of the ambulance. It cut through everything, sharp and urgent. The EMTs jumped out, voices quick and direct, their hands moving fast as they pulled out their gear. They took over compressions immediately. Another ambulance pulled up right behind them, and more EMTs got out. There were 6 of them surrounding her now, each one with a job. They cut open her shirt to place the pads on her chest. They put an oxygen mask over her mouth. One of them pulled out a syringe with a bright orange cap. Naloxone, I thought. The reversal drug for heroin overdoses. They pushed it into her arm fast. I stepped back. My hands were shaking, and I couldn't feel my fingertips anymore. My palms were covered in dirt and small cuts from where they scraped the concrete while adjusting her position. The EMTs were saying words I couldn't hear, moving in perfect unison. One of them checked her pupils with a tiny light. Another was squeezing a bag to force air into her lungs. A police officer walked up beside me, looking down at her, then back at me. His eyes were tired. He said something about how the naloxone works if it's given in time, but she was too far gone. They would keep trying until they reached the hospital, and then they'd call it there. I felt empty hearing that. Numb. I wanted to throw up, but I didn't. I just stood there staring at her body while they loaded her onto the stretcher. Her arms flopped limply at her sides as they lifted her up. Her tears had dried on her cheeks by then, leaving faint salt lines across her skin. They strapped her down and wheeled her into the back of the ambulance, continuing CPR the whole way. When they closed the doors, the sound of the latch echoed in the parking lot. It felt like the world paused for a moment. The ambulances pulled away, sirens blaring, and then there was nothing but the quiet hum of cars on the road in the distance. The police officer asked me a few questions about what I saw. I answered automatically. I kept looking at the spot on the ground where she had been lying. There was a small wet mark on the pavement where her hair had been. A single dark hair stuck to the ground, flattened in the moisture. Eventually, they let me go. My friends were waiting by the store entrance. Their faces were still pale. None of us spoke as we walked back inside. I went into the bathroom and scrubbed my hands until they turned red. I didn't want to touch anything. My fingertips hurt from pressing down so hard on her chest. Under my nails was gray dirt from the pavement, and I cleaned it out slowly with paper towels. We left the store without buying anything. The ride home was silent. I stared out the window, watching the power lines cut across the sky like black veins. When I got home, I took a long shower. I sat down on the floor of the tub and let the water run over my head. My chest felt heavy. My arms felt like rubber. I kept seeing her face every time I closed my eyes. The blue skin, the tears, the empty gaze. I kept thinking about the toys in her back seat and the names tattooed on her arm. Who were they? Where were they now? That night I couldn't sleep. I lay on my back staring at the ceiling, feeling the shape of her chest under my palms, the way it sunk down with each compression. I thought about how small she felt, how her body seemed to fold in on itself, so fragile and light. I thought about how CPR in class felt safe and simple, but out there, with needles scattered on the floor and death hanging heavy in the air, it felt like trying to push life back into a body that had already given up. I don't know if she died in the car, staring out the window with tears rolling down her cheeks, thinking about whoever those names were, or if she knew it was coming and just closed her eyes. I hope she wasn't alone in her head when it happened. I hope she thought of her kids, or someone she loved, or a moment that made her happy before everything went dark. I still think about her sometimes. When I see people in cars parked alone on the edge of parking lots. When I see kids' toys scattered on back seats. When I see people nodding off at bus stops, eyes half closed, their heads dipping down. I think about how thin the line is between being alive and being gone. How one moment you're sitting in your car, and the next, strangers are pulling you out onto the pavement, trying to pound life back into you under a pale October sky. That day changed something in me. I still remember the feeling of her ribs under my hands, the sound of her hair brushing against the pavement each time her head rocked with the compressions. I remember looking down at her face and realizing that even if you do everything right, sometimes it isn't enough. Sometimes people die anyway, and you're left kneeling there, feeling helpless and small under the wide open sky, with nothing but the echo of sirens fading in the distance and the heavy silence that follows. I was back at my parents' place last summer for the holidays. It felt good to be back after months of constant stress from university work and late-night shifts at the cafe. Their house is a 2-story old brick place with creaking wood floors and that smell that only old houses have. The walls were decorated with fading family photos and an old clock that ticked so loud at night that it always sounded like it was right beside your ear. My room was upstairs, down the hallway from my sister's room. Her room was right at the end of the hallway, across from the bathroom. That night I stayed up late. I'd gotten into the habit of staying up most nights when I was away, working on assignments or just watching videos to pass time. I remember it was a hot night because the fan in my room was on full speed, but I could still feel sweat building up on my neck and chest. The crickets outside were loud, and there was a moth battering itself against my window for hours. The air smelled like summer night, damp grass, soil, and heat trapped from the day. It was around 3 in the morning. Everyone else was asleep. I was sitting at my desk scrolling through videos with headphones on, the screen being the only light in the room. My eyes were dry and my back hurt from sitting for too long. I had just finished watching some dumb video about abandoned amusement parks when I felt my phone buzz beside me on the desk. I remember thinking that it was weird anyone would call me at this hour, but even more weird when I saw it was my sister's name flashing on the screen. Her room was literally down the hallway. If she needed anything, she could have just come to my door and knocked. I took off my headphones, wiped my face, and reached for the phone. But right as my finger slid to pick up, the call ended. It just stopped. I sat there for a few seconds staring at her name on the call log. I thought maybe she dialed me by mistake, or maybe she needed something. So I pushed my chair back, stood up slowly feeling my knees crack, and walked out into the dark hallway. The hallway was narrow and warm, with a faint smell of old wood and the shampoo my mom used to clean the carpets. I remember feeling a bit dizzy from standing up too fast and holding the wall as I moved towards her room. I could see her door was closed, the yellow glow of her nightlight seeping out underneath. As I got closer, I heard nothing at first, just the deep silence of the house, mixed with the ticking of the clock downstairs. Then suddenly she screamed. The sound tore through the quiet so sharp and sudden that I felt my chest tighten and my legs almost buckled under me. She screamed again, louder this time, like someone was hurting her. I ran to the door and twisted the knob so fast my wrist hurt. The door swung open and I rushed inside. Her room was lit with that dim yellow nightlight she always kept on because she hated sleeping in complete darkness. The curtains were pulled closed but thin enough that I could see the shadows of tree branches swaying slightly in the breeze outside. She was sitting up in her bed, eyes wide, tears on her cheeks, clutching her blanket so hard that her knuckles were white. Her hair was sticking to her forehead with sweat. She was looking around the room with her chest heaving like she couldn't catch her breath. I looked around. The room was empty. Her laptop was closed on her study table, the chair tucked in. Her pile of clothes was on the small wooden chair near the wardrobe. Her slippers were right next to her bed. There was nobody there. Nothing moved except for the slow rotation of her small plastic fan. After a few seconds, she stopped screaming and just sat there breathing hard. Her face was pale and she was shaking. She wouldn't lie down again. I sat beside her for a long time, rubbing her back while she calmed down. Finally, she told me that she woke up because she felt like someone was watching her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a dark shape right in front of her face. It was so close, she said she could feel it, like someone leaning down over her while she slept. That's when she screamed. I remember just sitting there listening to her breathing unevenly, looking around the room again and again trying to see if there was anything at all out of place. But everything looked normal. Her books were stacked on the side table. Her water bottle was half full. The small mirror on her dressing table showed my reflection standing behind her. There was nothing else. Nothing hiding behind the door or near the closet. After she calmed down more, she asked why I came into her room so fast. I told her it was because she called me. She looked confused. Then she told me her phone wasn't in her room. She said she'd left it downstairs in her purse after dinner because it was almost dead and she didn't need it that night. I didn't believe her at first, so I asked her to check around her bed and in the small drawer where she keeps her charger. But her phone wasn't there. She was telling the truth. I went downstairs to the living room in the dark, using the dim light from the kitchen nightlight to see. Her purse was on the table next to the sofa where she left it earlier, and her phone was inside, screen off, still dead. I remember picking it up and feeling this cold, sinking feeling in my chest. It felt like my stomach dropped all the way down to my feet. When I went back upstairs, she was lying down, but her eyes were still open. She asked if her phone had called me. I told her yes, and showed her the log on my phone. The call was there. Incoming call from her number at 3:04 a.m. But when she turned her phone on later that morning after it charged, there was no call log on her phone at all. Not even a missed call. It was like it never happened. But my phone showed it. The time, her name, everything. She didn't call me, and she didn't even have her phone near her that night. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I stayed up sitting in my bed, looking at my phone screen glowing with that single call log entry, the only proof that anything happened. I kept thinking about what she saw, about the shadow that was centimeters from her face. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe someone was playing a prank. Maybe I was half asleep and dreamed the call. Maybe her phone glitched. But I knew I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake watching videos, and her call came in. I saw her name. I picked it up, and it ended right away. It felt real because it was real. The next morning, everything felt normal again. The sun was shining through the curtains. My parents were in the kitchen making breakfast. My dad was reading the newspaper like always, the pages crackling as he turned them. My mom was boiling water for tea, the smell of cardamom filling the kitchen. My sister came down looking tired and pale, but she didn't mention it again. I didn't either. I just sat there eating toast, staring at the call log on my phone again and again, trying to find some explanation. But even now, a year later, I still have no idea how it happened. Her phone was dead and downstairs, but it called me at 3 in the morning. She woke up screaming about a dark shadow that was right in front of her face, close enough to feel. I still think about that night sometimes when I'm lying in bed unable to sleep, staring into the darkness of my own room and wondering what I'd do if I woke up and saw something there, leaning over me, close enough to touch. Wondering if whatever she saw that night was what called me, using her number to bring me there for a reason I don't want to understand. I never managed to explain it. And honestly, I don't think I ever will. I was about 2 hours into my drive back home when it started getting dark. I had left the city after lunch and took the longer route through the mountains because I thought it would be pretty. At first, the drive felt peaceful. The winding roads went through thick pine forests, and sometimes the trees opened up to show me views of deep valleys and gray cliffs in the distance. But as evening came, the road started feeling lonely. There were no other cars passing me for a while, and I began to feel the weight of the silence pressing against my little sedan. I didn't really mind at first. I liked driving alone. It gave me time to think about life and my plans for the week. But as the sun dropped behind the hills and the sky turned dark blue, I realized I had been driving without seeing any houses or buildings for over an hour. There were no streetlights on this mountain road. Only my headlights lit the way in front of me, showing the twisting asphalt and the sharp curves ahead. Soon, I noticed I was running low on fuel. The gauge was down to a quarter tank, and I started getting worried because there were no signs for gas stations or towns. I turned off my music to focus on driving, but the silence in the car felt thick and heavy. The only sound was the quiet hum of the engine and the crunch of gravel when I drifted too close to the road's edge. Then I saw a sign that said Creekside 10 miles. I felt some relief. At least there was a small town coming up. I didn't know if it would have gas, but it was better than nothing. I kept driving, passing thick walls of pine trees on both sides. The shadows between the trees looked like moving shapes, and I had to remind myself it was just the darkness and my tired eyes playing tricks. After what felt like forever, I saw lights ahead. A few yellow streetlights glowed above a small gas station. I pulled in quickly, feeling my shoulders loosen a little. The gas station was old. The sign was faded, and the roof looked stained from years of rain and sun. One of the lights flickered above the pump. I parked beside it and got out. The air outside was cold. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me. There was no one at the station. The small shop attached to it looked closed, but the pumps were the pay-at-pump type, so I slid my card in and started filling up. The only sound was the fuel flowing into my tank and the wind moving through the pine trees nearby. I looked around. Across the road was a dark forest. The trees started just 10 feet from the asphalt, and the branches were so thick that the headlights from passing cars probably wouldn't even reach through them. But there were no passing cars. I realized then that I hadn't seen a car come down this road since before sunset. As I finished fueling, I checked my phone. No signal. I tried refreshing it, hoping for at least one bar to load Google Maps, but it stayed dead. I told myself it was fine. I knew I just had to keep following this road, and eventually it would connect back to the main highway home. I got back in my car, locked the doors out of habit, and started the engine. As I pulled out of the station, I noticed a small dirt road beside it that led off into the forest. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Grass was growing through the tire tracks. I wondered where it led, but kept driving down the main road. About 15 minutes later, I noticed the trees seemed thicker here. They pressed right up against the edge of the road, branches nearly reaching over to touch the other side. I kept driving slowly, watching the road carefully. Suddenly, my headlights caught something on the side. It was a car parked half off the road, leaning into a ditch. The front bumper was smashed, and the windshield was cracked. The driver's side door was open. I slowed down and stopped a few feet ahead. My chest felt tight. There were no other cars or houses nearby, and the air felt too still. I put my hazards on and looked in my rearview mirror at the wreck. The car looked abandoned, but the driver's door hanging open made me feel uneasy. I sat there for a minute, thinking if I should reverse and check if someone was hurt, but something felt off. My skin was crawling with that feeling you get when someone is watching you. I looked into the forest on both sides. Everything was pitch black past my headlights, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. Finally, I decided to check, because what if someone needed help? I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. I stepped out and walked back towards the wreck. As I got closer, I saw the inside of the car. The seats were empty. There was a water bottle in the cup holder and an old fast food bag on the passenger seat, but no sign of anyone. The ground around the car was disturbed, like someone had walked around it a lot. I shone my light into the forest beside the car, but the trees were so thick I could only see a few feet in. The cold air made my breath fog up. I turned and quickly walked back to my car, feeling a rising panic in my chest. I got in, locked the doors, and drove off faster this time. My eyes kept flicking to the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone running after me from the darkness. But there was nothing, just the empty road fading into black behind me. After another hour of driving, the road finally started descending out of the mountains. I felt some relief as the forest opened up a bit, and I saw faint lights of houses in the distance down the hills. But just as I was feeling better, I saw something ahead on the road again. I slowed down. It looked like a person walking on the edge of the asphalt, barely visible. As I got closer, I saw it was a man. He was wearing a dark jacket and jeans. He didn't turn as I approached, just kept walking with his head down. My heart was racing. It was almost midnight now, and this road was in the middle of nowhere. Who would be walking here alone at this hour? I slowed down and drove past him slowly. I tried to see his face, but the hood of his jacket was up, and he didn't look at me. I kept driving, not wanting to stop. But in my mirror, I saw him turn to face the road after I passed. My stomach felt tight, and I pressed the gas a little harder. 5 minutes later, I looked in my mirror again, and my headlights caught movement behind me. I saw another figure walking on the road. For a second, I thought it was the same man, but it didn't make sense. I had been driving at least 40 miles per hour since I passed him. I shook my head and told myself I was just tired and seeing things. Soon, the road flattened out, and I saw a sign for the main highway. I turned onto it, feeling the tension in my shoulders finally release. There were more cars here, and streetlights lit up the lanes ahead. I drove for another half hour until I saw a rest stop with a 24-hour diner. I pulled in, parked, and just sat in my car for a while. My legs felt weak, and my hands were shaking slightly on the steering wheel. I didn't know why I felt so scared. Nothing had actually happened. But the loneliness of that road, the wrecked car with the door hanging open, the man walking in the dark, all of it piled up inside me until my chest felt heavy. I went into the diner and ordered coffee. The bright lights and quiet chatter of the few other customers calmed me down. I sat there for almost an hour, drinking slowly, feeling the warmth come back into my fingers. Outside, the highway was quiet, but the fluorescent lights lit up the parking lot and made everything feel safer. I kept thinking about that car wreck, wondering where the driver went. I wondered if I should have called the police, but with no signal up there, I had no way to. Eventually, I felt awake enough to keep driving. I paid my bill and left. The rest of the drive home was uneventful. I reached my apartment just as the sky was turning pale with dawn. As I unlocked my door, I stood for a second, listening to the early morning sounds of my neighborhood. Distant cars, birds starting to wake up, the wind rustling the leaves in the trees outside my building. Inside, I took a long shower, trying to wash off the feeling of fear that still clung to my skin. Later that day, I checked the local news and saw no mention of any accident on that road. No missing person reports, nothing about a wrecked car. I even thought about driving back there one day to see if it was really there or if I had just imagined it in my tiredness. But I never did. I still think about that night sometimes. The dark trees pressing against the road. The man walking alone with his hood up, never looking at me. The wrecked car with its door open and no one inside. It makes me think about how big the world is, how many roads and forests and empty places there are where anything could happen, and no one would ever know. It reminds me to always fill up my tank before heading into the mountains, to always check my route and make sure I'm not alone for too long, because there is nothing supernatural about fear. It is the simple knowledge that out there, somewhere in the dark, is something you do not understand, something human, and you might never know what they are doing or why they are there, but they are, and that is enough to keep me from taking that road ever again. I always liked to take long walks in the evening after work. I worked at a furniture warehouse just outside of town, unloading trucks and organizing stock until around 5 p.m. The job wasn't hard, but it was boring, and walking helped clear my head. There was a long gravel road that went behind the industrial area, leading past an old water treatment plant, and eventually curved towards a quiet patch of farmland that no one seemed to visit. That walk felt peaceful. It smelled like grass and dry dust, and the breeze always felt cooler there. One evening, I clocked out later than usual because a truck had arrived late. By the time I got out, the sun was almost gone. The sky was a dull mix of purple and orange, with streaks of thin clouds glowing like smudged chalk. I thought about skipping the walk and just driving home, but I felt tense from the day and wanted to stretch my legs. I parked my car near the chain-link fence behind the warehouse and started walking along the gravel road. The crunching sound under my boots was the only thing I heard for a while. There weren't any other cars or people there, just the wide, empty gravel road curving through the flat land. On my left was the fence, and on my right were thick bushes and a field of dry weeds that went on for a long time until it met the tree line far back. As I walked, the sky kept getting darker. The orange faded into gray, and soon everything looked blue in the dim light. I kept going, enjoying the air. When I reached the old water treatment plant, I stopped to look at it. It was a large, squat building with a flat roof and small square windows, most of them covered in grime or broken out completely. A tall, rusted pipe stuck out from the roof like a snapped bone. The chain-link fence around it was torn down in some places. Grass and weeds grew through the cracks in the concrete yard. I started walking past it when I heard a thump sound coming from inside the building. It was dull, like something heavy hitting concrete. I froze for a second and looked at the windows. They were dark. The thump came again, and I felt my chest tighten. It wasn't loud, but in that silence it felt sharp. I stared for a long time, listening. Nothing else happened. I told myself it was probably an animal that had gotten in there. Maybe a stray dog. I kept walking. As I went further down the gravel road, the bushes got thicker. The road started to curve slightly to the right, leading towards a section where there were old farming sheds and an abandoned grain silo. I had been there before in daylight. The sheds were empty and the silo was rusted. Kids sometimes spray painted it, and empty beer cans littered the ground around it. But that evening, with the sun gone, it felt different. The air smelled more like dirt and dry metal. I kept going until I reached a point where the road narrowed between the bushes and a wooden fence that bordered the farmland. I could hear insects chirping softly. The road was so dark now that I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight, aiming it at the gravel to watch where I stepped. The light beam was narrow and bright. Dust sparkled in the air whenever I moved. That was when I heard something in the bushes to my left. It was quiet at first, like grass being pressed down under weight. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I aimed my light at the bushes. The thin branches shivered slightly in the breeze, but I didn't see anything. I waited there listening. My heart started beating harder, and I felt a wave of adrenaline rising. After a moment of silence, I kept walking again, this time slower. I heard the sound again. The grass shifting, something brushing lightly against the branches. I stopped quickly and turned to the bushes, shining my light back and forth. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched. The hairs on my arms and neck stood up. I felt my breathing change, shorter and sharper, like my body was ready to run. I forced myself to keep walking forward. The crunch of gravel under my boots felt too loud. I heard the sound again, this time matching my pace. It was following me in the bushes. I turned and aimed my flashlight into the darkness. The bushes were dense, tangled with dry stems and thin tree saplings. I stepped closer and tried to see past them. Nothing moved. I waited, holding my breath. The air felt heavier. I thought about turning around and walking back to my car. But something in me didn't want to turn my back to the bushes, so I just stood there, scanning the undergrowth with my light. After a while, I decided to keep walking, but this time I moved faster. My boots crunched in rapid rhythm. The sounds in the bushes followed, matching my speed. It was like whatever was in there didn't care if I heard it. My chest felt tight. I felt sweat forming along my ribs under my work shirt, even though the air was cool. My ears felt hot. I kept walking fast, and then the sounds in the bushes sped up too, louder now, dry branches snapping, grass being crushed. I could hear my own breathing over it. I turned sharply and shone the light again. This time, I saw a movement deep in the bushes, just a flash of a dark shape slipping between the stems. I couldn't see what it was. I started backing away slowly, keeping my light aimed at the spot where I saw it move. The bushes were silent again, as if whatever was in there had stopped. I felt the urge to run, but I knew if I did, it would chase. I turned my body slightly sideways and took small steps backward down the gravel road, my light still shining into the bushes. Then, suddenly, I heard a heavy thump sound behind me on the road. I spun around, aiming my flashlight. There was nothing there. The gravel was empty. But that sound wasn't an animal. It was too heavy, like a boot stepping down hard on the gravel. I quickly turned back to the bushes, but the bushes were quiet now. I didn't want to be there anymore. I started walking backwards faster, looking side to side every few seconds. Then I turned fully and started walking forward, my light swinging in front of me. My footsteps felt shaky. I kept thinking about that heavy thump behind me and that shape in the bushes. I felt like I was being watched from every direction, like invisible eyes were following my every step. The gravel road felt longer than usual. My calves were burning from walking so fast. I heard something in the bushes again, but this time it was far behind me. I kept going until I saw the outline of the warehouse fence in the distance. Seeing that made me feel a bit safer. I started jogging, my phone light bouncing with each step. When I reached my car, I unlocked it so quickly my keys almost slipped from my fingers. I opened the door and jumped in, slamming it shut and locking all the doors immediately. I sat there, my chest rising and falling, sweat dripping down my temples. I turned off the flashlight and sat in the darkness of my car, trying to calm my breathing. I turned the key and the engine started with a low rumble. I switched on the headlights and looked at the gravel road ahead. The bright beams lit up the dust and the bushes on either side, but nothing moved. I shifted into reverse, backed up quickly, and then turned onto the main road, driving away from there. On the drive home, I kept thinking about what I heard and saw. I didn't tell anyone about it. I just went home, took a long shower, and lay on my bed staring at the ceiling fan spinning slowly above me. My muscles felt sore from tension. My mind replayed the sound of that heavy footstep behind me. I knew it wasn't just an animal. The next day at work, I was tired from not sleeping well. I kept thinking about going back there in the daytime to check, but part of me didn't want to. By afternoon, my curiosity won over. After my shift ended, while it was still light out, I drove back to the gravel road. I parked in the same spot and walked down the road towards the area where I heard the noises. In daylight, the bushes looked normal, dry and brittle, tangled together. I pushed through some of them, stepping into the undergrowth where I had seen the dark shape. The ground was covered in dead grass and broken branches. I didn't see any animal tracks, but I saw something else. Near the base of one of the thicker bushes, there was a small pile of cigarette butts and a crushed soda can. Next to it was an old blanket rolled up, half buried under sticks and leaves. There was also a rusted tin cup lying on its side. It was a hidden sleeping spot. Someone had been living there or hiding out there. My mouth felt dry. I stood very still, looking around at the bushes and the empty road behind me. The cigarette butts weren't old. The ends still had bright orange filters, not yet faded by rain or sun. Whoever had been there was there recently. I walked back out onto the gravel road and felt a wave of relief when I saw my car parked in the distance. The sky was bright blue with thin white clouds drifting slowly across. Everything felt normal again in the daylight. But my stomach felt tight with fear when I thought about what would have happened if I had been slower walking back last night. If I had stopped longer. If I had turned my back for even a moment. I got into my car and drove away. That evening, I stayed home. I cooked dinner, watched TV, and tried to calm my thoughts, but every time the TV went quiet during an ad break, I felt the silence wrap around me again like it did on the gravel road. That deep, empty silence where you can hear your own blood rushing in your ears, where the smallest sound feels like thunder. I never went for a walk down that road again after dark. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that cold tightness in my chest. I realized something important that night. Sometimes the scariest things are not spirits or shadows or supernatural monsters. It's the people hiding in the dark places you don't expect. The people who watch you walk by without you ever knowing they're there. I woke up earlier than usual that Saturday morning. The sun wasn't even up yet, just a dull pale blue coming through the blinds. My room felt cold, like the air hadn't moved all night. I rolled out of bed and stood still for a moment, just listening. The house was quiet, the way it always was before my parents woke up. I rubbed my face and walked to the bathroom, flicked on the light, and stared at myself in the mirror while I brushed my teeth. My hair stuck up in odd directions, my eyes half closed. After washing my face, I pulled on my old jeans, thick socks, and a gray hoodie. I grabbed a water bottle, stuffed 2 granola bars in my pocket, and tied my boots at the front door. The laces felt stiff and cold against my fingers. My plan for the day was simple. I wanted to hike the old utility trail behind the industrial estate, the one that led out into the woods. I'd been there many times before, but only ever walked a short distance in. I'd always felt a bit uneasy walking that trail alone, but that day, I felt strong enough to finally go further. It was barely 6 a.m. when I stepped outside. The sky was turning a softer blue, and birds were waking up. I walked down our driveway, gravel crunching under my boots, and turned onto the quiet road. No cars yet, just the smell of morning dew and the wet grass on neighbors' lawns. I passed the corner shop, its shutters still down, and kept walking towards the industrial area. As I walked, I tried to clear my mind, focusing only on the cold air filling my lungs and the weight of my steps. Soon I reached the old fence that marked the edge of the estate. There was a bent section near the bottom where kids and workers had crawled through over the years. I ducked under, feeling the rusted metal scrape my back lightly. My boots landed on damp dirt and flattened weeds. The air smelled faintly of burnt oil and wet earth. I walked past abandoned storage units with broken windows, the graffiti on their walls peeling away with age. I could see the utility trail ahead, lined with dead grass and power poles that stretched out into the trees. I stepped onto the trail. My boots made soft thuds against the dirt. The trail was wide enough for two people to walk side by side, but I was alone. Tall weeds brushed against my jeans, leaving cold droplets on the fabric. The trees grew denser as I walked further in, pine mixed with birch and tangled undergrowth. The path was uneven with old tire grooves, puddles, and fallen branches. I kept walking. I didn't check my phone, just walked, counting my steps in my head to keep calm. The further I went, the quieter it got. No cars, no voices, just the occasional bird flitting through the branches and the dull buzz of power lines overhead. After about an hour, I stopped to drink some water. My breath felt warm in the cold air. I leaned against a tree, closed my eyes for a moment, and listened to the sound of the woods around me. Then I kept walking. The trail dipped down into a small gully where water had collected, turning the dirt into slick mud. I stepped carefully, feeling my boots slip a little before finding grip again. On the other side of the gully, the path rose steeply. I climbed up, using exposed roots for support. My hands got covered in damp soil. When I reached the top, I stood still for a moment to catch my breath. That's when I saw it. Ahead, maybe 50 feet down the trail, there was a shape lying just off the path, partly hidden by the tall weeds. At first I thought it was a deer or a big branch, but as I walked closer, I saw it was a backpack. A dark blue hiking backpack, lying on its side, covered in bits of dirt and pine needles. I looked around, expecting to see someone nearby, maybe off in the trees taking a leak or resting, but I saw no one. I stood there for a while listening, scanning the tree line. The woods were silent except for a crow calling somewhere far off. I walked closer to the backpack. It looked old, the fabric torn at the edges, the zippers rusted. One of the straps was broken, frayed like it had been yanked or caught on something. The dirt under it was disturbed, like someone had dropped it there in a hurry. I felt an unease creeping up my spine. My instinct told me to turn back, but I forced myself to keep going. I stepped around the backpack and walked further down the trail. The ground here was softer, covered in thick pine needles. The trees grew taller, blocking out more of the sky. The light was dim, almost like dusk even though it was morning. My breathing sounded louder to me here, echoing in my head. About 20 minutes later, I saw another sign that made me stop. It was a tattered white shirt caught on a low branch. The fabric was ripped badly, with streaks of dark brown stains. The stains looked old, dried and crusted into the fibers. The branch it was hanging from was broken at the tip, snapped clean off and dangling by the bark. I felt a heavy dread in my chest as I stared at it. The air smelled different there, stale and thick, like something rotting far away. I kept walking. My feet felt heavy, like the earth was trying to keep me there. The trail narrowed until it was barely a path, just flattened weeds leading between trees. I followed it, brushing branches aside. There were old beer cans here, crushed into the dirt, rusted and faded. Cigarette but soaked from old rains. A pair of cheap sunglasses, one lens cracked. It looked like people came out here to drink and smoke in secret, but I saw no footprints in the dirt, no fresh signs of anyone. Eventually, the path ended at a small clearing. The ground here was uneven, with rocks jutting out and half-buried logs covered in moss. In the center of the clearing was a fire pit, blackened with old ash and ringed by stones. Beside it was a folding chair, rusted and sagging in the middle, and an overturned cooler with its lid broken off. It felt wrong standing there, like I had walked into a place I wasn't meant to see. I walked slowly around the clearing, taking everything in. There was an old tarp tied between two trees, sagging under fallen leaves. Underneath it was a pile of trash bags, torn open by animals. Empty cans, food wrappers, a moldy blanket. The smell here was stronger, rotten and damp. Flies buzzed around the bags. I felt sick, but I forced myself to keep looking. Something about it felt too deliberate, too organized to just be a forgotten campsite. Behind the tarp was a tree with rope marks around the trunk, the bark stripped in a thick band. Beside it was another old backpack, this one smaller and bright purple, covered in dirt. A shoe lay half buried in the pine needles a few feet away. It was a woman's running shoe, pink and white, the laces ripped out. I stood there, staring at it, feeling my stomach twist. The woods around me felt dead silent, no birds, no wind. Just my own breathing. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen. My chest felt tight. I finally forced myself to move. I backed away, careful not to trip on roots or rocks. I didn't want to turn my back on that clearing, but I couldn't look at it anymore. When I reached the trail again, I turned and started walking back the way I came, faster this time. My boots thudded against the dirt, every step echoing in my ears. I kept my eyes forward, trying not to think about the backpacks, the shirt, the shoe. But images kept flashing in my head, like my brain wouldn't let me forget what I saw. I felt like someone was watching me from the trees, but every time I glanced sideways, I saw nothing but tangled branches and dark trunks. After about an hour, I finally reached the utility poles again, then the edge of the industrial estate. Crawling under the fence, I scraped my back on the rusted metal again, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get out. I walked quickly past the abandoned storage units, past the peeling graffiti, past the smell of burnt oil. My breathing was shallow, my chest tight. When I reached the road, I stopped and turned around, staring at the fence and the tree line beyond. It looked so normal from here, just another forgotten trail in an old industrial area. I stood there for a while, feeling the morning sun finally warm my face. Cars were passing now, people heading to work, the world carrying on like nothing had happened. I walked home in silence. My boots felt heavy with dirt. When I got home, my parents were in the kitchen, making breakfast. The smell of eggs and toast filled the air. I kicked off my boots, washed my hands, and sat down at the table. My dad asked if I was okay, said I looked pale. I just nodded and ate my food in silence. Later that day, when they left for the grocery store, I sat in my room and stared at the wall for a long time. I thought about calling the police, telling them what I found, but I didn't know what to say. There wasn't a body, just things. Trash, torn clothes, shoes, backpacks, things people could brush off as nothing. Part of me felt like I imagined it all, like I was losing my mind. But deep down I knew what I saw was real. That clearing wasn't a normal campsite. It wasn't kids drinking or homeless people staying warm. It was something darker. I could feel it in my bones. I didn't go back there after that. I took other trails, shorter ones with dog walkers and families and cyclists. But every time I passed the edge of the industrial estate, I felt that heaviness in my chest again. Years have passed now, but I still think about that day. Sometimes I wake up before dawn, just like that morning, and my chest tightens with the memory of cold, damp air, of pine needles under my boots, of that clearing hidden deep in the woods where no one else went. I don't know who used that place, or what happened there. Maybe I don't want to know. But I know one thing for sure. The world isn't as safe as it looks. There are places just out of sight where the worst parts of humanity hide, waiting for someone to stumble upon them by accident. I was lucky that day. Lucky that all I found were their leftovers. Lucky that no one was there to find me. I still remember that December evening like it happened yesterday. I was 16 back then, in high school, and winter break had just started. It was one of those nights where I felt restless for no reason. My friend Jacob lived 2 houses down from me. He called me to hang out because he was bored out of his mind. I grabbed my hoodie, pulled on my sneakers without tying them properly, and walked over to his place. His street was quiet, lined with big old trees that had lost all their leaves. The sky was dark but clear, and every porch light cast shadows of bare branches onto the sidewalks. Jacob's house was like most on the street, an old craftsman-style house with a small porch and steps leading up. The house next door to his always stood out to me, though. It wasn't special in how it looked. It actually looked pretty normal. Its paint was fading a bit, but the windows were clean, and the grass, when it wasn't frozen dead in winter, was cut. But people never stayed in that house for long. It felt like every 6 months there was a moving truck outside, or people would leave quietly without saying bye to anyone. When I got to Jacob's room, he was lying on his bed scrolling his phone. We talked about random things, his grades, what we wanted to do over break, how annoying his sister was being lately. I sat on his desk chair, spinning side to side. We kept falling into silence because we both felt this heavy boredom that made the room feel even smaller. After about half an hour of nothing, Jacob suddenly sat up and grinned in that way he did when he had a stupid idea. He said, "Let's go check out the house next door." I just stared at him. It was freezing outside, and I wasn't in the mood to get yelled at if someone caught us trespassing. But he kept bugging me, saying it'd be fun. He said it hadn't been occupied for 2 months, so it was definitely empty. Eventually, I gave in because sitting in his room any longer felt worse than the idea of sneaking into some empty house. We put our shoes back on and crept out his back door, making sure it didn't slam shut. The cold air hit my face, so hard my nose started running immediately. I wiped it with my sleeve. We crossed his backyard to the fence that separated his house from the one next door. It was just a wooden fence about waist high, with a few slats missing. He stepped over it easily, and I followed him, my untied laces catching on a broken plank. I almost tripped forward, but caught myself on his shoulder. The backyard of that house looked normal too. There was a metal patio table with 2 chairs, both of them rusting around the legs. An empty bird feeder swung slightly, even though there was no wind. I noticed a little ceramic dog statue near the back steps. Its ear was chipped off, and it had moss growing along its back. I don't know why, but that tiny statue felt creepier than anything else in that yard. Jacob walked straight to the back door. He crouched down and pointed at a dog door built into the bottom half. It was large enough for a big dog to pass through. Without hesitating, he pushed the flap up and slid his shoulders in, his feet kicking against the wood as he forced himself through. It made a scraping sound so loud I kept glancing at the houses behind us, worried someone would see us. After a few seconds, I heard a click from inside, and the back door creaked open just a little. I grabbed the cold metal handle and pulled it wider to slip in. Inside, it smelled stale, like old carpet that hadn't been walked on in months. The air felt dry and dusty. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I saw the kitchen first. The tile was a dull cream color, a few cracked squares here and there. There was a built-in breakfast table under a wide picture window. The glass was so clean that the street light outside cast a perfect glow across the table and floor. Jacob walked ahead of me and sat down on the kitchen floor facing the table. I sat down too, leaning my back against a lower cabinet. My knees were cold where they touched the tiles. We just sat there, looking at that built-in table. It was the type of table you could imagine someone's grandparents sitting at in the morning, reading newspapers and drinking coffee. It felt weird sitting on the floor across from it, like we were little kids again playing house. We started talking about random things again. I remember him telling me about this girl he liked who sat next to him in English class, how he thought she was ignoring him lately. I teased him about it, telling him maybe she thought he was too short. We both laughed a little, but the sound felt hollow in the empty house. My eyes kept going to the window. The street light outside flickered a bit, casting shadows of bare tree branches onto the floor. They moved so slowly, it almost looked like they were reaching into the room. At some point, I stopped listening to Jacob and just zoned out, staring at the shapes on the floor. Then it happened. It happened so fast that even thinking back now, I can't process the moment fully. Jacob screamed. It wasn't like a startled yelp. It was a deep, panicked scream that echoed through the quiet house. In that exact second, my vision went black. But it wasn't the same as closing my eyes or being in the dark. I felt this freezing cold shoot through my head, down my neck, spreading into my chest, arms, stomach, legs. It felt like I had been dropped into a frozen lake. My skin burned with cold, but I couldn't even move to shiver. I felt this heaviness pressing down on me from all sides, but it wasn't like being crushed. It was just this suffocating coldness, and the darkness felt thick, almost sticky, like it was clinging to my eyes. I opened my mouth to scream, but I couldn't hear myself. I didn't hear Jacob screaming anymore either. Everything was just silent and cold and black. I started flailing my hands, hitting something solid next to me, pushing against the floor. I felt like I was blind and underwater at the same time, like I wasn't in that kitchen anymore. Suddenly, I felt someone grab my wrist. The hand was warm, and it pulled me forward so hard that my shoulder burned with pain. I stumbled blindly after it. My vision started coming back in patches of gray, then color, then everything. My knees scraped against the doorway as we fell out onto the back steps. The next thing I knew, we were standing under the street light, panting. The cold December air hit my wet cheeks, and I realized I had been crying without knowing it. I looked up and saw Jacob staring at me with wide eyes. His face was pale, his lips trembling. I felt like throwing up. My stomach was turning so badly. I bent over, bracing my hands on my knees, trying to breathe normally again. My chest felt like someone had punched all the air out of me. We stood there under the orange glow of the street light, our breaths coming out in sharp, white clouds. Neither of us moved to go back in. My jeans were soaked at the knees from the dirty kitchen floor, and my fingers burned from the sudden cold outside. After what felt like hours, I finally straightened up. The back of my neck was still tingling with that frozen feeling. I looked at Jacob properly for the first time since we got out. He looked like he was about to pass out. I asked him what happened, and he just shook his head at first. His eyes kept darting back to the house, like he expected something to come crawling out after us. When he finally spoke, his voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear him. He told me that as I was talking about the girl he liked, he saw something crawl out from under the built-in table. He said it was pitch black, like there were no lights reflecting off it at all, and it had this vague shape of a girl, like a little girl almost. It crawled out from under the table on its hands and knees, then climbed up onto me. He said it sat on top of me, its arms hanging down. He said my eyes were wide open, staring straight ahead, but I was reaching around like I couldn't see anything. That's when he screamed and grabbed me, pulling me out of there. I didn't say anything back. I just stood there, staring at the frosty grass. My teeth started chattering, so hard I thought they might crack. We walked back to his house without another word. I stepped over the fence again, feeling splinters catch on my jeans. We went in through his back door, and his mom was in the kitchen drinking tea, reading a magazine. She didn't even look up as we slipped past her to his room. I sat on his bed for a while, still wearing my shoes. I could hear him pacing around his room, mumbling to himself. My hands were shaking so bad that I had to sit on them to keep them still. My chest felt tight, like something was still pressing down on it from the inside. Eventually, I told him I needed to go home. He didn't try to stop me. I walked back to my house, feeling like every shadow on the ground was reaching out to grab my ankles. My front door was unlocked, and my mom was asleep on the couch with the TV, playing some old Christmas movie quietly. I went straight to my room, closed the door, and crawled into bed with all my clothes still on. I pulled my blanket up over my head and lay there listening to the sound of the TV from the living room and the quiet ticking of my wall clock. The next day, everything felt normal again. The sun was out, and the frost on the grass was melting into little drops that sparkled in the light. I could hear kids playing somewhere down the street, screaming and laughing, but that heavy coldness was still inside my chest. Every time I thought about the way the darkness had felt on my skin, I felt my stomach twist up again. For days after that, I couldn't walk past that house. If I had to, I would cross to the other side of the street. Even looking at it made my skin crawl. Jacob and I never talked about what happened in detail after that. Sometimes he would bring it up, saying something like, "Remember that night in the empty house?" And I would just nod. We both knew we would never go back in there again. It's been years since then. I moved away after high school for college. Whenever I come back to visit my family, I drive down that street. The house is still there. It still looks the same. And from what my mom tells me, people still move out of it every few months. No one ever stays for long. Sometimes, I wonder if that blackness is still sitting under the table, waiting for someone else to sit. I woke up that morning like any other, the sun barely coming through the curtains, the alarm screaming in my ear at 6. My back hurt from the deliveries the day before, but that was normal. I stretched my shoulders a little before swinging my legs out of bed and just sitting there for a minute, staring at the floor, willing my body to get moving. Delivery days were always long, and hot tub deliveries were the worst. They were heavy, awkward, and every delivery was different. I liked that part, though. I liked figuring things out, seeing how to get something that weighed 900 pounds into someone's backyard or onto their deck or through their garage. Every job was a puzzle. I showered quick, grabbed my work pants from the chair by the bed, and pulled on my company hoodie. My wife was still asleep, curled up under the blankets with her face turned away. I stood there for a moment looking at her. She'd been complaining lately about how little she saw me with all these overtime deliveries. I understood it, but there wasn't anything I could do about it. Bills had to be paid. I went into my daughter's room before I left. She was sprawled sideways across her bed, hugging her pink bear under her chin. I tucked the blanket back around her legs and kissed her forehead. She mumbled something in her sleep, but didn't wake up. I whispered that I loved her and went down to the kitchen. My thermos was waiting, filled with coffee from the night before. I grabbed my keys off the hook and walked out the door. Outside, the sky was gray and heavy with humidity, and the truck windshield was already fogged up. I unlocked the truck, climbed in, and started it, letting the air kick on while I loaded my clipboard and checked my schedule for the day. First job was this contractor realtor out in some fancy gated community near Branson. The note said it was a tight install and to bring extra ramps and blocks. I sipped my coffee, feeling my stomach twist with that mix of nerves and excitement I always felt before a complicated delivery. I liked it when things were hard. I liked proving to myself that I could figure it out. I drove out of town with the windows rolled down. It was early still, the road empty except for a few semis and the occasional car with a kayak strapped on top, probably heading to Table Rock. I turned off onto the winding road that led to the gated community. The houses here were all new builds, big stone and wood homes with wide driveways and 3-car garages. Fancy places. I pulled up to the gate and gave my name to the guard, who barely glanced at me before opening it. The driveway curved up steeply, then flattened out by the house. I parked in the turnaround area, stepping out to stretch my legs and get a look at where I'd be working. The house sat right at the top of a hill, the front door level with the driveway, but the back of the house dropped away with the slope, for stories down to a patch of scrubby trees and sharp boulders at the bottom. The entire backside of the house was exposed to the valley below, with tall glass windows and unfinished balconies stacked down the hill. Construction workers were scattered everywhere, carrying boards, installing siding, measuring with laser levels. I could hear nail guns firing off in bursts, echoing off the stone walls. One of the guys came over, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his wrist. He was wearing a tool belt loaded with drills, wrenches, and a hammer that clanged against his thigh as he walked. He pointed me to where the tub was supposed to go, the 4th-floor balcony, which was ground level from the driveway side, but 4 stories up from the drop-off. The hot tub sat in my truck, 900 pounds of dead weight strapped to the dolly. I ran through the path in my mind. From the driveway, I'd need to build a ramp down into the dirt yard, then another ramp up to the porch, then through the living room, across the wooden floor, and out the patio doors onto the back deck. I could already see the problem. The deck wasn't finished. Only a narrow strip of planks had been installed, just enough to make a walkway from the door to the far corner where the tub would sit. The rest was wide open gaps and framing beams with nothing on them. For stories below was just rocks and scrub. I swallowed hard and adjusted my gloves, feeling sweat already start to slide down my sides under my shirt. I'd done worse jobs before, I told myself. Narrow gates, impossible stairs, steep hills with no footing. This was just another puzzle. But my gut still twisted a little looking at that empty space between the boards. The construction workers helped me build the ramps. We laid plywood down over the dirt, making a path I could pull the dolly down without it sinking. The wheels of the dolly creaked under the weight as I rolled the tub off the truck bed and started down the ramp. My boots slipped a little in the dirt, but I kept my balance, leaning back against the weight of the tub to control its speed. We maneuvered it up the second ramp and onto the porch. I wiped sweat from my eyes with my sleeve and shook out my arms, which were already burning from holding the dolly back on the slope. Then came the tricky part. The living room floor was hardwood, brand new, with cardboard taped down to protect it. I moved slow, inch by inch, careful not to let the dolly wheels dig into the floor or catch on the seams in the cardboard. We got to the patio doors, and I paused, feeling my heart start to thud a little harder. Outside, the narrow decking stretched out over the empty 4-story drop. The boards were barely wider than the dolly wheels. There was no railing, just open air. I clenched my teeth and told myself to focus. 1 inch at a time. I rolled the tub out onto the deck, each footstep careful and deliberate. The construction workers flanked me on each side, hands on the tub to keep it steady. The wind gusted a little, whipping my hair around my ears, and I felt the tub sway slightly in my grip. My stomach dropped, a cold rush of fear washing down my arms and legs. We reached the far corner where the tub was supposed to go. The contractor wanted it left standing up on its edge. That made removing the dolly harder because it meant we couldn't just tilt it down and slide it off. I'd done it before, though. I explained to them we needed to put blocks under one side of the dolly to tilt the tub and pop the straps. Then remove the dolly, tilt the tub back, take out the blocks, and set it down. I crouched and slid the blocks under one side. My knees ached as I stood back up. I grabbed the strap securing the tub to the dolly, braced my feet, and tilted the tub towards me to free the dolly. The problem was the deck wasn't wide enough. When I tilted the tub, I had to step back to keep my balance, but stepping back put my heels 4 inches from the edge. There was nothing behind me, just air. I froze for a second, feeling my pulse hammer in my throat. I told everyone to hold still. I had to shift my feet back even further so the tub could tilt enough to free the dolly. My heels slipped past the edge of the decking boards. I could feel the rough edge biting into my boots, and beyond that, nothing. Just open air and a 4-story drop to the rocks below. We were so close. The construction workers were working on freeing the dolly. 2 of them stood on either side of me, holding the tub steady, while another fiddled with the strap that would secure the tub to the house. He was wrapping it around a support beam, threading it through the metal buckle. I watched him out of the corner of my eye, praying he'd hurry up. I couldn't move until they had the dolly out. Suddenly, one of the workers at the base of the tub kicked it hard to dislodge the dolly. The tub shifted violently. I shouted that I was falling, my arms windmilling, trying to grab something, anything, but there was nothing there. My feet slipped, the edge of the deck scraping past my boots. I saw the world tilt, the ground 4 stories below suddenly visible out of the corner of my eye. I was falling. There was no stopping it. My weight was already gone from under me, my body leaning back into the open air. I could see the jagged rocks at the bottom, brown and gray speckled with moss. I thought about my wife and daughter at home. I thought about how I would never see them again. Then something slammed against the small of my back, jerking me forward so hard I gasped. My body folded, my chest slamming into the bottom of the tub. The dolly was ripped out from under it by the workers, and I clung to the hot tub, shaking. I didn't know what had happened. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, drowning out the nail guns and hammering and shouting around me. My knees gave out, and I sagged against the tub, my fingers digging into the plastic shell so hard they hurt. The worker who had been fiddling with the strap had secured it to the house just in time. When I fell back, the strap had been behind me, hanging off the deck. He yanked it tight with everything he had, and it caught me around the back, stopping my fall and throwing me forward against the tub. He wasn't trying to save me. He was just securing the tub so the wind wouldn't blow it off the deck later. But he saved my life that day. I stood there shaking for a long time, my knees weak, my breathing ragged and uneven. The construction workers were clapping me on the back, laughing with relief, but all I could think about was how close I'd come to dying. For stories down onto rocks and dirt. There wouldn't have been any surviving that. When the adrenaline finally wore off, I sat on the edge of the porch steps, my head in my hands, feeling tears prick at the corners of my eyes. I thought about how I would have never seen my daughter's next birthday, never gotten to take her to the beach like I'd promised, never watched her grow up. I thought about how my wife would have gotten that call, how she would have had to tell our little girl that Daddy wasn't coming home. I finished the delivery, shook everyone's hand, and drove home in silence, staring out the windshield at the empty road. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, listening to my daughters breathing through the baby monitor, thinking about what almost happened. The next morning, I called my boss and told him I needed the day off. Then I called the construction worker who saved me and told him I was giving him and his family a vacation to Breckenridge, Colorado for Christmas. It was a trip I'd been saving up for. My grandmother used to tell me this story whenever we sat together in her small kitchen, her hands trembling slightly as she held her tea. She always looked out the window while she spoke, as if the gray skies reminded her of the smoke-filled clouds of London back then. I never once saw her eyes lose focus when she told it. She believed it right till the day she died. It was the winter of 1943. London was still being hit hard, and she had already lost her home in one of the raids that flattened entire streets in minutes. She had been living in a small terraced house in Lewisham with my grandfather, but he was off fighting somewhere in France. She didn't know exactly where he was stationed. Letters came and went with gaps of weeks or months, often arriving with yellowed corners, carrying nothing but quick lines of "I'm fine, I hope you're fine too." When her street was bombed out, she grabbed my father, who was only 8 months old at the time, and left with nothing but her handbag, his wrapped-up baby bag, and her coat. That was all she had left. She told me the cold wind cut right through her thin dress as she walked the rubble-strewn streets that night, searching for somewhere to go. Her friend, Mrs. Dalton, lived about a mile away in a sturdier house that hadn't been damaged. My grandmother had known her since school days. They used to walk to class together with books tied up in cloth straps before bags were common. Mrs. Dalton welcomed her in without hesitation. She set up a room for her on the top floor. It was a small room under the slope of the roof, with a single bed and a cot that she placed beside it for my dad. The floor was bare wood, cold even through stockings, and the wallpaper was peeling away near the window, revealing gray plaster underneath. The window was small and rattled with every gust of wind, letting in thin whistling drafts that seemed to wander around the room like lost insects. That evening, after a small dinner of boiled potatoes and fried onions, the only rations left in the house, my grandmother felt grateful just to have warmth around her. The dining room downstairs had a coal fire that Mrs. Dalton kept stoked all evening. The smell of burning coal mixed with the faint scent of damp plaster and old wool blankets drying on a rack nearby. My grandmother sat close to the fireplace with my dad asleep on her shoulder. She looked at the orange flames dancing behind the soot-stained grate, thinking how easily fire could destroy or comfort. After washing up the dishes, she took my dad upstairs to put him to bed. She held him tight against her chest as she climbed each step, feeling the worn wooden banister under her hand. The stairs curved slightly as they rose, creaking in the middle with each footfall. The house was silent except for the ticking of a small clock in the sitting room and the faint popping sounds from the fire downstairs. Outside, the wind picked up, and she could hear loose pieces of slate rattling on the roof. As she climbed the last few steps, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of something standing in front of her. Not a ghost, not some shimmering figure like in the stories, but someone blocking her path. She always said it was like when you turn a corner and someone is there, and your chest tightens with shock before your brain catches up. Her whole body froze. She didn't see a face, not really, but there was an outline of a person. A person just standing on the landing above, near the door to the top room, in the dim glow of the small electric bulb. Her knees felt weak. For a moment she thought she was about to collapse backwards down the stairs, clutching my dad so tight that he stirred and let out a small sleepy sigh against her collarbone. She didn't speak. She didn't hear words either. She said it was just an instant knowing, like someone telling you something with their eyes alone, or a silent scream that cuts right into your bones. Every hair on her arms stood up. Her heart began to pound in her chest, loud and hard, louder than the ticking clock, louder than the moaning wind outside. She turned around slowly, her legs shaking, and walked back down those creaking steps one by one, feeling the rough edge of the banister under her fingers as if it anchored her to the world. Back downstairs, she went into the sitting room where Mrs. Dalton was knitting by the fire. The coal flames glowed a dull orange behind the black grate. My dad was now fully awake, squirming and fussing a little in her arms. She laid him down on the worn brown sofa in the sitting room, using her own coat folded up as a pillow, and sat down beside him. She didn't explain. She didn't try to tell Mrs. Dalton about what she felt on those stairs. She just said they would sleep down here tonight. Mrs. Dalton, annoyed at first, muttered under her breath about stubbornness and people acting as if they owned her house. But in the end, she let my grandmother be. That night was bitter cold. My grandmother didn't sleep much. She wrapped my dad in his blankets and tucked him close beside her on the couch, his small breath warming her chin as she lay half awake, listening to the distant drone of German bombers crossing the city sky. The sirens had wailed earlier in the evening, but now they were silent. It was the silent hours that frightened her the most, when you didn't know if it was over or just waiting. She lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. The smell of coal dust filled her nose. Every few minutes she felt her eyelids flutter shut, only to snap open again at the faintest thud or crackle outside. The house creaked and settled in the wind. The street beyond the drawn curtains was silent, lit only by moonlight reflecting off broken roof tiles and shattered brick piles left behind by last week's raid. Then at some point deep in the night, when even the wind had died down, there was a sound that shook the entire street. A roar so loud it seemed to tear the air apart. My grandmother felt the floor jump under her body, as if the entire earth had bucked upwards. Plastered dust fell from the ceiling like rain. The windows rattled violently in their frames, and for a moment she thought they would shatter and spray shards all over her and my dad. Then silence again. A deeper silence than before, the silence of a world holding its breath. She sat up, holding my dad tight, her heart pounding in her ears. She could smell dust, wood, and something sharp and acrid like metal. She listened. There was nothing but the ticking clock, still beating out its seconds as if nothing had happened. She stood up, feeling her knees shaking so badly she almost collapsed. Carefully, she walked out into the dark hallway. Moonlight shone through the small window above the front door, casting pale shapes along the floorboards. She looked up the stairs. Dust hung in the air like smoke. Each step was covered with small white specks drifting downwards. She placed her foot on the first step and felt it hold her weight. Then she climbed, one step at a time, each creak hidden under her gasping breath. When she reached the top landing, she felt her chest tighten. She pushed open the door to the room where she was meant to sleep. The smell of wet plaster and split would hit her instantly. The roof above the cot had caved in completely. Bricks, tiles, and huge beams of blackened would lay across the bed and the cot where my dad would have been sleeping. There was rubble everywhere, lumps of plaster scattered like broken eggshells across the floor. Cold air blew in through the gaping hole where the ceiling used to be. She could see the sky. Dark clouds drifted across the moon, and far above, the faint drone of planes moved away into the distance. She stood there for a long time, her breath fogging in the freezing air, staring at the crushed cot. Her legs felt rooted to the ground. A numbness spread from her chest out to her fingertips. The thought came to her slowly, like ice creeping across a pond. If she had not felt that warning, if she had not turned back down the stairs, her baby would have been under that rubble. His small body buried beneath bricks and shattered wood. Just another casualty written down in tidy ink on some government ledger. She turned away from the broken room and went back down to the sitting room. Mrs. Dalton was standing there in her nightgown, her face pale, her hair falling loose over her shoulders. She didn't say anything. She just looked at my grandmother with wide, stunned eyes. My grandmother walked over to my dad, who was awake now, blinking at her in the dim glow of the dying fire. She picked him up and held him against her chest, feeling his tiny warmth spread into her shaking body. She sat down on the edge of the couch and held him tight, staring at the flames as they flickered low in the grate, casting long shadows across the walls. The house was silent again except for the ticking of the clock, counting out each second, each breath, each small moment that built the years of their lives. She sat there until dawn came, pale and watery through the soot-streaked window panes. Outside, the streets were covered in a fine layer of gray dust, settling like frost on the broken bricks and twisted iron fences. The air smelled of cold and mortar and something sour that clung to the back of her throat. For the rest of her life, she never forgot that feeling on the stairs. Not a ghost, she always insisted. Not an angel either. Just something, a warning, a presence, a force of life itself telling her to protect what she loved most. She never pretended to understand it fully. All she knew was that it saved her baby that night. Every time she told me the story, she ended it by looking me straight in the eyes and saying, with that quiet firmness only old people have, that sometimes you just know. And when you know, you listen, no matter how foolish it feels at the time. She lived to be 92, passing away in her sleep with my dad by her side, holding her hand. He never remembered that night, of course, being just a baby then, but he always said he felt like his entire life was a gift borrowed from that moment. That single decision she made on the creaking stairs in the dark, listening to a silent warning she never could explain. Now sometimes, when I wake in the night and feel something tighten in my chest, I think about her. I think about those bombs falling over London, about her bare feet on dusty wooden stairs, about the cold night air on her face as she held her baby. I woke up that morning like any other day, feeling a little groggy because I hadn't slept well the night before. The ceiling fan above my bed spun slowly, making that light ticking sound it always did. I lay there for a few minutes, staring up, thinking about what I had to do. I knew I had to head out early because I wanted to hike to the old fire lookout tower in the hills behind my town. I'd been thinking about it all week. It wasn't really a proper hiking trail. It was more like a forgotten maintenance road that nobody used anymore because the tower was abandoned years ago. But I liked it because nobody went there. No kids messing around, no tourists, no hikers with loud Bluetooth speakers blasting music into the forest. Just quiet. I rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom. My knees cracked when I bent down to wash my face. The water was cold because I hadn't turned on the geyser. I liked it that way in the mornings. It woke me up. I brushed my teeth slowly, staring at my reflection, noticing how I had a small patch of beard hair that refused to grow evenly. After that, I went to the kitchen and made myself some oats with milk and a bit of honey. I ate it standing up while scrolling through the weather app on my phone. It showed clear skies, hot later in the day, around 34 degrees Celsius. I drank 2 glasses of water, packed an extra one in my small backpack, along with some trail mix and a peanut butter sandwich, then grabbed my boots from beside the door. I sat on the step outside, lacing them up, feeling the warmth of the early sun already hitting my back. I lived on the edge of town, so it was only about a 15-minute walk before I reached the start of the old fire road. I stopped at the small shop near the corner to buy another bottle of water just in case. The shopkeeper was inside stacking crates of fizzy drinks. He didn't look up at me. I took the water, left the cash on the counter, and walked out. The air smelled faintly of burnt plastic, probably from people burning rubbish nearby, mixing with the usual morning smell of damp soil and dust. A couple of stray dogs lay in the shade of a wall, tails flicking lazily at flies. I crossed the main road carefully and walked up to the metal gate that blocked vehicles from going up the fire road. It was rusted and bent, and there was enough space on the side to slip through. As soon as I stepped onto the gravel road, it felt cooler. The eucalyptus trees lining the path kept the sun off the ground. I walked slowly at first, listening to the crunch of gravel under my boots. It was quiet except for the occasional bird call. There was one sound I heard a lot, a sort of two-tone whistle, maybe from a minor bird, though I didn't know much about birds to be honest. I kept my pace steady, swinging my arms to loosen up my shoulders. The backpack shifted a little with each step, brushing against my lower back. After about 40 minutes, I stopped to drink some water. I turned around and looked back down the road. From where I stood, I could see a part of the town below me, rooftops shimmering in the morning sun, smoke rising in thin lines from people's stoves. It always looked peaceful from up there, like nothing bad ever happened down in those streets. I turned back around and kept walking. The incline got steeper after that. I could feel my thighs burning a bit, and sweat started dripping down from my hairline, making my scalp itch. I wiped it with the back of my hand. I kept thinking about the lookout tower. I'd only been there once before, years ago with some friends. Back then it still felt like an adventure, climbing up the rickety metal steps and standing on top, feeling the whole tower sway slightly in the wind. Now it was just a destination, a place to sit in peace. About 2 hours in, I stopped again to eat half my sandwich. I sat on a flat rock on the side of the road. Ants crawled around near my boots, carrying crumbs from something they'd found earlier. I watched them for a while, fascinated by how coordinated they were, each moving purposefully like they knew exactly where to go. I finished my sandwich and washed it down with some water. The sun was higher now, the light coming through the trees at an angle, lighting up the dust in the air. When I finally reached the tower, I felt relief in my legs. The structure was taller than I remembered, probably because I hadn't been here in so long. The metal was rusted brown, and parts of the staircase railing were missing. The small concrete foundation had weeds growing through cracks. There was an old bench nearby, half buried under fallen leaves. I walked around the base of the tower for a while, just looking at the metal beams and the small hut at the top, its windows broken out long ago. I put down my backpack on the bench and drank more water. My shirt was soaked with sweat along my back and under my arms. A breeze picked up, and it felt good against my skin. I decided to climb the tower. I tested each step carefully as I went. The metal groaned under my weight, and small flakes of rust fell off, floating down past my boots. When I reached the top, I stepped inside the hut. The floorboards creaked, and I made sure to step only where the boards looked solid. The smell up there was musty, mixed with old bird droppings and the dry smell of sun-heated wood. I walked over to the window frame and looked out. The view was incredible. Rolling hills covered in trees, stretching out to the horizon where the hills turned bluish under the sun haze. I could see the river cutting through the valley far away, its surface reflecting tiny flashes of light. I sat down on the wooden floor, leaning against the wall. I pulled out my trail mix and ate slowly, chewing each bite while looking at the view. I sat like that for a long time, thinking about nothing in particular, just breathing in the smells and feeling the breeze come through the broken windows. At some point I must have dozed off because I woke up with a stiff neck. The sun had moved and shadows had shifted across the hills. I checked my watch and saw it was past noon. I stood up, stretched my legs and arms, and looked around one last time before deciding to head back down. Climbing down was harder than going up because I had to look carefully where I placed my feet. My hands turned orange-brown from gripping the rusty railing. When I finally reached the bottom, I felt a slight relief in my chest. I picked up my backpack from the bench, brushed off the dead leaves sticking to it, and swung it over my shoulders. I started walking back down the road at a brisk pace because I wanted to get home before it got too hot. The air felt heavier now. The breeze had died down, and sweat started dripping down my forehead almost immediately. I wiped it off and kept moving. The sounds of birds were quieter now, replaced by the constant buzz of insects. I kept my eyes on the path ahead, watching for loose gravel. After about half an hour, I started feeling something weird. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Then I realized it was the absence of sounds behind me. Normally, you can hear faint rustling of animals or birds or wind in the trees. But behind me it felt silent, like something was absorbing the sound. I turned around and looked but saw nothing. Just the gravel road curving away, lined by trees. I shook off the feeling and kept walking, telling myself I was just tired and paranoid. Another 15 minutes passed, and I stopped to drink water again. As I was putting the bottle back in my bag, I heard it, a faint crunch of gravel behind me. My chest tightened instantly. I stood perfectly still, listening. The sound stopped. I turned my head slowly and looked back, scanning the road, the trees, the shadows. Nothing. I told myself maybe it was a squirrel or some other animal that had stepped onto the road. I kept walking, but my pace slowed down. Every few minutes, I would glance over my shoulder. I didn't hear anything else for a while, and eventually I started to relax again. I was about 40 minutes away from town when I heard it again. Crunch, crunch, 2 clear footsteps behind me. I spun around, heart thudding in my chest, but again there was nothing. The road was empty. The trees were still. My breathing was shaky now. I felt sweat dripping down my spine. I stood there for a long minute, listening, staring at the empty road. Then I turned back around and started walking faster. My boots kicked up gravel with each step. I kept looking straight ahead, trying not to think about what I'd heard. The crunch of my own footsteps sounded deafening in the quiet. Then I heard it again, faster this time. Crunch, 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 like someone was matching my pace, only a little bit behind. My mind was racing now. I didn't want to run. I didn't want to look like prey, but my body was screaming at me to move faster. I forced myself to keep a steady, fast walk, fists clenched, arms stiff at my sides. My shoulders felt tight, like they were trying to fold inward. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and uneven. The road ahead curved sharply to the left. I decided that as soon as I turned the corner, I would run. I didn't care anymore. As I reached the bend, I glanced behind me one last time. Nothing. Just the empty road, the trees, and the harsh sunlight slicing through gaps in the branches. I turned the corner and broke into a run, my boots thudding on the gravel, backpack bouncing painfully against my back. I ran until my chest burned, lungs felt like collapsing, and my throat was dry as sandpaper. Finally, I slowed down, panting, wiping sweat from my eyes with shaking hands. I turned around. Nobody was there. Nothing was following me. The road was silent except for the sound of blood pounding in my ears. I kept walking, slower this time because my legs felt like jelly. When I finally reached the metal gate at the bottom of the fire road, I almost collapsed against it. I stood there for a while, breathing hard, looking back up the road one last time. The trees were still, the shadows long and sharp in the afternoon sun. I slipped through the side gap and walked back toward town. By the time I reached the shop, I was almost completely calm again. I bought another bottle of water and drank half. I always thought working night shifts at the gas station would be easy money. It wasn't like people were lined up at 3 in the morning to buy chips and cigarettes. Most nights were so quiet that the only sounds I heard were the humming of the freezers and the occasional gust of wind rattling the windows. I liked it that way. I could drink my coffee in peace, read some news on my phone, restock shelves, and clean the coffee machines without being bothered. But there was this one night that made me think about quitting for good. I started my shift at 10 p.m. It was cold outside, probably just above freezing, and the wind felt like it cut straight through my hoodie when I got out of my car. I remember thinking how quiet the road was. Usually, there'd be at least a few cars passing by on their way out of town, but not that night. The parking lot was empty except for my car and a random old pickup truck parked at the far end. I assumed it belonged to the guy I was replacing for the shift. Inside, the store smelled like burnt coffee and mop water, just like it always did. I clocked in, grabbed a stale donut from the tray near the register, and started stocking the cooler with soda bottles that had come in that evening. The guy I was replacing, Mike, left quickly, like he always did. He never said goodbye, never asked how I was doing. He'd just grunt and walk out with his backpack slung over one shoulder. I actually liked that about him. Less forced conversation, less pretending. The first few hours passed with nothing happening. I cleaned the bathroom, wiped down the counters, took out some trash. Around midnight, a young couple came in to buy some snacks and an energy drink. They paid with cash, left without saying anything besides a mumbled thanks, and drove off. The store was silent again. I sat down on the little stool behind the register and watched the security monitors for a while. We had 5 cameras, one facing the front counter, one at each of the 2 aisles, one in the back near the storage room, and one outside facing the pumps and parking lot. The black and white screens flickered every so often, making the empty aisles look creepier than they really were. I kept glancing at the outside camera. The pickup truck was still there, unmoved. I thought it was weird because Mike never drove a truck. He had a beat-up sedan. I tried to remember if the truck had been there when I arrived, but I couldn't be sure. Either way, it just sat there, old and rusty, the bed full of junk covered by a tarp weighed down with bricks. I figured it must belong to someone who left it there and walked home or something. Around 2 in the morning, I made myself another cup of coffee. The pot was nearly empty, and the coffee was burnt from sitting on the heater for too long, but I didn't care. I needed something warm to keep me awake. As I was stirring in powdered creamer, I thought I saw movement on the outside camera. Just a little flicker of something between the pumps. I set my cup down and leaned closer to the monitor. The camera quality was terrible, so all I saw was some grainy black and gray shapes. But it looked like someone was moving near the pumps, maybe behind the trash can. I kept watching, but after a few seconds, nothing moved again. I told myself it was probably the wind blowing some trash around or the camera glitching. Still, I felt uneasy. I kept glancing out the glass windows of the store, scanning the pumps and parking lot. The lights out there flickered now and then, buzzing with that annoying electrical hum. Everything seemed empty. I tried to shake it off and went back to stocking some shelves with chips and candy bars that had come in that day. About 30 minutes later, I heard a sound from the back of the store. It was faint, like a soft tapping or scraping. I froze and listened. The refrigerators hummed behind me, and the clock on the wall ticked quietly. But then I heard it again. A faint scrape, like something dragging across the concrete floor. I walked towards the back, passing the coffee station and snack aisles. The sound stopped. I stood there, looking down the last aisle that led to the storage room door. Nothing. The store was empty, just like it always was at this time. I told myself it was probably a mouse or the building settling. I knew there were mice in the walls. I heard them at night sometimes, scratching behind the shelves. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was in there with me. I went back to the register and checked the cameras again. That's when I noticed it. The outside camera, the one facing the pumps, was now pointing slightly down. Instead of seeing the pumps and the truck, I could only see the concrete below the camera, lit up by the flickering lights above. My chest tightened. I knew that camera had been pointed at the pumps all night. Someone must have moved it. My hands started to sweat a little. I scanned the other cameras quickly. The aisles were empty. The storage room was empty. But on the outside camera that faced the parking lot, the old pickup truck was still there, dark and silent. I tried to calm myself down. Maybe the wind shook the camera loose. Maybe it was already like that, and I didn't notice before. I forced myself to believe it. But then I thought about the movement I'd seen earlier. I thought about the scraping noise. I grabbed the store phone and dialed the non-emergency number for the local police. My voice sounded shaky when I explained to the dispatcher that I thought someone might be outside messing with the camera or the pumps. She sounded bored, like she was half asleep, but said she'd send a car to drive by. I hung up and stood there, staring out the windows. I couldn't see past the pumps into the parking lot because of the lights reflecting off the glass. I felt trapped in that little gas station box, the humming and buzzing noises suddenly feeling unbearably loud. About 10 minutes later, I saw the red and blue lights flash across the windows as a patrol car pulled in. I felt this wave of relief wash over me. I watched as the officer got out, shined his flashlight around the pumps and towards the truck. He walked over to it, shined his light into the cab, then into the truck bed. He stood there for a while looking around, then walked towards the store. I unlocked the door for him. He asked if I'd seen anyone. I told him about the movement on the camera, the scraping noise, and the shifted camera. He nodded slowly, walked back outside, and checked around the dumpsters and the side of the building. After about 15 minutes, he came back in and said he didn't see anyone. The truck was empty. He said it looked like it hadn't been driven in a long time, judging by the rust and flat tires. I thanked him as he left. I felt a little stupid for calling them out for nothing, but at the same time, I felt better knowing there wasn't someone out there. I spent the next hour behind the counter, sipping my terrible coffee, scrolling through my phone, and glancing at the cameras every few minutes. The sun started to rise around 5, a pale orange glow filling the eastern sky beyond the parking lot. I felt the tension in my chest start to fade as light filled the world again. My shift ended at 6. As I was clocking out, the morning guy, an older man named Greg, walked in. He was always cheerful, always talking too much, but that morning, I didn't mind. Hearing another human voice felt comforting after the long night. I told him about what happened. He laughed and said I probably saw a stray cat. I walked outside to my car, the cold morning air waking me up. The sky was getting brighter, streaks of pink and gold spreading above the flat horizon. I glanced over at the old pickup truck as I passed it. For some reason, I felt like looking in the window. I don't know why. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself that it was empty like the cop said. I walked over and stood on my toes to look inside. The windows were so dirty I could barely see anything, but with the rising sun shining through the opposite window, I could make out the seats and dashboard. The cab was empty. No bags, no trash, nothing. Just 2 old ripped seats and a cracked dashboard covered in dust. I turned to walk back to my car, feeling silly. But then I noticed something under the truck. Near the back tire, something dark was sticking out onto the concrete. I bent down a little to look closer. It was a shoe, a brown leather boot, scuffed and dirty. I frowned and took a few steps closer. That's when I saw it. A leg, wearing faded jeans, stretched out under the truck bed. My stomach twisted as I walked around to get a better view. There was a man lying on the ground under the truck. His face was turned away from me, hidden by the edge of the tire. His arms were stretched out above his head, like he'd crawled under there and never came back out. His body was so still. I couldn't see him breathing. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and called 911. I told them there was a man under a truck at the gas station, and I didn't think he was moving. They told me to wait there and not to touch anything. I stood there staring at his boots until the cops and ambulance arrived. They pulled him out from under the truck. He looked older, probably in his 60s, with long gray hair and a beard. His face was pale, his eyes closed. They said later that he'd been dead for at least a day, probably from exposure or some medical issue. He had no ID, just an empty wallet in his pocket. They never told me who he was or why he was under that truck. I couldn't stop thinking about him. All those hours I spent inside, watching the cameras, worrying about shadows and noises, and the whole time he was right there, only a few feet away, dead and alone under an old truck. I quit a week later. I told them I couldn't handle the night shifts anymore. That was partly true, but the real reason was because every time I closed my eyes, I saw his boots sticking out from under the truck. I thought about how he must have felt in his last moments, lying down there on the cold concrete, the world going on without him. How nobody even knew he was there. Now, every time I drive past that gas station, I can't help but look at that spot where the truck was parked. It's empty now, just cracked concrete with an oil stain. But in my mind, I still see him lying there, alone in the dark. I grew up near the edge of town, where the houses ended and the fields started. Behind our house, there was a narrow dirt road that ran along a line of broken-down old sheds and half-collapsed barns. Past that, it turned into empty pasture land that stretched for miles. There was a tree line about a mile back where the fields stopped and the woods began. My dad always told me not to go past the old fence that marked the edge of the pasture. But when I turned 15, I started pushing that line a bit. Most afternoons after school, I'd drop my bag inside, grab a slice of bread or whatever was left on the counter, and head out the back door before Mom could ask me to help with anything. I liked the quiet more than anything, just the sound of the wind pushing through tall grass and the crunch of my boots on dry ground. There was one place I liked best, about 20 minutes walk past the last barn. There was an old cattle chute out there, left to rot in a dip between two hills. It had rusted metal gates and warped wooden rails that leaned in at weird angles. Sometimes I'd sit on the rails, watch the sun go down behind the tree line, and imagine what it would be like to live out there alone. No voices except my own. It was spring when things changed. The first thing that happened was small. One afternoon I was out there at the chute when I saw fresh boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. They came from the tree line and ended near the chute, then turned back the same way. I figured it was just someone from town cutting across the field, maybe a hunter or a ranch hand checking the fence. A week later, I found something else. I'd walked out farther than normal, almost to where the fence gave way to woods. I was picking my way along a line of old fence posts when I saw a pile of ashes next to one post. It looked like someone had burned something right there on the bare dirt. There were half-burned scraps of cardboard and what looked like the corner of a plastic tarp melted into black lumps. Around it were scraps of food wrappers and a few cigarette butts. I crouched there for a bit, poking at the ashes with a stick. It made me uneasy, but I told myself again it was probably just a hunter or maybe some kids hiding from their folks to drink cheap beer. But then I noticed something else. There were nails scattered around the ashes, bent nails, small rusty ones. Who burns trash and leaves nails behind? I didn't like thinking about it too much, so I went home early that day. For a while, nothing happened. I still went out there, but I stuck closer to the chute. I started leaving before the sun touched the trees. My mom liked that part. She'd always hated me staying out there past dark anyway. Then one Saturday I woke up before dawn. I couldn't sleep for some reason, so I got dressed and headed out to watch the sun come up behind the tree line. It was cold enough that I could see my breath. When I got out to the chute, I saw something that made my stomach twist. Tied to one of the old rails with baling wire was a dead rabbit. Its fur was patchy, like it had been skinned in places, and its head was missing. There were flies on it, even though the air was cold. I stood there for a long time just staring at it, my heart thudding in my neck. I wanted to believe a coyote did it, maybe left it there somehow, but the wire around its back legs was too neat for that. I didn't stay out there. I walked home fast, kept looking over my shoulder at the fields behind me. When I got to the back door, I washed my hands in the hose even though I hadn't touched anything. I didn't tell my parents. I don't really know why. Maybe because I didn't want to give them a reason to tell me not to go back out there. But I did stay away for a week or so. I'd stand at my bedroom window at night and look out at the black fields, trying not to think about who had tied up that rabbit. Sometimes I thought I saw shapes moving out there in the dark, but it was probably just the wind pushing the tall grass. A few days later, I decided I was being stupid. It was my spot, not theirs. I grabbed my old hunting knife and shoved it in my pocket. I told myself if I saw anything weird, I'd just come home. It was cloudy that day, no sun at all. I walked straight to the chute, half expecting to see something else tied up there. But there was nothing, just the empty rails and a few black feathers drifting around. I sat there for a bit, listening to the wind. Then I heard something that didn't fit, a metal clatter, like a gate banging shut. It came from the tree line. I stood up on the top rail and shaded my eyes. Between the bare branches, I saw the edge of something, a piece of blue tarp, half hidden behind a cluster of young pines. It flapped once in the wind, then settled. I knew I shouldn't go closer. I did anyway. It felt like walking into another world when I stepped through the fence and into the trees. The ground was soft, layers of old leaves and wet pine needles. I moved slow, trying not to snap branches under my boots. The closer I got, the more I saw. The tarp was stretched over a low frame made of saplings lashed together with twine. Under it was a sleeping bag, filthy and half-zipped open. There were beer cans crushed flat around it, some empty food cans, a little pile of burned logs. I could smell something sour under the cold pine smell, sweat, maybe something rotting. My heart was pounding so hard it made my ears ring. I didn't hear anything else at first, but then I picked up the sound of breathing. Slow, wet breathing. It was coming from behind the tarp. I froze, crouched low behind a tree. The breathing stopped. For a second there was no sound at all except my heartbeat. Then I heard a sniff, like someone clearing their nose. Then the slow shift of weight, a boot scuffing damp leaves. I didn't wait to see who it was. I turned and slipped back the way I'd come, stepping as quiet as I could. When I cleared the tree line and hit the fence, I climbed over so fast I scraped my knee open on a splintered post. I didn't look back. I ran all the way to the chute, then all the way home, lungs burning. I went straight to the bathroom and washed my hands again, even though I hadn't touched anything. I sat on the edge of the tub for a long time, knee throbbing, trying to get my breathing back to normal. I didn't go out there again for almost a month. When I did, it was because I wanted to see if they were still there. I don't know why, maybe to prove it was just some drifter passing through. I told myself if the tarp was gone, that would be it. I went on a Sunday afternoon when the sky was wide and clear. The grass was dry and rattled under my boots. I went straight to the tree line and stopped at the fence. I couldn't see the tarp anymore, so I climbed over and worked my way in. When I got close, I saw right away that the tarp was gone. The frame was still there, but the sleeping bag was shredded open, its stuffing scattered around like white feathers. There were more cans now, and something else, a stack of small bones arranged in a circle on an old piece of cardboard. I leaned closer and saw they were bird bones. The skulls were laid in the middle of the circle, facing out. I backed away, careful not to step on any of it. I felt like my throat was closing up. I turned to leave, but then I saw it, a length of baling wire hanging from a tree branch. At the end of it was a scrap of something dark and wet. I didn't look too close. I just turned and walked fast, but not so fast I'd make noise. I didn't run until I cleared the tree line. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling. I didn't want to tell my parents. I couldn't explain it without them thinking I was the one who did it. I thought about calling the sheriff's office, but what would I say? Some weirdo camping in the woods? It's not illegal to sleep under a tarp. The bones and wire weren't enough to matter to anyone but me. A few nights later, I woke up to the sound of the back gate rattling. We didn't have a dog, just a rusted old latch on a sagging gate that only moved if you pushed it. I lay there holding my breath, listening. The wind was still. I could hear the low squeal of the gate moving back and forth, then a soft thump like a boot heel on dirt. I stayed awake until the first light came through the curtains. I didn't sleep the next night, or the one after that. A week later, my dad found the back gate wide open when he went out to check the well pump. He yelled at me for leaving it unlatched. I told him I hadn't been out there. He just looked at me like he didn't believe it. The next day, I put an old broom handle through the latch, so it couldn't swing open. I lay awake again that night, listening. Nothing. Another week went by. No sounds, no gate moving. I thought maybe it was over. Whoever it was had moved on. Then one night, I woke up with the taste of metal in my mouth. I sat up in bed and realized the bedroom window was cracked open an inch. I never left it open. We didn't even have screens on those old windows. I got up and closed it, locked the latch, then stood there with my ear pressed to the glass. I didn't hear anything. I stayed like that for a long time, breathing through my mouth, feeling the sweat on my neck turn cold. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next day I told my dad I wanted to move my bed to the other side of the room. He didn't ask why. The last time I saw anything was a month after that. It was late May, warm enough that the fields were full of fireflies at night. I was standing in the kitchen drinking water when I saw movement through the back window. At first I thought it was just one of our neighbor's dogs, but then I saw the shape stand up straight from behind the old tool shed. It was a man, thin and long-limbed, wearing a coat too big for him. He looked like a piece of shadow peeling away from the shed. He didn't come closer. He just stood there. I could feel him looking at the house. I turned off the kitchen light and stood in the dark, watching him. He turned after a while and walked along the fence line, back toward the fields. I watched until he was gone. I didn't see him again after that. My dad put up a new section of fence that summer, taller and straighter, with a padlock on the back gate. I didn't go back to the chute or the tree line again. I spent the rest of that summer inside, or riding my bike into town instead. Sometimes I think about what would have happened if I'd stayed out there that day. I woke up that morning like any other, groggy from a bad sleep. I'd been staying at this small rented cabin for the past few days, hoping to get a bit of quiet from the city. I needed the break. Work had been killing me lately. Emails, meetings, deadlines. My head felt like a balloon about to pop. So I booked this cheap little place in the woods, away from anyone I knew. It was an old cabin, not the fancy Airbnb type. Just a narrow wooden structure with a tin roof, a porch with 2 broken chairs, and a wood stove that smelled like burned sap when lit. There was no signal unless I walked up the ridge behind it. That morning, I woke up at around 6, when it was still a bit dark. I didn't bother making breakfast right away. I just sat up in bed for a while, staring at the dusty window across the room. The light was barely coming through the trees outside. Everything felt damp, like the world was sweating. My blanket was bunched up under my knees, and my back ached from the thin mattress. I sat there scratching my head and thinking about how I should maybe go home early and catch up on work. But I didn't want to. I didn't want to hear cars or neighbors or the hum of my fridge again. I wanted to stretch these last days of peace. Eventually, I got up and pulled on my jeans from the floor. They felt stiff. I hadn't showered since I got there, and the humidity made everything feel gross. I put on my shoes without socks, grabbed my empty thermos, and stepped out onto the porch. The boards creaked under me. A squirrel darted up a pine tree just off to the left. The air smelled like wet bark and the cold ashes from last night's fire pit. The sun was coming up in thin orange strips through the treetops. I took a deep breath and felt a bit more awake. I decided to make some coffee and go for a long walk down the trail I'd seen the day before. There was a thin path leading down behind the cabin into denser woods. I hadn't gone far down it yet, but the owner had said in the listing that there were old logging roads deeper in. I liked the idea of walking where nobody else was, where it felt like I could disappear. I boiled water on the little propane burner, poured it over the instant coffee, and drank it as I stood on the porch. It tasted like dirt. I didn't care. I just wanted caffeine. By 7, I was walking down the trail, holding my thermos in my hand. The path was soft with old pine needles and damp soil. My shoes were already wet within 10 minutes from brushing against ferns and grass. The forest felt huge around me, all brown trunks and green darkness. Sometimes I could hear birds calling out, little quick notes that echoed off somewhere I couldn't see. The trail sloped down for a while, then leveled out into a small clearing with some overgrown blackberry bushes. I noticed a deer trail branching off to the right, but stayed on the clearer path. I didn't want to get ticks all over my legs. After about 30 minutes, I came to a spot where the trees thinned out and I could see further ahead. The path turned into what must have been an old road once. It was wide enough for a truck, though trees had grown up in the middle of it. There were broken branches and fallen logs everywhere. To my left, there was a long, steep drop down into a ravine. I could hear water trickling down there, hidden under brush and stones. To my right was a mossy hillside with ferns so big they came up to my chest. The air felt colder here, with shadows still lingering even as the sun rose higher. I kept walking down the road. Every now and then I saw old beer cans rusted half into the dirt, or shattered green glass from bottles thrown decades ago. Once I saw a pair of torn blue underwear, tangled in blackberry vines, sun-bleached almost white. I thought about how many people came down here to drink or camp and just left their crap everywhere. There were shotgun shells too, bright red against the brown soil. Mostly spent, but 1 or 2 still looked unused, swollen from rain. After a while, the road curved again and went uphill. I was sweating now, my hair sticking to my forehead. My shirt clung to my back. I stopped to sip the last of my coffee and set the thermos down on a stump for a second. I stretched my arms up, feeling my shoulders crack. That's when I heard something down the road ahead of me. It was faint at first, like a stick breaking underfoot. I thought maybe it was a deer or an elk. I stood still and listened. Then I heard it again. Another branch snapped, but it didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like someone stepping on it. Slow, heavy. I felt my stomach tighten. The hairs on my arms rose up. I waited. For a while, it was quiet. Just the sound of wind moving through the high branches, a whispering sound that filled everything. I bent down and picked up my thermos, then started walking again, a bit slower this time. I kept looking ahead, trying to see around the bend up the road. After about 10 steps, I froze again. There it was, another branch cracking. Then silence. Then another. Closer this time. I don't know why, but I felt scared. My chest felt tight, and I could hear my own breathing too loud in my ears. I stood there looking down at the dirt road in front of me, not moving. I don't know how long I stood like that. Maybe a full minute. Maybe less. Then I heard it again, but this time it wasn't ahead of me. It was behind me, much closer, maybe 30 or 40 feet away. It sounded like a foot scuffing against the dirt. I turned around quickly. My mouth felt dry, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I scanned the trail behind me. Trees, ferns, nothing else. I squinted, trying to see into the shadows. Then I saw movement. A figure stepped out from behind a tree about 50 feet back down the road. I couldn't see his face clearly because of the shadow from the trees above him, but he was wearing dark clothing, black pants, a brown coat, and a hood pulled up over his head. He was holding something in his hand, a long stick or maybe a tool. I couldn't tell. We just stood there looking at each other for a moment. I felt my knees shaking. I didn't know what to do. My first thought was to say something, but then I remembered there was nobody else out here. Nobody to hear me if something went wrong. The way he was just standing there, not waving, not nodding, nothing, it felt wrong. He didn't move. He just stood there, staring at me. Or I assumed he was staring. I couldn't see his eyes under the hood. I turned away and started walking up the road, faster this time. My feet crunched over gravel and dead leaves. I didn't run because I didn't want to trip or look like prey. I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. At first I didn't see him again, and I thought maybe he was just some hiker who didn't want to say hi. But then after a minute or so, I looked back and he was there again, closer this time. Maybe 30 feet behind me, walking slowly, same pace as me, still holding that thing in his hand. That's when panic started to rise up in my chest. My breaths came out ragged and loud. I tried to keep my steps even. The road curved again up ahead, and I realized if I could just get far enough to lose sight of him, I could maybe run off the trail and hide. I picked up my pace. My calves burned from the incline. My shoes slipped a couple times in the loose gravel, sending little rocks skittering down the slope to my left. I could hear them bouncing down into the ravine. When I looked back again, he was still there, same distance, same slow pace, like he was just matching me on purpose. My mouth felt bitter, like metal. I swallowed hard and kept moving. The road finally curved, and as soon as I was out of his sight, I sprinted off to the right into the trees. The ground here was soft with moss and pine needles, so my footsteps didn't make much noise. I crouched down behind a fallen tree, my knees pressed into the damp dirt. My chest was heaving so hard I thought I might throw up. I waited, my eyes stung with sweat dripping down from my forehead. I could hear my pulse thumping in my ears, blocking out almost everything else. Then I heard him again. Footsteps on the gravel road. Crunch, crunch, slow, even steps. He was walking past where I had turned off. I couldn't see him through the thick brush, but I could hear him. Each step sounded like it landed right in the center of my chest. I held my breath. He kept walking for a while. Then he stopped. I waited. It was silent for so long. My thighs started cramping up from crouching. A mosquito landed on my cheek, but I didn't move to swat it. I could feel it biting, the tiny sting spreading out under my skin. Then I heard the footsteps again. This time they were coming towards me, but not on the road. On the moss. He was off the road now, walking into the forest, towards where I was hiding. My breath caught in my throat. I slowly turned my head, looking through the ferns. I saw him then, about 20 feet away, weaving between the trees. He wasn't looking directly at me. His hood was down now. He was older, with gray stubble on his cheeks and dark eyes. His coat was unzipped, showing a dirty white undershirt. In his right hand, he was holding a rusted hatchet. He kept walking slowly, scanning the ground like he was looking for tracks. He moved quietly for such a big man. I pressed my back tighter against the fallen tree, feeling the wet bark soaking through my shirt. My heart was beating so fast I felt dizzy. He walked past me, maybe 10 feet away, then stopped. He turned his head slowly, scanning the trees behind him. His eyes passed right over where I was hiding. I could see his chest rising and falling, slow and calm. He didn't look scared or rushed. He just stood there for a while, listening. Then, without warning, he turned and walked back towards the road. I waited, counting the seconds in my head. 10, 20, 30. I could hear him moving further away, his footsteps fading back onto the gravel road. I stayed crouched there for what felt like forever. My legs were numb. My fingers were shaking so bad, I had to clench them into fists to stop them from rattling against the wood. I woke up that morning with a stiff neck from sleeping wrong on my old pillow. The sun was coming through the thin curtains, lighting up the dust on my desk. I just lay there for a while staring at the ceiling, feeling that same heavy feeling in my chest I get every morning before work. I work as a delivery driver for a local grocery store. It's not too bad most days. You just drive, drop things off, smile, and leave. But it's tiring. You're always carrying crates of milk or potatoes up steps, and people don't tip anymore like they used to. That morning I made some tea and sat in my little kitchen, staring out at the brick wall of the next building. I always leave my window open a crack even if it's cold, because the kitchen smells like old onions otherwise. I sat there for about 10 minutes, just sipping tea and trying not to think about the day ahead. Then I got up, brushed my teeth, put on my uniform, and headed out. It was already hot outside. Summer mornings in the city are the worst. The streets stink of garbage that's been cooking under the sun, and you can smell dried piss everywhere. I walked down the concrete steps from my apartment, stepping over a crushed beer and someone left on the landing, and out onto the sidewalk. My van was parked right outside. It's an old white delivery van with our company's stickers peeling off the sides. I unlocked it, got in, and turned the key. The engine coughed like it always does before it starts up. I just sat there for a second with my forehead on the steering wheel, breathing in the smell of stale coffee cups and cardboard. Then I sat up, put it in drive, and headed off to the store to load up. By noon I was sweating through my uniform shirt. I had made 4 deliveries already, and I was driving back to the store for the 5th pickup. My phone buzzed in the cup holder with the next address. I glanced at it at a red light. It was an address on the edge of town, near that industrial area with the old warehouses and empty lots. I felt a little annoyed, because going out there meant I'd have to come all the way back to the store afterwards, wasting more time. When I got back to the store, the crates were ready. 2 large boxes of canned food, some milk cartons, and a 25 kilograms bag of rice. I loaded them into the back carefully, making sure they wouldn't fall over. Then I checked my phone again. The address was for a little grocery stand at the edge of an empty lot. I didn't even know they ordered from us, but I shrugged. Work is work. I drove out towards the industrial area. The streets there are quiet, with cracked asphalt and grass growing through the edges. On both sides there are chain-link fences with barbed wire on top, surrounding crumbling brick warehouses. I drove past an old factory with boarded windows and graffiti all over it, then turned down a narrow road lined with potholes. I saw the little grocery stand at the end. It was basically just a metal container painted green, with a sliding window for customers. The lot around it was empty except for weeds and an old rusted trailer with no wheels. I pulled up beside it and turned off the engine. The sun was high and it was blindingly bright. Heat was coming off the asphalt in waves. I got out and slid open the van's back door. I grabbed the first box of cans and carried it to the stand. The metal container was locked up, the window shutter down. I set the box down and walked around to see if anyone was inside. There was no bell to ring or anything. I knocked on the metal door, but it just echoed with a dull, empty sound. I tried calling the number on the order slip, but it just rang and rang. I sighed. I hate it when customers aren't ready. It means I stand there in the heat wasting time. I walked back to the van and sat in the driver's seat, cranking up the AC. I sat there staring at the empty lot. In the far corner, there was a patch of trees and bushes that had overgrown a fence. Just past that, I could see the top of an old billboard frame, rusted and bent. Everything was silent except for insects buzzing. After 10 minutes, I decided to wait outside by the container. I leaned against it in the shade, wiping sweat from my neck. That's when I noticed something in the trees. At first, it was just movement, like branches swaying. Then I saw that someone was standing there, half hidden behind a tree trunk. I couldn't see their face, just their silhouette against the sunlit brush. I stared for a moment, feeling that little spike of unease in my stomach. I raised my hand and waved. The person didn't move. They just kept standing there. I felt embarrassed, thinking maybe it was just a homeless guy taking a nap there, and I had disturbed him. I turned away, pretending not to care, and went back to the van. Another 5 minutes passed. No one showed up to open the grocery stand. I was about to leave when I glanced back at the trees. The person was gone. I scanned the lot, half expecting them to have come out towards the stand, but there was no one. I sighed and decided I'd unload everything anyway and leave it by the door, then call dispatch to tell them. I didn't want to carry everything back into the van, so I started unloading. I carried the milk cartons over, then the second box of cans. As I was bent over picking up the rice bag, I heard footsteps behind me on the gravel. I turned quickly. There was no one there. I looked around the side of the container, but the lot was empty. The heat was making me dizzy, and my shirt was soaked down my back. I picked up the bag of rice and hoisted it onto my shoulder. I took 2 steps towards the container door when I heard something again. This time it wasn't footsteps. It was a voice, or at least a sound like someone trying to speak. I froze. It came from behind the rusted trailer. I stood there, holding the rice bag, listening hard. My heart was beating in my throat. The sound came again, like someone saying a word over and over, but too quiet to understand. I put the rice bag down gently and stepped around the trailer. The ground there was covered in broken glass and weeds. Behind the trailer was the fence and the trees beyond it. But right up against the trailer was a man sitting on the ground, leaning back against the metal. He was barefoot, wearing ripped jeans and a dirty shirt. His hair was long and stuck to his sweaty face. He was staring straight ahead with unfocused eyes. For a moment I thought he was dead. Then I saw his chest rising and falling slowly. His lips were moving, but no words came out. I felt cold all over despite the heat. My first instinct was to back away and get in my van. But something in me stopped. What if he was sick or dying? I crouched down about 5 feet away, trying to get a better look. His arms were thin as sticks, covered in scratches. His feet were covered in dried blood and dirt. His eyes flicked towards me for just a second, then went back to staring into nothing. I said in a low voice, "Hey, you okay?" But he didn't react. He just kept mumbling that silent word. I looked around the lot. There was no one else there. The grocery stand was still shut. The only sound was insects buzzing and the hum of my van's engine idling. I stood up and took a step back. That's when he suddenly jerked forward, grabbing his own ankles. He curled up into a ball, rocking back and forth, his dry lips moving faster now. The rocking sent a chill down my spine. It was like watching an animal that had been hurt too many times to care who was watching anymore. I felt panic rising in my chest. I turned and walked quickly back to my van. My hands were shaking as I climbed in. I sat there gripping the wheel, staring at my phone screen. I thought about calling the police, but what would I tell them? There's a homeless man behind the trailer. They'd probably just shrug it off. I sat there for a minute, breathing hard, feeling sweat roll down my ribs. Then I glanced in the side mirror. I saw him standing there in the lot, just standing, his arms limp by his sides. He had moved so silently, I hadn't heard him walk out from behind the trailer. I turned the key, and the engine roared louder. He didn't move. He just stood there watching me. His head tilted slightly to one side, like he couldn't understand what he was looking at. I drove off fast, bumping over potholes, the crates in the back rattling loudly. I didn't look back again. My heart was hammering in my chest all the way back to the main road. When I got back to the store, I told the manager that no one was there to receive the delivery. He frowned and told me to just leave it for tomorrow. I wanted to tell him about the man, about how dead his eyes looked, about the blood on his feet. But I didn't. I just nodded and went to the break room to splash water on my face. That night, I lay in bed unable to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him sitting there rocking, then standing in the middle of the lot staring at me with his head tilted. I kept thinking about what he was mumbling. Was it just nonsense, or was he trying to say something? I lay there listening to cars passing outside my window until the sky turned pale. The next morning I woke up late. My eyes were puffy and my head felt heavy. I called in sick. I didn't want to drive out there again, not yet. I made tea and sat in my kitchen staring at the wall. My hands were still trembling a little. Around noon, my curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my bike from the hallway and pedaled out towards the industrial area. I wanted to know if he was still there. I don't even know why. I just had to see. The ride was long and sweaty. When I got to the lot, I coasted to a stop and got off my bike. The grocery stand was still closed up tight. The crates I left yesterday were still stacked by the door. I walked past the rusted trailer to where he had been sitting. The ground was empty except for flattened weeds. I walked around the trailer. The whole lot was silent and baking hot. I turned back towards my bike. That's when I saw something that made my stomach twist. There was a trail of dark spots on the concrete leading towards the trees at the edge of the lot. I walked over and crouched down. The spots were dried blood, small footprints mixed with it. I stood there for a long time staring into the trees. There was no sound except I woke up that morning feeling tired. I hadn't slept well the night before. My back hurt from the old mattress. and I was already annoyed before I even stepped out of bed. I looked at my phone and saw it was only 5:23 a.m. I lay there for a while, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself to get up. Eventually, I sat on the edge of the bed and rubbed my eyes until my vision cleared. I felt that deep, tight pain in my chest that comes with waking up too early, like my body was refusing to accept the start of the day. I lived alone in a small house on the edge of town. My backyard led straight into a patch of woods. It wasn't a big forest or anything, just a stretch of trees that separated the neighborhood from the farms further out. It was quiet there, and most days I liked that. I liked the way the trees looked in the early morning when the sun was still behind them, and everything had that gray-blue shadow over it. I got up, stretched my arms over my head until my shoulders cracked, and walked into the kitchen. I turned on the kettle and stared out the window while it boiled. There was still some fog clinging to the tree trunks, and the grass in the yard was soaked in dew. I drank my tea standing by the sink. I felt anxious, like I needed to do something to get rid of that feeling. So I decided I'd go for a walk through the woods before getting ready for work. I put on my old boots that I kept by the back door, grabbed my hoodie from the hook, and stepped outside. The air was cold and damp. I could smell wet leaves and soil, that sharp smell that clings to your clothes when you walk through tall grass. I walked to the back fence and climbed over it. The fence was only waist high, and I'd climbed it hundreds of times before. I walked through the grass towards the tree line. My boots left flattened tracks behind me, little dark streaks in the wet grass. As I stepped under the trees, I felt the ground change from soft grass to hard-packed dirt mixed with fallen leaves and broken twigs. The deeper I went, the darker it got. The sun still hadn't risen above the trees, so everything was lit with that early blue light. I liked the quiet in there. I could hear birds chirping somewhere far away. I could hear the drip of water falling from the branches down onto the undergrowth. Sometimes I stopped just to listen. It made me feel calmer, like all the noise in my head got quiet when I was out there. I kept walking for a while, not really thinking about where I was going. I knew these woods well enough to not get lost. The ground sloped down a bit, then rose up again towards a small hill with older trees on top. Their roots stuck out through the dirt, thick and twisted like ropes. As I walked up the slope, I noticed something ahead of me on the path. At first I thought it was just a fallen branch, but as I got closer I saw it was a small dead animal. A raccoon or maybe a possum. Its body was twisted at a strange angle, its fur matted and wet. I stepped around it carefully, trying not to look too long at its face. Its eyes were half open, and its mouth hung slack. I felt a tight feeling in my stomach, but kept walking. I reached the top of the hill and stood there for a minute, breathing heavily from the climb. I looked out through the trees. The sky was lighter now, and I could see the tops of the houses on my street through gaps in the branches. Everything was quiet. I stood there for a while, just staring at nothing, feeling the cold air on my face. After a few minutes, I turned to head back down. As I started walking down the slope, I heard something behind me. Just a quick rustling sound, like something stepping on dry leaves. I stopped and turned around, but I didn't see anything. I waited, listening. It was completely silent again. I told myself it was probably just a squirrel or a bird hopping from branch to branch. I kept walking, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the path ahead. But every few steps I would hear another faint sound behind me. A crack of a twig, a rustle of leaves. Each time I stopped and turned around quickly, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. The feeling was starting to crawl up my neck now, that tight, cold grip of fear spreading through my chest. I walked faster, trying not to look back. My breath was coming out in little white clouds now as the air stayed cold around me. The woods felt darker, even though the sun was rising. I kept my eyes down on the path, watching the dirt and leaves move under my feet. Then I heard it again, closer this time. A definite crunch of dry leaves, like a footstep. I turned around quickly, scanning the trees. I still didn't see anything. My heart was beating so hard in my chest it almost hurt. I stood there for a while, staring into the trees, trying to control my breathing. I didn't want to run. I felt like if I started running, whatever was there would chase me. So I forced myself to keep walking at a normal pace. My hands were shaking slightly, and I shoved them into the pocket of my hoodie to hide it. I was about halfway back to my house when I heard the noise again, this time off to my right. It wasn't behind me anymore. It was keeping pace with me through the trees. I stopped again and looked. The trees were thick there, and the undergrowth was dense with tall ferns and thorn bushes. I didn't see anything, but the feeling of being watched was so strong I felt like my skin was burning. I started walking again, faster now. My boots crunched on the gravel path as I reached the edge of the woods. I didn't look back until I stepped out of the tree line into my backyard. I turned around and stared into the trees. They were completely still. Nothing moved. I stood there, breathing hard, my chest tight with fear. After a while I shook my head and told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it really was just a deer or some other animal moving through the woods. I climbed back over the fence and walked up to my house. I went inside, took off my boots, and locked the door behind me. I leaned against it for a moment, listening to the quiet of the house. My heart was still pounding, and my hands were shaking so badly I had to press them against my thighs to make it stop. I made myself another cup of tea and sat by the kitchen window. I stared out at the backyard, watching the trees sway gently in the breeze. I sat there for a long time, waiting for my breathing to slow down. Eventually, I felt calm enough to stand up. I got ready for work and left the house around 8 a.m. I drove into town with the radio on low, just enough to cover the silence. The whole day at work, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those trees and felt that cold grip of fear again. That evening, when I got home, I went to the backyard again. The sun was setting behind the trees, turning the sky orange and pink. I stood there for a while, staring into the woods. Everything was quiet. I walked along the fence, checking for any signs that someone had been there. I didn't see anything unusual. No broken branches, no footprints in the dirt. I went back inside and made myself dinner. I ate in front of the TV, trying not to think about it. When I went to bed that night, I lay awake for a long time, listening to every little sound in the house. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the windows made my chest tighten with fear. I kept thinking about that feeling in the woods, like something was watching me. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. The next morning, I woke up before sunrise again. My body felt heavy and tired, but I got up anyway. I walked into the kitchen and looked out at the trees. The sky was still dark behind them. I stood there for a long time, drinking my tea, staring into the woods. Eventually, I shook my head and turned away from the window. I didn't go for a walk that morning. I didn't feel like it. I sat on the couch instead, watching the light change outside as the sun came up. A few days passed, and I didn't go back into the woods. I avoided even looking at them when I went into the backyard, but the fear stayed with me. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those trees, felt that cold grip in my chest again. I knew I should probably tell someone about what I heard, but what would I even say? I didn't see anything. I didn't hear any voices or see any shapes moving through the trees. Just footsteps. Just that feeling of being watched. One evening, about a week later, I was sitting on my porch after work. The sun had just gone down, and the sky was fading to deep blue. I was drinking a beer, trying to relax. I felt calmer now, like maybe I'd just imagined the whole thing. Maybe I was just tired that morning, and my mind played tricks on me. I sat there for a while, watching the fireflies come out, blinking softly in the grass. I was starting to feel sleepy when I heard something at the edge of the yard. A faint sound, like someone stepping on dry leaves. My chest tightened immediately. I set down my beer and stood up slowly. I walked to the edge of the porch and peered into the darkness. The yard was lit only by the light coming through the kitchen window behind me. Beyond that was blackness. I strained my eyes, trying to see. Then I saw it. A shape, darker than the darkness around it, standing just at the edge of the trees. It was a man. I couldn't see his face, but I could see his outline. He was standing completely still, facing me. My heart was beating so hard I felt sick. I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at him. He didn't move either. We stood like that for what felt like forever. Then, slowly, he turned and walked back into the trees. His movement was silent. No crack of branches, no rustle of leaves. He just disappeared into the blackness. I stood there for a long time, staring at the spot where he had been. My legs were shaking so badly, I had to hold onto the porch railing to stay standing. Eventually, I turned and went inside, locking the door behind me. I closed all the curtains and sat on the floor in the dark, my back against the wall, listening. My whole body felt cold, like I'd been dropped in freezing water. That night I didn't sleep at all. I woke up early that morning, around 5:30, before the sun had even come up. My room was still dark, but there was that faint blue light outside, the kind that tells you dawn is coming soon. I got up, feeling that stiffness in my lower back from the old mattress, and shuffled over to the kitchen to make some coffee. The floor felt cold under my feet, and I thought about the cracked tile that I had meant to replace, but kept putting off. The house felt quiet, almost too quiet, like even the fridge wasn't humming like it normally did. I stood there for a moment, waiting for the coffee to brew, staring out the little kitchen window that looked out onto the field behind my house. I live about 15 minutes out of town, just on the edge of where the houses stop and the fields start. My property isn't huge, just under an acre, but there are no fences, and it blends into the farmland behind it. Beyond the fields there's a line of trees, a thick stand of pines and cottonwoods that mark the beginning of a larger patch of woods that goes on for miles. There's a narrow dirt road that runs along the edge of my property and cuts through the fields before disappearing into the trees. I've walked it a few times when I was feeling restless, especially in the evenings when the sun sets behind the trees and the sky turns orange and pink. But I've never gone too far into those woods. Not because I was scared, really, but because there's nothing back there. Just trees, bugs, old branches on the ground, the smell of moss and pine needles. I sat at my small kitchen table with my coffee, feeling the steam on my face and letting my thoughts drift. I had the day off work. No errands, no responsibilities. I thought about maybe mowing the patchy grass in the yard, maybe cleaning out the shed, or fixing the light that flickered in the hallway. But after I finished my coffee and ate some toast, I decided I'd go for a walk down that dirt road again. The air felt cool but heavy with moisture, and I could see fog hanging low over the fields. It felt calm, peaceful, like I was the only person awake in the whole world. I pulled on my old hiking boots, the ones with a tear along the side that let in water if I stepped into a puddle, and grabbed a light jacket. I didn't bother locking the door. Out here, no one ever came by, and if someone did, they'd have no reason to come inside. I stepped onto the porch, feeling the worn wood under my feet creak slightly. The smell of wet dirt hit me right away, mixed with cut grass and morning dew. I took a deep breath, letting it fill my lungs, feeling awake in a way that only early mornings ever make me feel. I walked down my gravel driveway, hearing the crunch under my boots, then stepped onto the dirt road. The fog was thicker out there, curling around my legs as I walked. I could hear birds starting to chirp in the trees far off, but otherwise it was silent. Just me, my footsteps, and the damp quiet of early morning. As I walked, I looked around at the wet grass, little spider webs hanging between the stalks, catching the fog like tiny nets. There were deer tracks in the mud, some fresh, leading from the field into the woods. I followed the road slowly, feeling no rush, just wanting to be outside, breathing fresh air, moving my legs. The road started to narrow as it reached the tree line. The fog was thicker there, pooled under the branches like smoke. I stopped for a moment, staring into the trees. It felt darker there, even though the sun was starting to rise. The shadows were deep, almost black, and the trunks stood in rows like silent watchers. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to turn back, go home, make a second cup of coffee, maybe read a book. But another part of me felt pulled forward, like I needed to keep walking, just to see what was there. So I stepped off the road and into the trees. Right away the ground changed under my boots. Instead of packed dirt, it was layers of fallen pine needles, soft and spongy. It smelled stronger in there too, damp wood and old leaves and something earthy that clung to the back of my throat. I kept walking, ducking under low branches, stepping over fallen logs. The fog thinned a bit under the canopy, but still drifted in small patches, like ghosts clinging to the tree trunks. I could hear little sounds, twigs snapping under my boots, birds rustling high above me, something small scampering through the underbrush. I don't know how long I walked, maybe half an hour. I wasn't checking my phone. I wasn't thinking about the time. I was just walking, feeling my body wake up with each step, feeling that satisfying ache build in my thighs and calves. I came to a small clearing, just a flat patch of dirt where the trees opened up and let in a bit more light. The fog was lifting, and I could see the sun starting to pierce through in thin golden beams. It was beautiful in a quiet, ordinary way. I stood there for a while, breathing hard, letting my heart slow down from the steady climb up a small rise in the ground. That's when I noticed something strange. There was a smell. At first I thought it was just the usual rotting leaves and damp wood, but as I stood there it hit me stronger. It smelled sour, almost metallic, like rust mixed with rotting meat. I wrinkled my nose, scanning the clearing, trying to see where it was coming from. I walked slowly around the edge, looking down at the ground. Then I saw it. At first it just looked like a dark pile under some bushes near the far edge of the clearing. But as I got closer, I saw it was a deer, or what used to be a deer. Its body was twisted at an unnatural angle, legs bent under it like broken sticks. Its eyes were gone, just empty sockets staring at nothing. The smell coming off it made me gag, sharp and thick and sour-sweet. There were flies all over it, crawling in and out of the sockets, buzzing around its matted fur. Its belly had been torn open, and I could see dark shapes inside, parts of organs, strips of flesh clinging to broken ribs. I felt bile rise in my throat, and I turned away, swallowing hard, tasting acid. I backed up a few steps, feeling my foot slip on wet pine needles. My heart was pounding now, fast and heavy. There was something about the way the deer was lying there that felt wrong. Like it hadn't just died. Like something had ripped it apart and left it there. I glanced around the clearing again, suddenly feeling very exposed. The quiet felt different now. Heavy, pressing in on me. I could hear my own breathing, sharp and loud. I told myself it was probably a coyote, or maybe a bobcat. There were bobcats out here, even though people rarely saw them. But the way the deer was torn open felt violent in a way I couldn't explain. I felt a shiver crawl up my spine and settle between my shoulders. I turned and started walking back the way I had come, faster now, almost jogging. Every snapping twig behind me made me flinch. My eyes darted from shadow to shadow, scanning for movement. I kept imagining something following me, just out of sight, watching me with cold, hungry eyes. I don't know how long it took me to get back to the dirt road. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt heavy. I forced myself to slow down once I reached the road, looking back into the trees. I saw nothing but shadows and branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. But that feeling stayed with me. The feeling that something was out there, something silent and patient. I walked home quickly, my boots leaving muddy prints on the gravel of my driveway. When I got inside, I locked the door behind me, something I never usually bothered to do. My heart was still pounding as I poured myself a glass of water, my hand shaking slightly. I sat at the kitchen table, staring out the window at the line of trees in the distance. The sun was fully up now, burning off the last bits of fog, lighting up the field with soft gold. I spent the rest of the morning cleaning the house, trying to distract myself, but my mind kept drifting back to that clearing, to the smell, the sight of that torn open body, the emptiness of those eye sockets. Later in the afternoon, I called a friend who hunts sometimes and asked if he had ever seen deer killed like that. He told me coyotes usually go for the soft parts first, and bobcats or cougars will drag prey away to eat in private. He said maybe it was just injured and crawled there to die, and scavengers found it after. He sounded casual about it, but something about it didn't sit right with me. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside made me sit up in bed, listening hard. The wind rattled the side of the house, the branches scraped against the siding, and I lay there in the dark staring at the ceiling, feeling my heart beat in my throat. At some point I must have drifted off because I woke up to the bright morning sun streaming through the window. I made coffee again, feeling heavy and tired. I sat at the table, staring out at the field. Everything looked normal, peaceful. Birds were flitting around the grass. The trees stood silent and still in the distance. But I couldn't shake that feeling in my chest, that tightness, that warning bell ringing deep in my gut. Over the next few days, I tried to go back to normal. I worked, cleaned the house, cooked dinner, mowed the yard. But I stopped going for walks down that dirt road. Every time I thought about it, my chest tightened and my palms got sweaty. Sometimes, in the early morning or late evening, I would catch movement near the tree line out of the corner of my eye. Just a shadow slipping between trunks, too far to make out clearly. Every time it happened, that same cold shiver crawled up my back. One evening about a week later, I was sitting on my porch just after sunset, drinking a beer and watching the sky turn dark. The air was warm, filled with the smell of grass and earth. Crickets were starting to chirp. I saw something move near the trees, just a quick flicker of black between the trunks. My heart jumped into my throat, and I froze, squinting into the dim light. At first I thought it was just a deer, but then I saw it stand up. It wasn't on four legs. It stood up tall, too tall to be any animal I knew lived out here. It stood there for a moment, half hidden by the branches, and I felt its gaze on me, heavy and cold. Then it turned and slipped. I woke up before my alarm went off. My room was still dark, with only the faint light of the early morning leaking through the thin curtains. I sat on the edge of my bed for a few seconds, feeling that heavy tiredness in my head and shoulders, but I forced myself to stand up. I stretched my arms up until my back cracked, then walked barefoot to the bathroom. The tiles were cold under my feet. I looked in the mirror, saw my tired face, half-closed eyes, and messy hair, and then splashed some cold water on my face. I grabbed my towel and wiped my face, then brushed my teeth slowly, staring at nothing. After I was done, I went back to my room, changed into my usual faded jeans and gray hoodie, grabbed my phone, wallet, and the set of keys hanging by the door. I slipped on my sneakers and left the apartment, locking the door behind me. I lived in a small apartment block on the edge of town. Behind it was a narrow alleyway where stray cats fought at night, and across the alley was a row of old houses, their paint peeling off and their wooden balconies sagging. The air outside was cool, still carrying that faint chill left over from the night. I walked down the stairs and out into the street. There weren't many cars around. The city was still waking up. A few streetlights were still on, flickering slightly. I could hear distant sounds of buses, a garbage truck reversing with that repetitive beep echoing, and the muffled barking of a dog from somewhere down the road. I walked towards the small grocery store, where I worked part-time stocking shelves in the mornings. My shift started at 6 a.m., and it took me around 20 minutes to walk there. As I walked, I looked around at the closed shops I passed. The shutters were down, some had graffiti sprayed across them, mostly random names or words that didn't mean anything to me. A pigeon flew down and landed in front of me, picking at some crumbs near the gutter. I stepped around it and kept walking. About halfway to the store, there was an abandoned lot. It used to have a mechanic's workshop, but the building had burned down years ago. Now it was just a large empty space, with broken concrete, piles of old wood, weeds growing through the cracks, and some rusted metal sheets stacked near the fence. People used it to dump trash too. There was an old mattress lying there, stained and ripped open, its stuffing coming out. A few plastic bags and beer cans were scattered around it. Every time I walked past it, I felt uneasy. I don't know why. It just had that feeling. Maybe because it was so silent compared to the rest of the street. That morning, as I walked past, I noticed something different. There was a small white car parked right up against the fence inside the lot. Its windows were tinted, and it looked like it had been there overnight. There were no other cars inside the lot. I kept walking, trying not to stare, but I felt like the air was heavier near that car, like there was something wrong. I told myself it was nothing, just a parked car. People left cars in weird places all the time. I reached the store, went to the back entrance, and rang the bell. The owner opened it after a minute. I went in, tied the green apron around my waist, and got to work. The morning passed by like it usually did. I unloaded crates of milk, stacked cans of beans, swept the floor near the produce section, arranged bread loaves on the shelves, and put new price tags where needed. Around 10 a.m., my shift ended. I signed out on the small sheet stuck to the back office door, took off my apron, grabbed my backpack, and walked back out into the street. The sun was up properly by now. The air was warmer. There were more cars and people around, mothers pushing strollers, men smoking outside the small tea stalls, teenagers in their school uniforms buying chips from roadside vendors. I started walking back home, following the same route I came by. As I approached the abandoned lot again, I saw the white car was still there. The sun reflected harshly off its roof. The windows were so dark I couldn't see inside, even with the bright daylight. I don't know what came over me, but I slowed down as I passed. I turned my head slightly to look at it. That's when I noticed the rear window on the driver's side was rolled down just a little bit, just enough to let air in. I saw something inside. At first it looked like a bundle of clothes or a blanket piled up on the back seat. But then I noticed a pale arm hanging down from it. Just an arm, limp, with the palm facing upwards, resting against the seat. My heart started pounding in my chest. I froze for a second. My legs felt heavy, my breathing quick and shallow. I didn't know what to do. I stood there for a moment, staring at the car, hoping I was seeing it wrong. But I wasn't. It was definitely an arm. I looked around. The street was busy enough, but no one was paying attention to me or the car. People just walked past, going about their day. I felt like I was outside of time, like everything else was normal except this. I thought about walking away, pretending I hadn't seen it. I thought about going home and forgetting. But what if someone needed help? What if there was a dead body in there? My stomach twisted at that thought. I forced myself to move. I walked closer to the fence, my shoes crunching on broken glass near the edge. I stood a few feet away from the car, trying to see better. The window was tinted so dark I could barely make out shapes, but the arm was definitely real. It wasn't moving. It wasn't covered in blood or anything. It just looked pale, like the color of someone who was sleeping, except too still. I felt dizzy. My knees felt weak. I stepped back, looking around again. I didn't want to go inside the lot alone. I took my phone out, my fingers shaking slightly, and dialed the local police number. My voice felt dry and tight when I spoke to the operator. I told them what I saw. They asked for my name, my number, and the exact location. I gave them everything, my voice trembling as I spoke. They told me to wait there until an officer arrived. So I stood there, staring at the car, feeling my throat tighten every few seconds. Cars drove past behind me. A crow landed on the fence, cawed loudly, and flew away again. After about 10 minutes, I saw a police car turn the corner and pull up by the side of the road. 2 officers got out, 1 man and 1 woman. They walked over to me, asked if I was the one who called. I nodded, pointed towards the car. They looked at each other briefly, then told me to stay back. They walked into the lot carefully, their shoes crunching on the debris, approaching the white car from both sides. I watched as the male officer peered into the window. I saw his shoulders stiffen. He tried the door handle. It was locked. He knocked on the window loudly with his knuckles, calling out, but there was no movement inside. He stepped back and spoke into his radio clipped to his shoulder. The female officer stood near the trunk, her hand resting on her belt near her gun, looking around cautiously. Within a few minutes, another police car and an ambulance arrived. 2 paramedics jumped out with a stretcher and a kit. The police asked me to stay back near the fence as they forced the car door open with some tool. I heard the click and saw the male officer quickly open it. One of the paramedics reached in immediately. I saw him touch the arm and check the wrist. He shook his head slightly, then turned back to his partner, saying something I couldn't hear. They pulled the body out carefully. It was a man, probably in his 40s, wearing a blue shirt and dark pants. His face was slack, his eyes half open but rolled back. His skin was pale, almost grayish, and his hair was sticking to his forehead with sweat. They laid him on the stretcher and covered his face with a white sheet. My stomach twisted again. I felt bile rising up in my throat, but I swallowed it down. The officers spoke to the paramedics for a while, then walked over to me. They asked me some questions about when I saw the car, if I saw anyone around it, anything suspicious. I told them everything I knew, which wasn't much. I'd just seen the car when I came to work in the morning, and then again now. They thanked me for calling and said they'd take it from there. I nodded silently, feeling my chest heavy with some emotion I couldn't name. Relief, sadness, fear, all mixed together. As I walked away, I felt my legs trembling slightly. The street felt louder now. Cars honking, people chatting, the sound of the paramedics' radio crackling behind me. I kept walking without looking back. When I got home, I unlocked my apartment door, went straight to the bathroom, and threw up into the toilet. I sat there for a while, my forehead pressed against the cold tiles, my arms wrapped around my knees. After I cleaned myself up, I walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. My hands were still shaking as I lifted it to my mouth. I sat down at the small dining table, staring out the window at the apartment block across from mine. Laundry was hanging from one of the balconies, swaying slightly in the breeze. I took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I kept thinking about that man, who he was, how long he had been there, if he had a family waiting for him to come home, if he woke up that morning knowing it would be his last. I felt sad for him, for whoever would get the call about him. I didn't know him, but he was a person, just like me, going about his life until it stopped. I spent the rest of the day sitting quietly, thinking about how easy it is to be here one moment and gone the next. That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for hours. The image of his limp arm hanging down from the back seat burned into my mind. I thought about how I almost walked past without looking. I thought about how no one else noticed him there. I thought about how a simple walk to work ended with me seeing death up close. Eventually, my eyes grew heavy, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up before my alarm again. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long time, staring at the floor, feeling that same heavy tiredness in my chest. But eventually, I stood up, stretched my arms, and went to wash my face. Another day had started. I never really thought about how vulnerable a person is when they're out running in the dark. I've always gone for late night runs. It's something that calms me down after long days at work, and I like how empty the streets are after 10 p.m. No people, no cars, no one looking at me. Just darkness, orange street lights, and the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement. That night was the same. I changed into my usual running clothes. Old black sweatpants with holes near the ankle, a white cotton t-shirt with sweat stains that never fully wash out, and my gray running shoes. I stepped out into the night and stretched my arms above my head, rolling my shoulders to loosen the tension from sitting at my desk all day. The air was humid and warm. Summer nights here always feel like that, heavy with leftover heat from the day. I started at my driveway, walking fast to warm up my legs. The street was quiet, just like always. The only noise was the distant hum of crickets and the occasional car engine echoing somewhere far away. I kept my head down, watching my feet land on the concrete, feeling the rhythm build up inside my chest. Once I reached the end of the street, I turned right onto the main road that runs past the old community center. I picked up my pace and started jogging. Street lights stretched in a perfect line ahead of me, their glow making everything look orange and dull. My breaths came out steady and sharp, in and out through my nose, counting each step in my head to keep myself going. I've always had this problem where if I don't count my steps, I get distracted and my breathing gets messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Over and over. I ran past the community center. The building was completely dark, as it always is at night. Its walls were covered in graffiti, the paint flaking and peeling down onto the cracked walkway. I never liked running past it. It always felt like someone was inside watching. I sped up a little just to get past it quicker. After that came the long stretch of road that cut through a small wooded area. It wasn't a forest, just thick rows of trees on either side. During the day, you could see all the way down to where the trees ended and the street lights started again. But at night, it was just a black tunnel, lit only by 2 flickering lights in the middle. I always ran this part without thinking. I'd been running this route for years and nothing had ever happened, so I never worried. I reached the edge of the wooded section and slowed down to a brisk walk. My heart rate was up, sweat dripping down the back of my neck and soaking into the collar of my shirt. I wiped my forehead with the back of my wrist and felt the salt sting a bit. I was about to speed up again when I noticed something strange. On the ground, right before the trees, was a bicycle lying on its side. A small, cheap-looking one, with the paint chipped off and the handlebars slightly bent. I almost tripped over it because it was lying halfway on the sidewalk. I stepped around it, glancing down as I passed. Its front wheel was still spinning slowly. That meant whoever had been riding it couldn't have left long ago. I felt a cold tightness in my chest for some reason, like my ribs were squeezing in. I kept walking, telling myself that someone probably just dumped it there and walked away. I entered the wooded stretch. The air instantly felt cooler. I could smell damp dirt and old leaves. The trees formed tall black walls on either side, blocking out any moonlight. My shoes slapped against the concrete, echoing louder in the enclosed darkness. My eyes kept darting around, even though I couldn't see much beyond the path ahead. The 2 street lights here flickered like they always did, buzzing softly above my head. I tried to focus on my breathing again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But my mind wouldn't settle. It kept thinking about that bicycle. Why was it there? Who left it? There was nowhere to go in these woods at night. No trail entrances or houses nearby, just trees and undergrowth. I kept running, shaking the thought away. I was halfway through the wooded stretch when I saw something up ahead. At first it just looked like a lump in the shadows. As I got closer, I realized it was a person sitting on the sidewalk with their back against one of the light poles. My footsteps slowed down without me meaning to. I could see they were wearing jeans and a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up, head bowed down so their face was hidden. Their arms rested limply at their sides, palms facing up on the ground. They weren't moving. I stopped running about 10 feet away, standing still in the middle of the path. My heart was pounding hard against my chest, sweat dripping down the side of my face and pooling on my upper lip. I waited for them to move, to look up, to do anything, but they just sat there. I felt this rising panic inside me, like my lungs were filling with cold water. Something about the way they were sitting looked wrong, like their body wasn't holding itself up properly. Their head drooped forward, as if their neck couldn't keep it up. I took a cautious step forward, and then another. I could hear the buzzing of the light above us, so loud in the silence. I was about 3 feet away when I saw it clearly. Their chest wasn't rising or falling. Their face was turned slightly down, but I could see enough to know their eyes were closed. Their skin looked pale under the flickering light. There was something dark smeared on the front of their hoodie. My eyes slowly traced it down to the ground, where I saw a pool of dark liquid spreading out around them. It glistened black under the streetlight. I felt my stomach twist violently. My mouth went dry and I swallowed, tasting bile at the back of my throat. I stepped back, bumping into the edge of the sidewalk, almost tripping over my own feet. My brain felt numb. I didn't know what to do. I looked around, but there was no one else there. Just me, the trees, the buzzing light, and this person who wasn't breathing. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or woman. Their body was slumped so heavily, their shoulders drooped, their arms lifeless on the ground. I felt an urge to run up and shake them awake, but my feet stayed frozen. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the body as I moved. My legs felt like jelly. When I was about 10 feet away again, I turned around and ran as fast as I could back the way I came. My breaths came out in ragged gasps, tears blurring my vision. The trees flew past me in black streaks. My shoes pounded against the concrete, so loud it sounded like drums in my ears. I burst out of the wooded area and ran straight down the sidewalk towards the community center. I didn't stop running until I reached the intersection that led back into the residential streets. I stopped there, bent over with my hands on my knees, wheezing and shaking. My throat burned, my chest felt like it would explode. I wiped my eyes with the heel of my hand, trying to stop the tears. I felt sick. I kept seeing that person sitting there, their head hanging forward, that dark pool under them. I stood there for a while, just breathing, trying to think. My phone was strapped to my arm in a sweatband pocket. My fingers fumbled as I ripped it out and called emergency services. My hands were trembling so bad I almost dropped it. When they picked up, I told them what I saw. I gave them the exact location as best I could, describing the wooded section past the community center. My voice sounded shaky and too high. I couldn't control it. After hanging up, I just stood there, staring down the street towards home. I didn't want to move. My whole body felt hollow and heavy at the same time. I felt a strange guilt inside me, like I should have tried to check for a pulse or help them. But I couldn't. I was too scared. My mind kept flashing back to that dark pool spreading across the ground. I walked home slowly. My legs felt weak, and my knees threatened to buckle with every step. The houses on my street were all dark, everyone asleep. The crickets kept singing. The air was still warm and heavy, clinging to my skin like a wet cloth. When I got home, I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. My hands were still shaking as I kicked off my shoes and walked to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water, but couldn't bring myself to drink it. My stomach churned. I sat down at the table and just stared at the wall in front of me. My sweaty shirt clung to my back, cooling down and making me shiver. The clock on the microwave ticked softly in the quiet. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I sat there for what felt like hours, replaying everything in my head again and again. The bike, the person slumped against the pole, the dark pool, the silence of the woods. Eventually, the sun started to come up, turning the window above the sink from black to gray to pale orange. Birds began to chirp outside. I sat there watching the light change on the wall. I still felt cold inside, like my blood had turned to ice water. Later that morning, the police called me back to confirm details. They told me they had found the person I reported. It was a teenage boy. He had been stabbed multiple times in the chest. His bike was found a little down the path, thrown aside. They told me they'd contact me again if they needed more information. I hung up and put my phone down on the table. I sat there, staring out the kitchen window at the rising sun. Everything outside looked so calm and normal. People were starting their day, cars driving by, neighbors watering their front lawns. But inside, I felt like something had been scraped out of me. I kept thinking about how I almost tripped over that bike, how I almost didn't notice it at all, how whoever did that to him was probably still out there, maybe even hiding in the trees when I ran past, watching me. I didn't go for a run that night, or the next, or the next. Every time I thought about running, I saw his body slumped under that flickering street light, head bowed, arms limp, blood pooling at his waist. And every time, my stomach turned and my legs felt weak. Weeks passed. The police never called me back. I checked the news every day for updates, but there wasn't much. Just a small article about a local teen. I woke up before the sun came up that morning. I didn't really sleep well the night before, because I kept thinking about this small road trip I had planned for the weekend. I wasn't going far, just about an hour and a half away from my town, to a lake that my dad used to take me to when I was a kid. I hadn't been there in years, not since I was probably 12 or 13. I just wanted to sit by the water for a while, maybe do some fishing, maybe walk around the trails and clear my head. Life had been heavy lately, and I felt like I was suffocating at home with the same routine every day. I packed my small green backpack with 2 bottles of water, some leftover fried chicken wrapped in foil, a half-eaten bag of Doritos, and a peanut butter sandwich I made before leaving. I grabbed my fishing rod, tossed it in the back seat of my Corolla, and locked the front door behind me. The air was still cold from the night, and there was that smell of dew and dust that always made me feel like a kid waiting for the school bus. The drive there was easy. The roads were empty because it was still early, only a few trucks here and there, and the sky was turning that faded orange and blue before sunrise. I had my window down a little, letting in the breeze as I drove, and I was feeling calm for the first time in weeks. I passed by stretches of farmland and small rundown houses with broken fences and old tractors in the yards. Everything felt quiet, like the world hadn't woken up yet. When I finally pulled into the gravel parking area near the lake, there was only one other car there, a rusty old Ford pickup with a dented tailgate. I parked a bit away from it and turned off the engine. It was so silent I could hear the ticking of my car cooling down. I got out, stretched my arms to the sky, and breathed in the cold morning air. Birds were already awake, chirping in the trees near the water. I grabbed my backpack and rod and started walking down the narrow trail that led to the lake. The grass along the trail was tall and still wet from the dew, brushing against my jeans and soaking the edges near my ankles. I could smell the water before I even saw it, that smell of algae and mud and rotting sticks along the shore. When I stepped out of the trees and onto the clearing near the lake, the sun was finally coming up, lighting everything in gold. The water was calm and still, like glass, and steam rose off the surface in small patches. I walked over to the edge where there were some old rocks piled up and sat down, setting my rod next to me. I just sat there for a while, staring at the water and listening to the birds. There were some ducks far off near the reeds, swimming in pairs, their heads disappearing under the water and coming back up dripping. For a while I didn't even think about anything. My mind felt blank, and it was peaceful. After about an hour, I decided to fish for a bit. I baited the hook with some leftover bread from my sandwich, cast the line out, and watched the ripples spread out across the surface. I didn't catch anything, but I didn't care. The sun was higher now, warming up my shoulders and making the water sparkle. I ate my sandwich slowly, taking small bites, and drank half of my first water bottle. I was planning to hike up one of the small trails that went around the lake once the sun was higher, maybe take some photos. When I was packing up my fishing rod and tying the line back up to the hook, I noticed the man standing on the other side of the lake. He was wearing jeans and a light gray hoodie with the hood pulled up over his head. From the distance I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could tell he was staring right at me. I didn't think much of it at first. People came out here to fish, or just sit by the water all the time. Maybe he was just walking his dog or something, even though I didn't see a dog near him. I stood up, slung my backpack on my shoulders, and started heading toward the trail that curved around the lake. As I walked, I kept glancing back to where I saw him, but he was gone. I thought maybe he walked back into the woods or down another trail. The trees were thick there. You could disappear into them in seconds if you wanted to. The trail I was on wasn't too rough. It was mostly packed dirt with some rocks and tree roots sticking up here and there. Birds were flying around above me, and I could hear bugs buzzing in the grass. I walked slowly, kicking little pebbles off the trail as I went, trying to stretch out the day as long as I could. I took photos of the lake from between the trees, of mushrooms growing out of fallen logs, of spider webs glowing in the sun. Everything felt calm. After maybe 30 minutes, I stopped to drink some water and rest my back against a tree. I set my backpack down and stretched my neck, rolling my head from side to side. That's when I heard footsteps coming down the trail behind me. At first I thought it was a deer, but when I looked up, it was the same man I'd seen across the lake. He was walking slowly, his head down, hands in his pockets. His hood was still up, but as he got closer, I could see his face better. He looked about mid-30s, pale, with dark stubble across his jaw and cheeks. His eyes were sunken and had dark circles under them, and he didn't look at me as he passed by, just kept his head down and walked past, his boots crunching softly over the dirt and dead leaves. I watched him go, feeling that weird prickling feeling in my chest. Something about him felt off, but I couldn't place it. Maybe it was how quiet he was, or the way he didn't glance up at me at all, like he was trying to make himself invisible. I waited until he disappeared down the trail before picking up my bag and continuing to walk. After another 15 minutes, I came to a fork in the trail. One path curved back toward the lake, and the other led deeper into the woods. I took the lake path, wanting to loop around and come back to where I'd parked. The trees here were closer together, with their branches hanging low and blocking out most of the sunlight. It was cooler, and I could hear the sound of water trickling somewhere nearby, maybe a small creek feeding into the lake. I walked quietly, listening to the sound of my own footsteps. The trail narrowed here, and tall bushes grew on either side. I kept thinking about that man and wondering where he'd gone. I didn't like the idea of being alone out here with someone like him wandering around. My dad always told me to trust my gut when something felt off. I kept walking faster, feeling my heart beat harder in my chest. About 10 minutes down the trail, I stopped dead in my tracks. The man was standing ahead of me, right in the middle of the trail. His back was to me this time, but I could see his shoulders rise and fall as he breathed. He wasn't moving, just standing there, like he was waiting for something. I felt my mouth go dry. I looked around, but the bushes were too thick to step off the trail without making a lot of noise. I didn't want to turn around and go back either, because that would mean I'd have to take the longer trail through the woods, and I didn't know where that one led. I took a step forward, hoping he'd hear me coming and move aside. He didn't. I cleared my throat softly, but he didn't react. My chest felt tight, and I could feel sweat start to drip down my sides under my shirt. I took another step, my boots crunching over dead leaves. Finally, he turned around to face me. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, and his mouth hung slightly open like he was breathing hard. I noticed for the first time that his jeans were stained with dirt around the knees and thighs, and there was something dark under his fingernails. He didn't say anything, just stared at me, his chest rising and falling fast. I felt something inside me snap. I turned around and started walking quickly back the way I came, trying not to break into a run and make it obvious I was scared. But I could hear his footsteps behind me, crunching over the leaves, getting faster. I felt panic explode in my chest, and I broke into a run, grabbing tree branches and pushing them aside as I sprinted down the trail. I could hear him running behind me, his breathing ragged and loud. I didn't look back. I just ran, my boots slipping on the dirt, branches slapping against my arms and face. My backpack bounced hard against my back, and my rod kept hitting my leg. I nearly tripped over a tree root, but caught myself on a low branch before I fell. The trail curved sharply, and I followed it, my feet pounding the ground. I could still hear him behind me, but he was getting further away. My lungs burned, and my throat felt raw from breathing so hard, but I didn't stop. I ran until I saw the lake again through the trees. The sun was high now, and the water was bright and glittering. I burst out of the trees onto the clearing and ran straight for the parking area. My car was sitting there, dusty and silent under the sun. I fumbled for my keys in my pocket with shaking hands, nearly dropping them in the gravel. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw the man standing at the edge of the trees, his hood down now. His hair was dark and greasy, hanging around his face. He was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling like he'd just run a marathon. He didn't move, just stood there staring at me with those wide, bloodshot eyes. I unlocked the car, jumped in, and slammed the door shut, locking it immediately. I sat there for a few seconds, gasping for breath, my hands shaking so hard I could barely fit the key into the ignition. When the engine finally roared to life, I put it in reverse and backed out so fast the tires skidded on the gravel. I turned the car around and drove down the dirt road that led back to the highway, glancing in the rearview mirror the whole time. He was still standing there at the tree line, watching me go. I didn't look away until I turned the corner, and he disappeared from view. My chest felt tight the whole way home. I kept checking the mirrors to make sure he wasn't somehow following me, even though I knew that was impossible. When I finally pulled into my driveway and turned off the car, I sat there for a while, staring at my shaking hands resting on the steering wheel. The house looked the same as always, quiet and empty. Birds chirped in the trees above me, and cars passed by on the street like nothing had happened. My whole body felt numb. I went inside and locked the door behind me, double-checking that the windows were closed. I sat on the couch for a long time. I woke up before the sun that morning because I couldn't sleep. I'd only moved to this area about a month ago, and I was still getting used to the noises at night. My house sat at the very edge of town, with only a gravel road leading out to the woods that spread for miles beyond. I bought this small place because it was cheap and it came with a good bit of land. The real estate agent said people didn't like living this far out from the main roads, but to me it seemed peaceful. I liked the idea of walking out my door and being surrounded by trees instead of cars and buildings. That morning, I stepped outside with a cup of coffee. The air was cold and damp. I watched fog rise off the grass and swirl down the driveway. I could smell the dirt and the wet leaves, and I stood there listening to the quiet hum of insects waking up and birds chirping deep in the trees. My dog, Milo, was inside still sleeping. He was old and preferred the warmth of the couch. I finished my coffee and decided I'd go for a walk into the woods before work. I hadn't explored my land fully yet, and I wanted to see if there were any good spots to clear for a small campsite. I went back inside, put on my boots, and grabbed my small backpack. I packed a water bottle, a snack, my phone, and a folding knife. I never went into the woods without a knife, even if I didn't plan on using it. My dad taught me that when I was a kid. I locked the door behind me and started down the gravel drive. The trees closest to the house were thin birches, but further back the forest thickened with tall pines and oaks. The smell changed too as I walked. Near the house it smelled like wet grass and dirt, but deeper in it smelled older, like damp moss and tree bark and rotting leaves. I kept walking for about 20 minutes, just listening to the crunch of my boots on twigs and the occasional call of a bird. The sun had started to rise, and golden light was cutting through the tree trunks. Everything felt quiet and calm. I felt happy being there, away from all the noise of people. I walked until I came to a small clearing. There was a stump in the middle, with mushrooms growing on it. Around the stump, grass grew in thick tufts, and I saw animal tracks in the mud. Deer probably, and some raccoon prints near a rotted log. I stood there for a while, drinking some water and eating a granola bar. After about 10 minutes, I kept walking past the clearing, deeper into the woods. I wasn't paying attention to where I was going, and after a while, I realized the trees around me had changed. The ground was soggier, with tall grass and reeds. I had wandered into a marshy area without realizing it. My boots sunk slightly into the wet ground with every step. I stopped and looked around. There was no clear path anymore, and the sunlight was blocked by thick tree cover. I took out my phone to check my GPS, but there was no signal. I sighed and stuffed it back into my pocket. I figured if I just turned back and kept walking straight, I'd hit the clearing again. I turned and started walking. The ground was uneven and soft, and I slipped a few times on wet moss. After about 15 minutes, I still hadn't reached the clearing. I stopped and looked around again. Every direction looked the same. Trees, reeds, wet grass, fallen logs. I didn't feel worried yet, but I felt annoyed. I knew I wasn't that far from home, but without a signal, I couldn't tell which direction I was going. I kept walking, choosing the driest-looking areas to step on, and after a while, I started to smell something strong and sour. It smelled like old garbage and rotting meat. I stopped, trying to figure out where it was coming from. I looked around and saw, about 30 feet away, what looked like a big pile of old branches and grass. I walked towards it, curious. As I got closer, the smell got stronger. It wasn't just rotting wood. It smelled like something dead. I reached the pile and saw that it wasn't just grass and branches. There was a dead deer lying half buried under the pile. Its ribs were showing through its torn skin, and flies buzzed all around its body. Its eyes were gone, and its legs were twisted in a way that didn't look natural. The pile of sticks and grass seemed to have been pushed on top of it, almost like someone tried to cover it up. I stood there for a while, staring at it. I've seen dead animals before, but there was something about this that felt off. like it wasn't just a deer that died and rotted there naturally. It looked almost hidden, like someone wanted it covered. I backed away, feeling a chill go up my neck. I decided I needed to get back to my house. I turned around and started walking faster, trying to step over logs and wet patches quickly. My breathing was a little heavy now, and I kept looking over my shoulder for no real reason. The forest felt different. It was quiet, too quiet, like even the birds had gone silent. After walking for another 10 minutes, I still didn't see any sign of the clearing. The trees around me were bigger now, older pines with thick trunks covered in moss. I stopped to catch my breath and took out my water bottle. As I drank, I heard a rustling noise behind me. I froze, listening. It sounded like something walking through the reeds and wet grass. The steps were slow and heavy. I turned around and looked, but I didn't see anything. The sound stopped. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for it to start again, but it didn't. I put the water bottle back in my backpack and started walking again, this time keeping my eyes on the trees around me. I didn't like how quiet everything felt. Even though I couldn't see anything, I felt like I was being watched. Every time I stopped to listen, the forest was dead silent. Only when I started walking again did I hear faint sounds behind me, like slow footsteps, stopping whenever I stopped. My heart was pounding now, and my palms felt sweaty. I pulled my folding knife out of my pocket and held it in my right hand as I walked. I kept telling myself it was probably a deer, or maybe a wild dog, but the steps felt too careful, too deliberate. After another 5 minutes, I saw something through the trees that made my chest feel lighter. It was a faint trail, probably an old ATV path. I walked quickly towards it, stepping through bushes and over fallen branches. When I reached the trail, I felt relieved. Even though it was overgrown, I knew if I followed it, it would eventually lead somewhere, a road, a farm, or back to my property. I turned left and started walking along the trail. The footsteps behind me stopped completely now, or at least I couldn't hear them anymore. The trail was muddy and narrow, with tall grass on both sides. As I walked, I started to smell that same sour, rotting smell again. It was faint at first, then stronger the further I went. I tried to breathe through my mouth, but it clung to my nose and throat. Up ahead, I saw another pile of branches. My stomach tightened. I walked slowly past it, and just like before, under the branches was a dead animal. This time it was a raccoon, its small body twisted and torn open, ribs exposed, flies swarming. I felt sick. I didn't know who or what was doing this, but it felt wrong, like something dangerous was out here with me. I tightened my grip on the knife and kept walking, trying to ignore the smell and the buzzing of flies. The trail curved to the right, and as I turned the corner, I almost ran into a large tree branch hanging across the path. I ducked under it and kept walking. My boots were caked with mud now, and my ankles ached from trying to keep balance on the uneven ground. After what felt like forever, I started to hear a faint noise up ahead. It sounded like running water. I walked faster until I reached a small creek. The trail ended there, and on the other side was just thick forest. I stood there staring at it, feeling tears sting my eyes. I felt so tired. I didn't know where I was anymore, and I felt trapped. The sun was higher now, but it still couldn't break through the thick tree cover. I sat down on a rock near the creek and tried to calm myself. I drank the rest of my water and wiped sweat off my forehead. I decided to rest for a bit before moving on. As I sat there, I heard the footsteps again. Slow, careful, coming from the trail behind me. My heart raced, and I tightened my grip on the knife. I stood up slowly and turned around. I still couldn't see anything, but the footsteps stopped again. I felt cold all over, like ice water was pouring down my back. I didn't want to wait to find out what it was. I crossed the creek, stepping on rocks to avoid getting my boots soaked. The other side was thicker with bushes and small trees, and I had to push my way through. Branches scraped my arms and snagged on my clothes. I kept moving, trying to put as much distance as I could between me and the footsteps. After a while, I stopped hearing them. I didn't stop walking though. I just kept going, pushing through bushes, stepping over fallen logs, ducking under low branches. My legs were scratched and sore, and I felt lightheaded from thirst and hunger, but I didn't care. Finally, after what felt like hours, I saw something up ahead that almost made me cry with relief. It was the edge of the forest. I could see sunlight shining bright on grass, and beyond that was a gravel road. I stumbled out of the trees into the light, blinking hard. My legs felt weak and shaky. I looked around and realized it was the old logging road about half a mile from my house. I turned and looked back at the trees. They stood there silently, dark and still. I felt like they were watching me, but I didn't care anymore. I turned and started walking down the road towards my house. My boots felt like they weighed 100 pounds each, but I kept going. When I finally saw my driveway, I almost fell to my knees. I walked up to the house, unlocked the door, and went inside. Milo was still sleeping on the couch. He lifted his head and wagged his tail slowly when he saw me. I sat down on the floor next to him, my back against the couch, and just breathed. My whole body was shaking. Later that evening, after I showered and ate something, I sat on my porch watching the sun go down. The forest